So the boss monster melted your clothes. Kevin asked for reassurance with his brow raised. Yup, and the dried blood, you're telling us that it's not even yours. He looked at the spots that were clearly dyed red. Pretty much Michael's entire body was red from blood. Exactly. Kevin was about to say something but stopped himself. Heaving a sigh, he turned around and left. The same went for Elizabeth and Chloe. They looked at him with a weird look and walked away, leaving him on the ground, completely out of mana. Why do all my fights end with me running out of mana? Michael grumbled and slowly began standing up. It felt as if he built a bit of an immunity to the fatigue one felt once they ran out of mana. However, that did not mean he was fully immune. His head was still throbbing in pain. The fight from earlier was still engraved in his mind. The golden-haired man was an incredible fighter. If he had truly gone all out, Michael would not have stood a chance. But despite that, he had learned a lot. Even if he got absolutely destroyed, he managed to comprehend the skill the other him used. And because of that, ding. New skill generated. Mirage of Light, Intermediate Passive. You can combine and mirror 2 or more skills, choosing which one is fake and which one is not. Michael looked at it with widened eyes. It's a passive skill. It looked pretty broken for a mere intermediate passive skill as well. He assumed it would fit into the advanced rank at the very least. But he won't complain. A good passive skill will go a long way. He then took out the halo out of his pocket, and then there is this. Michael did not know what to do with it, so he simply decided to put it on his head. The moment he did, it simply plopped down on top of his head. He expected it to levitate or something, but it did not. I knew it was stupid to try. It's probably broken, he sighed to himself and attempted to lift it off his head. However, to his surprise, it was not coming off. He was able to lift it above his head just a bit, but it felt as if it was locked in place, not moving any further. He let it go and it started levitating just as he expected earlier. Suddenly, a sharp pain spread through his head once more, many times sharper than before, making him nearly pass out once again. But as suddenly as it had appeared, it disappeared just as fast. Instead, a golden notification appeared right in front of his eyes. 5 pieces of the legacy have been collected. Cost of all skills reduced by 50. Michael's eyes were shaking as he looked at the reward he had gotten. It practically answered his prayers, making his skills half the cost. It meant he no longer had to worry about the mana costs while fighting, well, not as much anyway. He glanced at his status for a moment and saw Physical Enhancement System. Can you move it into the passive skills category? I mean, I have it on all the time and it doesn't even appear in the system as a buff. Plus with this reward, it won't use any mana anyways. I'll try. I can't promise you that it will work though. Michael proceeded to sit back down and wait. He still had to figure out how to hide the halo from others. And at the same time, his party could relay that we completed our end of the deal. It was turn for the head of the house to complete his. A few minutes passed and the system's voice rang out. I managed to do it. Even the rank of the skill increased. It increased. Michael raised an eyebrow and opened his status, his eyes widening upon seeing the rank of the skill. Physical Enhancement, Intermediate Passive. Increase all stats by 1 minor rank. Why did it jump up by 2 whole ranks when it was just a beginner rank skill at the start? It cost mana to use, meaning it was inferior now. The skill has reached its true capabilities. Well, that's a good haul anyways. What do I do about this halo? Can I take it off or hide it somehow? I can't analyze it. You must get stronger, however. Can't you just wear a hat or something? Are you serious? Michael ignored the system's antics and began playing around with the halo, moving it a small distance away from his head. However, even as he pulled it away further and further, it kept returning back to where it originally was. Fuck, do I have to actually start wearing a hat now? Michael started honestly considering it, but in the next moment, another golden notification descended. Crown of Archangel Michael Soulbound. Teaches a new skill every single time you tier up. Next skill, Sanctuary. Oh, it's an item. That gives skills. What an interesting halo this is. Michael played around with it a bit more before finally letting it float above his head. It seemed he couldn't make it go away no matter what he tried. Though the crown of an archangel, I wonder why they are called crowns. It certainly doesn't look like one, he thought to himself, and finally stood up, heading out of the dungeon and meeting up with his group. For some reason, they chose to wait for him. Well, he did make them wait only 10 minutes, but judging from Elizabeth's visible scowl, he might have taken a bit longer. Took you long enough. Kevin sighed and started walking back to the mansion. And so did the others, which slightly confused Michael. Can they not see it? He thought as he began touching the top of his head, still feeling the halo floating up there. Weird, but that works out. Michael and the others arrived in front of the head of the house's room and let themselves in, finding the man asleep on the sofa. As they were about to wake him up, they noticed another person in the room, Selene, who appeared to be handling the paperwork. It looked like a military-grade helicopter. Michael had been in one of these when he was serving, and they were extremely fast. Now that begged the question, even with this amount of speed, it would take them a day to get back to Vivom. It would be faster to just head to another city altogether. From what he learned back in the first year of the academy, there are 10 major cities on this continent, with them being in the one at the very edge of the continent. But even then, it was still likely the strongest out of all the cities, even if by a small margin. Michael knew that was only on paper since there were people like Fafnir and Amanda. It was highly likely that beings of similar power were dwelling in the other cities as well. Though that was for him to find out in the future, the only thing he was interested in was coming back to Vivom. The party headed inside the helicopter and sat down on the comfortable seats, with Michael still wearing his tattered clothes with the addition of a halo. It was a pretty bountiful assignment, even if we did fail. Rebecca's POV, how long has it been? Let me out. Rebecca weakly said, the white room making her voice echo. She did not know how much time had passed, a few years, a decade. Her perception of time had long gone, and the notes. She kept receiving notes from Reinhardt. She did not know what his goal was. He mostly asked about how she was doing. Rebecca didn't even bother reading them past a certain point, immediately ripping them up the moment a note appeared. However, today was a bit different. For some reason, she was not able to rip the note apart no matter how hard she tried. It's definitely made out of paper. She examined it and tried ripping it again, but was unsuccessful. She sighed and decided to indulge upon his whims, reading the indestructible note. I will be picking you up shortly, get ready. Picking me up, is he finally going to let me out of this place? She thought with a tinge of hope, but it was quickly extinguished. Yeah, right, like I would be free after all this time. Over the course of time, her emotions seemed to dissipate, only mirroring who she once was. That's why despite this situation and the hopelessness she felt, her expression never changed even once, it remained blank. She stood up and waited, not moving even an inch. She found it fun to remain silent because past a certain point, she would forget all of her troubles. Rebecca found solace in that, complete silence, as if you do not exist, just viewing the world from an outsider perspective. It was calming, it was liberating. And the best part, she regained her powers, however. Getting out still proved to be impossible. She twisted the space around herself, making it shatter, but even then, it did not lead to anywhere. So Rebecca stopped trying. What was the point anyway? Just as she was about to practice her powers again, a deep crack in space appeared, much different from her miniature cracks. And out walked a man with golden hair and completely white eyes. He looked captivating. But she knew better than anyone that Reinhardt's appearance did not mirror his personality. He glanced at her and put on a small smile. You have grown in these past couple of years, Rebecca. For some reason, the hate she felt all this time was no longer present. She simply felt empty. However, one question still remained inside her hollow mind after all this time. How is Michael? Reinhardt did not seem surprised, so he instantly replied, good, actually. He recently managed to kill one of our lower executives in this world. That's quite an achievement. I see. Rebecca nodded and continued staring into his white eyes, unsure of what she wanted to do moving further. She guessed that the best course of action was to follow him. Was there anything left for her after all this time anyway? Anyways, drink this. He took out a glass from a small gap in space and handed it to her. It was some sort of a red liquid. Blood, she thought with a slightly amused look. Was he trying to make her drink blood? It's not blood if that was what you were thinking. He chuckled and gestured for her to drink up. However, she was still skeptical. After all, she remembers hating this man in front of her. Why would I drink this? She tilted the glass, pouring its contents on the ground. But instead of the liquid falling and hitting the ground, it suddenly reappeared back into her glass through a crack in space. Reinhardt looked at her with the same small smile. However, she felt like it housed a bit of anger this time. Drink it. Rebecca picked up the glass and began drinking it, not seeing any way out of this. The red liquid tasted surprisingly good. It was like a perfectly aged wine. However, her sight momentarily darkened, causing her to get slightly startled. But in just a few moments she was able to see again, the sight before her causing her previously expressionless face to twitch. What did you do? She waved her hand through her hair, which had now changed colors. It turned completely white. Reinhardt suddenly made a crack in space and a mirror came out, landing right below her, showcasing her pure white eyes. She glanced at him with a weary look but was met with a massive crack in space, with him gesturing for her to follow. And she did just that, going through the crack, appearing in some sort of a ruined area with an abnormal-looking night sky. There were stars, however. They seemed way too close, almost as if she were to reach out for them, she could touch one. Glancing around, she began seeing a multitude of people, some looking the same as her, while the others looked more like Reinhardt. The golden hair and white eyes looked creepy yet at the same time captivating. She still could not understand why. They walked through the ruins and arrived in front of a being who had been gazing at the stars above, seemingly lost in them. But the moment they got closer, he turned to them, his piercing golden eyes and flowing golden hair giving her a sense of familiarity. He gazed at her for a mere moment before landing his gaze on Reinhardt. Asmodeus, is this it? He asked with a neutral tone that seemed to contain a tad bit of disappointment. Reinhardt is Asmodeus. Well, what did you expect? A candidate like her does not appear very often, he complained while grumbling. The The man did not linger on the topic, slightly rolling his eyes. I suppose not. I take it you will train her. Of course. Just who are these people? Rebecca was confused by what was happening in front of her. However, as her thoughts finished, the angelic-looking man turned to her. His eyes felt like they were piercing right through her soul. You do not have to worry about who we are. All you need to know is that you are now a part of the evangelists and will remain as such until you die, he declared with a resolute voice before nodding at Asmodeus. He took it as a signal and proceeded to create another crack in space, albeit this one was a lot smaller than his previous one. But nonetheless, he signaled for Rebecca to go in. She refused at first, however. He was not planning on playing around, sending the already open crack towards her, engulfing her and making her disappear. Rebecca reappeared in some sort of a facility, much like the ones she used to see back in her world. However, the key difference was the surroundings. Dried blood was covering the ground. It seemed like it would never wash away. But before she could complain at the sight, a door opened in front of her, revealing another white-haired, white-eyed man staring at her emotionlessly. "Are you the new recruit?" he asked her. Impatience was clearly audible in his tone. Rebecca tilted her head and nodded, "I guess," and upon those words was immediately flung by the arm inside of the room, revealing a few more similarly looking people. However, the amount of blood nearly made her puke. It was like a fountain. These people were all bleeding from all sorts of wounds. The man who pushed her walked up to her and patted her on the shoulder with some metallic item. It was a blade. She turned around and met his sadistic smile. "Welcome to the evangelists." Michael's POV. They weren't kidding when they said this trip would take a day. What do you expect? These continents are many times larger than the ones of your world. I mean, yeah, but how are there so many villages? Over the course of the entire flight, Michael counted at the very least 80 villages, and they were all of similar size to one another. Better yet, the view was beautiful, and there were all sorts of canyons and mountains. Despite the technological advancement, nature was unaffected, well, for the most part. He thought while thinking back on the mana he felt permeating all the surroundings. He could guess it did change something. Maybe that's why the continents were so big. Anyways, Michael looked around himself, noticing the others had snoozed off already, with only him still being awake. He also noticed that his halo couldn't interact with the surroundings. Only he could touch it. Besides that, it went through everything it came into contact with. That made his life a little bit easier, and plus the benefits it provided, this trip was worth it. In the distance, he could finally see a few skyscrapers. It meant Vivom was just a couple of minutes away. Despite his previous conclusions, Vivom appeared to be fine, at least from a distance. But the closer they got, the more he noticed that the city was untouched. It looked like just another regular day. So the problem was on our side. But what? He was now truly confused, but decided to let it go. Debating the unknown would get him nowhere. They signaled for the pilot to land near the academy, and he did, dropping the four of them off in the massive courtyard before flying away. Michael turned to Kevin. "What's the time right now?" He checked his phone and then pointed it at Michael, showcasing the time, which showed 700 a.m., meaning they still had time before class. However, as those thoughts entered his mind, he felt a presence appear and head directly for him at a speed that he could simply describe as monstrous. Before the impact happened, he created a shield, parrying the full brunt of the attack and sending it back to the one who had done this. The person was sent flying for a bit before halting in mid-air, stopping themselves from flying any further. They levitated for a bit, landing in front of Michael with widened eyes. "You, already. Nice to see you too, Amanda." He rolled his eyes at her antics. She seemed to attack him every single time they met. He was just able to catch her off guard this time. "Where have you all been? You suddenly disappeared during the assignment. What happened?" she asked in a slightly worried voice. Michael sighed and turned to Elizabeth, gesturing for her to explain. He thought she seemed too lively these past couple of days. She could deal with the aftermath while they go do whatever they wanted. She jumped out again. He chuckled inwardly and waved to his party before finally heading right after her, entering the car and driving to the headquarters in complete silence. The elevator ride upwards was also the same. For some reason, she seemed to be a tad bit irritated. They entered the room with the round table, and it was completely empty. It was just the two of them there. She went around and sat on the chair meant for the leader, while gesturing for him to choose any seat he liked. Michael glanced at her with suspicion. "So, did we need to head all the way back here? You know I have classes, right?" She simply chuckled. "Classes? You really think I care about something like that? Why not? It's always good to know more." Michael tried joking around with her, but upon taking another look at her, noticed the serious expression on her face. "Did my father help you create that mana core?" "He did. Did he tell you about anything else?" Michael looked back to that time, and he remembered Fafnir falling asleep immediately after helping him know. She sighed and laid back on her chair. "I see. He does tend to forget important things sometimes. I guess. Was I supposed to be informed of something?" he asked in a slightly confused tone. "Yes. You see, this world is only one of many, with others being hidden in other realms. This world is also one of the weakest, hence why you don't see many people with mana cores running around. It's just not that advanced, Amanda explained while rocking back and forth in her chair. Not that advanced. Does technological advancement not count? Technologically, we have some grounds, however. Power-wise, as I said, we are pretty weak. She answered patiently before continuing her earlier explanation. Luckily for us, we just so happen to have a portal leading to another realm inside of this building. You might have seen it back when we were showing you around. It was a medieval land, not as technologically advanced, but the strength of the individuals there was nothing short of formidable. Michael thought about what she said, and his eyes suddenly widened. When he first entered the elevator, he remembers seeing some kind of a medieval city right below him. It looked strange, but he didn't put much thought into it. The thought that it was a different world entirely didn't even cross his mind. He still did not know about that back then. Amanda smiled upon seeing his expression. You might have heard of the new, kind of a new thing that Vivom has released, VR. I did hear about it. We were able to connect that world with this one. The people who buy the Vivom VR can enter that realm anytime they like, she said, with a nonchalant expression. However, Michael was left even more shocked. Did she just say they connected the worlds? How is that even possible? That world had a weak portal and it needed an anchor. It was the place where my father and I lived at first. We only came across this world by mere coincidence, and due to that, it was not extremely hard to tie the two of them together. So she came from that world. It's making less and less sense as she keeps talking. Michael sighed and continued listening. It works via mana projection. The VR is simply a massive amplifier that sends out a portion of the individual's mana straight into that world, allowing them to control it from here like some kind of an avatar. Pretty cool, right? She chuckled sarcastically. Why yeah, Michael was absolutely speechless. Now then, that brings me to my next topic. Would you like to enter that world normally, not through an avatar but with your actual body? He thought for a moment and nodded. This seemed too good to be true, however. He was not one to pass up such an opportunity to get stronger. Good, I will have everything ready by next week. You can go now, she gestured for him to get out. Michael got up and headed out. It seemed that she didn't really care about what happened to them during the assignment after finding out about his mana core. He didn't mind it though, with strength comes opportunity. Walking to the elevator and heading down, he was on his way to the academy. However, as he finally arrived, he noticed a clock on the wall, right above the receptionist's desk. It said 8:10 a.m. Damn it. It has been a week now, and unlike what Kevin had predicted, no dungeon break happened. Michael had been eagerly waiting for it too. It was the perfect chance to see how much stronger he had got ever since he came back. No chance to do that though. He also failed to make a pure healing spell. He just couldn't figure out how to heal someone instead of harming them. He kept trying to envision a heal while focusing on the wounds he inflicted on himself, yet even then, it did not work. However, today was the day. It was finally time to head to the realm Amanda mentioned. All he had to do was wait for the call and he would go. The academy was as boring as before. Lena had been given a rundown by the others of what happened. And because of that, now even assignments are being postponed, just like the dungeons last time. What a shitty academy. Michael couldn't help but express, every single time he has been out so far. An incident happened, of course. The temple one was mostly his fault. He also realized that his club had been disbanded and Claire was nowhere to be seen. She most likely graduated while he was stuck in the temple. But besides that, he awaited patiently in his new dorm room, which was unsurprisingly small. For such a big school, one would assume it would have big dorms too. Alas, he was wrong. At least it had all the necessities he would need. Just as he was starting to grow impatient, his phone rang and he immediately picked it up. Get over to the headquarters. I have to do a little debrief before you go, Amanda said and hung up, not giving him any time to respond. Sure. He got up and headed out. He didn't really want to go to class today, so he skipped and was waiting for the call. But now that it's here, he could finally move forward. Kevin and the others are still fairly weak. He could not take them with him. If only Fafnir could do to others what he did to him, it would give him some reassurance in a tough fight. But he was nowhere to be seen. Michael thought maybe he went to explore the world. After all, being immobile for that long would cause one to get bored. As Michael was walking while lost in his thoughts, he finally arrived at the headquarters and stepped into the elevator. It closed and he waited to be brought to the very top, however. The darkness persisted for a longer time than usual. And suddenly, he found himself on a grassy plain with Amanda standing in front of him with her back turned, overlooking the sight below them. He walked up to her and looked down, being left breathless upon the sight. When he first saw this world back in the elevator, he thought it was just a simple medieval world much like his dream. Then he found out that it housed strong people. It made him a bit excited at the prospect of a medieval world with strong opponents he could practice against. However, the view in front of him did not align with any of his previous thoughts. It just simply felt unreal. There were islands in the sky that each varied in size, but due to the sheer number of them, they were hard to ignore. He also saw mountains that reached incredibly high, looking as if only a small quarter of their true size was visible before they pierced the clouds. This world was bigger and certainly more unique. His world looked incredibly simple in comparison. After coming out of his stupor, he noticed that they were currently standing on one of those floating islands. Amanda turned to him with a small smirk, surprised. "What do you think?" He rolled his eyes at her words and continued to look around. It definitely did not look like the same world. He could even see houses, a few on the floating islands. "Stop dawdling around. Come," she pointed behind him, and upon turning around, he saw quite a few buildings, almost as if they were in a city or a town of sorts. Amanda started leading him through the streets while explaining what he couldn't do. "Don't stray too far off into the mountains, and by no means tell the natives of this land about you being from another world. They are a curious bunch," she said in a slightly sour tone that seemed to indicate a past grievance. "Is that all?" Michael asked impatiently. It seemed like this talk could have been finished a lot faster. Amanda noticed his impatience and stopped in place, sending a small glare in his direction. "Yes, don't get into too much trouble and try not to kill too many people. Some are from our world." "Okay, I'll try not to." She gave him a little map depicting the surrounding land. It had some areas marked off with a red cross. He assumed those areas were the dangerous parts she had talked about. It was in his best interest not to go there. Anyways. "I forgot to ask how strong the people here actually are." Michael looked around and took note of the people in this town. They appeared to be from his world. Not the natives. He glanced at the map and saw a town not too far away, an hour's walk at most. And that's what he did, heading for the nearby town to gauge the strength of its residents. Amanda had mentioned that he was only allowed to be here for 2 weeks at a time. That was because apparently, the mana in this place could negatively affect him if he stayed too long. But from what Michael felt, it was many times denser than his world. He felt like his spells could contain more power. "System, what tier could I reach in this world?" "I don't know." Fafnir seemed very high tier while Amanda was not so low herself, so I can't give you an estimate. Michael nodded before another thought popped into his head. "I see. Can people break through their worlds, limits, and tier up many more times than they should be able to?" "There are rare occasions of that happening, yes. However, I highly doubt that was the case for Fafnir and Amanda. Their tiers are way too high for this realm." "So are you saying she lied to me when she said she was from here?" "I won't imply anything, but yes, that is probably what happened." "Is that so?" Michael grumbled and began heading for the next town. There were small pathways that connected the floating islands. They were pretty narrow, but rather safe to walk on. He would have run to the next town, however. He wanted to take in the sight. The sun shining through the clouds looked incredibly calming. "Why do you keep acting like an old man?" "Well, I was quite old before I died, wasn't I?" He walked on to the next island, seeing a few houses and walking past them. The town was much further away. He still wondered why there were no towns in his world. There were only villages and cities. The people refused to acknowledge them as towns, even if they were much bigger than them. "What a bunch of weirdos." Michael sighed and kept crossing the pathways between the islands before finally arriving in front of a town. And immediately he could feel the mana from the outside, making his eyes widen slightly. None of them are weak. He felt that no one was below level 50. Even the children running around were at the very least that level. There were also those who had mana cores, quite a lot of them to be exact. Furthermore, he felt like a lot of them were stronger than him, at least mana-wise. "System, can I raise my progress towards the next tier faster here somehow?" "Yes, but first make sure to find a place where no one would bother you. The abilities I unlocked would take up a bit of your time, possibly all 2 of your allowed weeks here." "Would it be worth it?" "Certainly." Michael made up his mind and nodded. He visited this town just to gauge their levels after all. He had no reason to stay here. "It's time to go sightseeing." Michael walked around the islands, looking for a quiet place. However, it seemed that no matter where he went, there were always people around. The areas where there was no one were way too open. He wasn't sure what he had to do yet, but he assumed that it would require some privacy. "You are not wrong. Just find any place where no one would bother you. Why don't you just go to the bottom?" Michael seemed a bit puzzled and walked to the edge of the island, looking down but not seeing the ground. "I'm not above the clouds and I can see mountains, but I can't see the ground. Do you seriously think something is down there? Why wouldn't there be? Have you ever thought that you might just be a little high up? This is the same world as the one you saw that city after all." "You are right." He contemplated for a moment and looked around, trying to find any way to get down. However, nothing was in sight. All the islands were connected with no pathway leading down. But just as he was about to give up, he remembered the map Amanda gave him. It contained a good amount of information. He took it out and stared deeply at it, finally finding some kind of a hint. Most of the mountains were crossed off, but there is one not too far away that wasn't. Michael put the map back in his pocket and started heading in that direction. After walking for a few minutes, he noticed that the mountains did not seem like they were getting any closer, perhaps being even bigger than he initially thought. However, he began seeing a mountain in the distance that did not seem as big as the others. It did not pierce the sky, and it looked just barely tall enough to reach the floating islands. Is that mountain small, or are the others just too big? He kept walking towards it. And upon arriving just before the mountain, he realized his assumption was incorrect. The mountain was by no means small. He glanced around and looked at a town not too far away. Just how do these people breathe up so high in the air? Michael thought that even as strong as they were, it would still prove difficult to remain at this altitude for long. I am feeling a lot of mana from inside of the mountain. It was most likely what caused it to grow to such proportions. That would make sense. He jumped down, landing on the very top of the mountain. It was a pretty small drop, and it would not require much effort to get back up. Michael began sliding down, trying to keep his balance by using mana, however, that only lasted for a few seconds before he lost control and started tumbling down the entire mountain, his shield absorbing most of the damage. Well, at least I will get down easier. He sighed and resigned himself to his fate, watching as the islands above him slowly started disappearing. After landing on some sort of a ledge, he recast a shield on himself and stood up, looking down on what was below him. A barren land greeted him. Contrary to the greenery above, it looked terrible. There were no cities in sight either, just a few scraps and plants from time to time, even if they were completely withered. "System, do you have some kind of a GPS function?" he asked and started descending again, this time carefully. "I do. Do you want me to mark this mountain on the map?" Michael tilted his head in confusion. "You are going to mark it on the map." Just as his words landed, a blue screen appeared in front of him, copying all of the details of the map Amanda had given him, but with extra detail and more areas. He placed his hand on it, and it zoomed in a little, providing a better view of the surroundings. He was being shown as a green dot. "Could you always do this? Because it would have been really useful a couple of weeks ago." Michael grumbled. "It would have been useful when they were lost. No, only recently did I unlock an ability like this. I have also compiled the maps of your world." "Oh. You are finally going to rank up from being a Wikipedia." "Nice," Michael chuckled, and finally landed on the barren land. "I can also assist you in battle now." "Oh, what do you mean?" "I can remotely cast your skills in that map you see. It shows you all hostiles in a certain area around you." Michael's eyes widened as he remembered the system telling him something about automation quite a while ago. It appeared today was that day. "So, can you cast my spells at full efficiency?" "Yes, I use you like a catalyst of mana, and in turn, I can cast your skills as we are tied together. If a tough opponent comes along, you would be at least twice as efficient as before." A small smile appeared on his face, but as he was about to enjoy this little power-up, the system shot him down. "Of course, there are downsides. Since I am using you like a catalyst, the mana costs of the skills I cast are significantly increased. I will only be using Aegis of Light for the most part, as it can restore mana upon successful block or parry." "Way to ruin my mood." Michael sighed and continued walking forward, zooming in on the map and seeing the ground level where he currently stood. The map was separated into the Sky Islands and the ground level. He tried zooming more in or out, but there was nothing. He was able to see some kind of a settlement, and a thought popped into his head. The data of the areas are live, right? They are. When you get closer, you should start seeing some people on the map. "I see. Well, I'm going to head there then. Not too far behind it is some kind of a grassy land. I'll try to find a place to stay there." "Suit yourself." Michael decided to pick up his pace. There was nothing around him that could make him want to admire the surroundings. Upon getting roughly 5 kilometers away from the settlement, he was able to see some dots on the map. They varied in color. A lot of them were green, while a few were red or even yellow. "Wasn't your detection range a bit higher?" he asked with curiosity. "That's how much I can actually feel and transmit live. Anything above that would provide quite a massive delay, as the mana travels pretty slowly over these types of distances, even if the mana is denser than on your world." "How does that work?" "Shouldn't denser mana mean you can use more of it? Why would the detection range remain the same? Denser mana does not help with detection. It in fact hinders it. I can bypass it, but you can't, so be happy with what you have." "Sure, though why are the red dots growing in number?" Michael looked at the map and sped up his pace. He felt like something was wrong. The green dots became dimmer before disappearing. Meanwhile, the yellow dots began slowly changing to red. "What's happening?" "A fight. Hurry up if you want to save at least a couple of people." Michael began running at full speed, casting swords of light and sending them into the sky above him. "Shit, there's trouble wherever I go." "What the fuck are they doing?" In front of his eyes were a handful of people, however. They were all red dots with only a single green dot remaining. That was not what shocked him, though. It was the fact that the red-dotted people were in fact not people at all. They were some kind of humanoid monsters that appeared to be munching on the humans they killed. It was definitely not a beautiful sight. Even at his full speed, he wasn't able to get here in time. The whole settlement was filled with civilians and close to no combatants. And then there were these monsters, who even at their weakest, seemed to be in the high-level 180s, with some even having mana cores. However, Michael was not exactly worried. He might have been in trouble if they fought when he first created his monocore, but now they were simply stupid monsters that were slightly powerful. He cast a shield and a heal on the remaining human who appeared to be in pain. His expression immediately softened before finally passing out. The monsters tried scratching at the man, however. The shield completely negated their attacks, causing them to scream in frustration before lunging at Michael. He decided to test out the system's capabilities, more so the speed at which it can react. He wanted to make sure he could trust it to have his back. Just before the humanoid monster connected their sharp nails against his body, a small shield appeared, the size of a nail. However, that did not matter, as it was able to completely negate the attack while also blowing off the monster's arm, sending it flying high into the air. Damn, that was nearly perfect. Michael whistled and continued watching the monsters. The strongest of them had weary looks. What do you mean nearly perfect? It was perfect. The system snickered at him in a gloating tone. But the weakest ones seemed to not care as they dashed at him with full speed, claws stretched out, ready to kill him. There were multiple this time. He was not sure if the system would be able to handle them, so he adjusted his body, preparing himself to dash away in the case of them piercing his defenses. The system swiftly reacted, casting a shield right in front of their attacks before they even managed to get close to him, sending them backwards. Michael widened his eyes upon that realization. You can intercept their attacks like that as well. Yes, but they are not as powerful as the ones closest to your body. He nodded and glanced at the monsters the system had just blown away. They still had their arms attached, however. Their fingers appeared to be broken. Just as he thought that, the previously broken fingers quickly mended themselves, making popping sounds while the monsters slightly groaned. That healing ability is a bit insane. Michael did not know what kind of monsters they were, however. Their healing was certainly no joke. If he had to compare them to another monster, it would be like a troll, just one the size of Michael himself. Their strength was fairly sufficient as well, definitely enough to make even him have troubles if he were to fight with his strength alone. But that was only because he hadn't focused on strength in the slightest. It was basically his lowest stat. Well, besides charm, he was not sure why it wasn't going up. I wonder why. Shut up. Michael sighed and waved his hand down, finally getting tired of the charade. Suddenly, the whole sky was replaced by a golden color, the swords of light raining down on each of the monsters. They attempted to dodge but were unsuccessful, most being instantly killed. However, there was a single one that was still somehow alive. Michael walked up to it and summoned a sword of light, holding it in his hands before slashing down. But something unexpected happened, making his expression turn sour. Wait, the monster screamed, its bloody body shaking while it stared at him. You can talk, he asked in an unsure tone. For all he knew, it could have been some kind of a mimic. Talking monsters were not exactly common. There was Meph, but he was not exactly sure if he could be categorized as a monster. He did look one, but he didn't act like one. Why yes, please spare me. The monster begged for its life while blood was pouring out of its mouth. What a shitty situation, Michael grumbled and put his sword of light away. What are you? I am a shadow. Michael tilted his head in confusion. A shadow. Why yes, we come from the people who have died. A portion of their souls were separated and we inhabited them, it said while its eyes were beginning to slowly blur. Are you planning on saving it? Are you an idiot? Of course not, Michael shot back before looking down at the monster with cold eyes. Why do you deserve to live? The monster seemed startled by his question. Why? It kept trying to speak, but it couldn't find the words. It knew better than anyone that what it was doing was absolutely wrong and undeserving of life. Can't find the words. Michael kept looking down at the monster as it was stammering, trying to think of any sort of an excuse to be kept alive. You make me sick. With those words, Michael resummoned his sword of light and sent it right at the monster's heart. As much as the monster did not deserve to live, he would not prolong its suffering for his own entertainment. He wiped off some of the blood that managed to end up on his clothes and looked at the only alive human left. What it said about being a shadow, was it the truth? He asked the system. In a way, they actually appear once an undead reaches tier 1. They cast out some former impurities, that being their shadows. And the shadows can get as strong as the undeads. They can't go above tier 1, however, the sheer number of how many there were compensated for that. Michael looked around and noticed around 22 monster corpses. It seemed the system was right. He massacred a small pack of them. Well, he was still a bit late. At least you saved one. At least I saved one. Michael walked up to the still unconscious human who, upon closer glance, appeared to be a child. He could see a bit of dried blood around his waist. The monsters must have bitten him. The more he looked, the more he began disliking these monsters. Too bad it was a type that never goes away. They were like parasites. When there are humans, there are also undead, and when there are undead, there are also shadows. He picked up the child by the collar, tossing him over his shoulder. Michael was not really sure what to do with him, but it beats leaving him alone. If he finds a settlement, he could take him there. But there doesn't appear to be anything nearby. He thought while glancing at the map. The settlement that had just existed was razed to the ground by the monsters and Michael's sword of light attack. The closest town was back up in the floating islands, however. It was easier getting down than climbing up. It would take him quite a while to do that. Even longer while he was carrying the child, Michael walked around the monsters and out of the settlement, choosing a location that seemed desolate enough to not be bothered. He took a glance at the child on his shoulder and sighed, "Guess you are with me for now." It seemed like the child would not wake up. Michael had been walking for the last 2 hours, trying to get to this grassy location he found on the map. And yet, all this child was doing was grumbling and tossing around on his shoulder, not looking like he would wake up soon enough. Or that's at least how it seemed on the outside, however. Michael still had some memories from his time at the orphanage. He could tell a few irregularities apart. Should I just leave this kid here? It's not like he wants to wake up anyway. My shoulder is starting to hurt, Michael said in a slightly sarcastic tone. However, to the child, it seemed like it was about to be abandoned again, so he quickly sprang up from his shoulder, almost falling headfirst to the ground. You could have used better wording for that, you know. Mincing words won't bring his family back to life. I don't want this kid to lose himself to his own delusions. Are you all right, kid? Michael held him by the foot, mere centimeters off of the ground. Just as he was about to put him down on the ground, the kid started crying, holding his arms around his eyes while the tears fell onto the ground. Michael decided to give him his time, slowly rotating him so he doesn't feel dizzy and putting him on the trunk of a nearby tree. He had not arrived at the grassy plains yet, however. The trees remained, albeit they were all withered away, just barely standing. This barren land lacked water. The sun was shining for most of the day as well. It must be like torture. How come the floating islands aren't casting a shadow of the sun? He thought while making some distance between himself and the kid. He didn't want him to feel afraid. After all, Michael still had a bunch of dried blood on his clothing. Not sure why there are no shadows, probably for the same reason you can't see the floating islands from all the way down here. He glanced at the mountain he had come down from and could just barely see the very peak. There was nothing else around it, as if those islands never existed in the first place. I guess the humans of the ground level do not even attempt to climb to those heights. What would one achieve besides glory? He thought to himself with a bitter expression. He knew the world was unfair. Frankly, the barons had it the worst. The city he had seen back then was lively. The people looked happy and certainly not malnourished or lacking anything in any way. Yet a simple glance at this kid could tell someone that he had been mistreated and not fed. Such is life. There are some worlds that are even harsher, where the weather is so hot, if you were to go there as you are now, you would melt in an instant. Are you referring to hell? No, hell is even hotter than that. I am just referring to a slightly higher realm than what you are used to seeing. Michael shrugged and glanced back at the kid. By now he had already finished crying, wiping the tears away from the corner of his eyes. "What's your name?" he asked the kid in a gentle tone, trying to not seem frightening. Orin, the kid hiccuped in the middle of his word, however. Michael ignored it. "I see, my name is Michael." Michael did know how to deal with kids to a certain degree, however. He had never dealt with a kid who was on the verge of mentally breaking apart. He thought for a moment before asking the kid, "Would you like to accompany me for a little while, until we find you a place to stay?" The kid gazed at him with slightly hollow eyes and nodded, continuing to wipe away the non-existent tears. "Stop doing that." Michael walked up and flicked the kid's arms away from his eyes. They were starting to get bruised for all the rubbing. However, that seemed to set something off inside the kid, as he once again began bawling his eyes out. "You said you were good with kids." Michael tried keeping a straight face and ignoring the system's comment, however. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. "I guess I should have been a bit more gentle with him, you think?" After another couple of minutes, the kid finally stopped crying. It seemed as if he ran out of tears. "Sorry about that. Can you please not rub your eyes? You are hurting yourself," Michael said with a small smile and healed the kid, causing a golden light to envelop him for just a moment. Orin's gaze remained fixed on his own hands. They were previously tattered, but now they were silky smooth, as if all that hardship he had gone through moments ago was all but a dream. Orin put his hands down, finally listening to Michael's nagging. A small glint appeared in Orin's eyes that definitely did not escape Michael's gaze, causing a faint smile to appear on his face. "How about that? It was better. At least he's not that afraid of you now." Michael felt proud of this little accomplishment. In the grand scheme of things, it did not seem like much, but at the current moment he was happy. "You are safe for as long as you are with me. Don't worry," he added for extra reassurance and started walking towards the greenery. Orin was right behind him. His steps were a bit slower than Michael's, so he had to slow down to match their pace. Michael tried striking up a conversation, however. Besides the time Orin told him his name, he had not talked since. He took a glance at his map, making sure there were no hostiles around him. However, a yellow dot appeared in front of him. It was only one, however. Michael felt a bit uneasy. System, what exactly does yellow mean? He knew green meant they were good, while red meant they were evil. Was yellow something in between? They are individuals who do not choose a side. They killed both monsters and humans, and under certain circumstances, they could either change to red or green. So wait, what happened back in the settlement? I swear I saw them turning red, but in the end, they still died. Michael asked with a tinge of confusion. They thought that siding with the monsters would guarantee their survival. Why else do you think some of those people died in more humane ways than the others? Looking back on it, he could remember seeing sword wounds on some of the dead. He just didn't exactly pay attention to it in that moment. So, should I try to attack whoever that yellow dot is? From what I can see, don't. Just try to pass by peacefully. He could sense a bit of unease in the system's voice. He assumed that meant the yellow dot was someone strong. And upon arriving near the forest, he saw a lone woman sitting on a rock, staring at the sky. She noticed him and locked her gaze with his. Her green eyes mirroring the forest in front of them, she looked quite enchanting. But nonetheless, Michael chose to not antagonize her, so he just simply walked forward, ignoring her attempt to taunt him. He walked past her and into the forest, neither of them saying a single word to one another. Meanwhile, Orin was just walking by his side, not paying any attention to the surroundings, nearly tripping on a few pebbles on the ground. That felt disturbing. With those thoughts, he walked further and eventually arriving in front of a small grassy area with a cave by the side. Michael took a deep breath and settled down. He saw a few red dots on the map. He assumed they were either monsters or food. I can eat monsters, right? He asked the system for confirmation. Do you know how to cook them? I can learn. How does it taste? Michael could not answer in time before he puked everything on the ground. This made it 4 inedible monsters. They all looked fairly beast-like, however. None of them tasted good after being cooked up. Orin went to sleep in the cave as well. The surroundings were pretty safe, and so was the cave. There was one problem, though. That problem was in the shape of a yellow dot not too far away from him. Why is she stalking me? A shiver ran down his spine as he attempted to hunt yet another monster. This one looked like a pig. He cut off its head and brought it back to the cave where he had set up a makeshift campfire that he could try cooking the food on. Water was not a big issue either, as inside the cave was a small pond which he used Purify on, making the water drinkable. He tried doing the same with the monster meat, but none turned out good at all. System, what am I doing wrong? Can't you teach me how to cook these things? He complained while preparing the pig-looking monster for cooking. How would I know how to cook? While I do know a lot of things, you were not exactly known for cooking. Ever, right? About that, how many of my previous selves can you feel? I can't give you an accurate number, however. There are quite a lot. That doesn't mean I can access their memories, though, only bits and pieces. Michael sighed and put away his sword of light, which he used to butcher the pig monster. What about the 2 from the trial? Did neither of them know how to cook either? Nope, as I said, you were a bad cook in all of your lives. Well, that is not great to hear. Do you have anyone else's memories stashed away inside you? Someone who knew how to cook? No, you already figured out that I only hold the memories of your past selves. Why do you expect me to have anyone else? I don't know. Maybe because of that being who put you inside my head. What are you on about? Did you see anyone appear before you died? Michael looked back for a moment before shaking his head. Exactly, I don't have any other memories, and that's final. If you need cooking advice, go ask that child or even the woman who has been stalking you for the last hour. Michael's brow twitched as he heard the system's comment. It sounded ridiculous, but it might not be that bad of an idea. If they were to fight, he doubted that he could win. She looked pretty strong. As for Orin, it did not seem like cooking food was on his mind at all. How much stronger is she than me? He asked and put the pig monster to the side, skewering it on a few swords of light to prevent it from lying on the ground. She's a tier 2 early at that, but still, don't face her unless you really have to. You might seriously die this time. Just as Michael began contemplating his decisions, he saw a red dot appear on the map, but before he could react, it swiftly disappeared. She killed it. He noticed her yellow dot had moved at a very high speed, instantly killing the red dot that had been approaching them. He also noticed that she went right back to observing him while standing completely still. Michael found her to be quite odd. It didn't seem like she had any hostile intentions, however. Her actions were something he could not predict. Oh, whatever, he decided to walk in her direction. A helping hand would be greatly appreciated. She noticed him approaching and stepped back, mirroring the speed at which he was walking towards her. Michael sped up, yet so did she, seemingly running away from him. He eventually gave up and started walking back, while also paying attention to the map, seeing her following right after him. The surroundings made it very annoying to run after her. There were too many tree vines in the way. It was also not a very good idea to stray too far away from the cave. After all, he didn't want to make Orin feel like he had been abandoned. If you can hear me, can you come help me with cooking? I can't figure out how to cook the meat from the monsters of this forest, he said with a shout, the echo sending it much further and reaching her. However, she still refused to come to him. She was so eagerly staring at him back at the entrance, yet she wouldn't even approach him now. Just what is wrong with her? He walked back to the cave and cut off one of the legs of the pig monster before putting it over a fire and slowly cooking it. It was a long process. He didn't exactly know how to make the fire burn stronger, and it seemed there was some kind of a limit, possibly due to the mana. After nearly 20 minutes of waiting, it finally looked cooked. And the best of all, it actually looked edible, though so did his last 4 dishes, yet when he bit into them, Michael was left with disappointment. Michael, The moment the system's voice resounded in his ears, he took a glance at the map, realizing the yellow dot was now directly in front of him. She was staring down at him, specifically at the food he had just cooked. Michael tilted his head and broke off a small piece, holding it in his outstretched hand. Want some? She took it out of his hands before he could even react. If she had gone for the kill there, he would have certainly died. Now that she was up close to him, he took another glance at her eyes, however. He was left a bit dumbfounded. When he first saw her, she had green eyes now, however. They were a silver color, and even her hair that he previously did not pay attention to was fully black, just like his. "What's your name?" he asked, not taking his eyes away from hers. Astria, she replied in a quiet voice while taking a few bites out of the cooked piece of pork he had given her. For some reason, upon hearing her name, his heart began beating faster. Taking a glance at her appearance once again, he was met with a sharp headache. A flood of memories appeared inside of his mind. They were of her, however. Not one of the memories held any semblance of friendship or anything of the sort. In fact, he remembered only seeing her from a distance, nothing more. He hadn't even talked to her at all. Yet at the same time, his heartbeat was now slowing down, and he even found it starting to get a little hard to breathe. Michael was not sure what kind of emotions these were. He had never felt anything like this even back in his original world before he died. However, whatever they were, regret was clearly present, almost triumphing above all the other emotions he felt. "System?" he asked as he looked away from her eyes, staring into the fire. "Not sure. She seems like someone you were connected to in one of your lives. How is that possible, though? Even if I could remember her eventually, why did she make the memories resurface? From what I can gauge, those memories are incredibly old, even older than the ones from your first trial. Perhaps it was the actual Michael's memories." As the system kept rambling, Michael grew even more confused. "Sorry for asking, but how old are you?" He blurted out before realizing what he said, causing him to inwardly facepalm. Astria's eyes narrowed, and she took a slightly more aggressive bite. "I am 19. Why? Do I look younger?" "Quite the opposite, actually." A cold sweat ran down his spine as more questions began appearing in his mind, however. The system quickly interjected. "She is likely just like you, a person with fragmented memories of their past." Michael turned to stare at her again, not quite believing the system's statement. It seemed too absurd. "My name is Michael." He expected some sort of reaction similar to his, however. She merely nodded and continued eating, almost finishing the whole leg of the pig monster. Michael sighed and looked at his empty hand. "She stole it." "She's still staring at me." It had already turned dark, with the three of them sitting around the campfire inside of the cave. Orin seemed to be in a bit better mood, definitely much better than when he found him. As for Astria, she was still a mystery to him. The only thing Michael knew was that she was somehow connected to him, even going as far as to make him remember a fragmented memory from his distant past. However, unlike him, Astria did not seem that affected by his presence, though her stares were a little much at times. Michael decided to be upfront with her, trying to gauge her intentions. "Why do you keep staring at me?" "I don't know," she replied with a shrug and continued staring, her silver eyes not showing much emotion at all. He sighed and decided to let it go. It only slightly bothered him anyway, and it was also time for him to attempt the so-called training the system mentioned so many times. Michael left the protection of Orin to her as he went a tad bit deeper into the cave, eventually reaching a spot where a single beam of moonlight illuminated the ground. "Sit down there, it's perfect." He was a bit confused, but nonetheless decided to go through with it, sitting down and seeing the beam of moonlight shining down right on top of him. From where he sat, it genuinely looked like he was in fact sitting in front of the moon. He didn't understand how such a small amount of moonlight could cause an effect like this. "What now?" "All right, hold on for just a moment." Michael grew a bit more confused at the system's comment, however. He soon sprang up from the illuminated place as his shields had been instantly pierced. What confused him was that he did not take actual damage. The dots depicting Astria and Orin were still in the very front of the cave. "What did you just do?" he asked in a weary voice, failing to grasp the intentions of the system. "Relax, sit back down and just persevere. Trust me on this." "Trust you on this. If you don't tell me what's going on, I will be going back," Michael said in annoyance and began slowly walking back to the very front. However, the system quickly interjected and stopped him. "You are so difficult to deal with. Look, I am heightening your senses to the very maximum, meaning the rate at which you absorb mana will increase. The downside is that you will feel the element more intensely than usual. You don't sound very convincing. Look, if you want to increase the rate at which you gain progress for the next tier, do this. It's currently the fastest way possible." Michael glanced around one more time and began walking back to the beam of moonlight, eventually sitting down and awaiting further instructions. However, none came. Instead, he began feeling incredibly cold, the intensity increasing by the second. "Is this what you meant?" Michael asked with a frown, enduring the ever-increasing coldness. It was not enough to deal damage to him, however. He could feel his senses being overtaken. But as he thought that, the coldness suddenly increased by many times, and his eardrums felt as if they had burst from the loud pitch noise that was ringing inside them. Though even as the coldness grew, his expression still remained sour. How long will it take for my hearing to come back? Like 5 seconds. That is, after you finish this little session. Michael clicked his tongue and continued bearing with the cold, his body slowly turning pale while some parts even turned slightly purple. He did not like this feeling, however. If it meant he could get stronger just a little faster, it was all worth it in the end. Just as he was beginning to slowly lose his sight, a sudden wave of mana appeared within his body, many times purer and more concentrated than before. Michael took this chance to try bringing it to the bottom of his spine. That's where his threads started anyway. Do I try absorbing the mana into a certain part of the spine, or does it not matter? He hesitatingly asked for confirmation, as he did not want to waste this pure mana. It doesn't matter in the end. Once you have enough, you will definitely feel it. Michael nodded and went through with it, sending all of the gathered mana into any part of his spine that he could. After a couple of minutes of doing this, his skin was now fully blue, even slightly turning black. How much longer do you want me to keep going? Michael asked with shallow breaths, as it had got pretty hard to function normally. He couldn't understand why this was so cold. How did the single beam of moonlight cause him to feel such coldness? Aren't you getting a lot of mana though? What's the issue? If anything, I can cast a few heals on you. It should lively you up. Michael's brow twitched as he was speechless at the system's comment. It wasn't wrong, but that did not mean he exactly enjoyed having frostbite across his entire body. He was not sure how much mana he managed to absorb so far, however. The amount was certainly considerable, much greater than what he usually absorbs on a day-to-day basis. When he walks around, a small bit of mana always accumulates. If he fights, then the mana released into the atmosphere slowly gets assimilated with him. Michael tried moving his arms but was not able to. The only way for him to survive was to cast a few heals on himself. And even then, this cold sensation would certainly not go away for quite a while. Do other people also do it like this? He asked, wondering about the process of how others absorb mana. There are certain techniques that help you with the absorption process. Most are derived from what you're currently doing, though. A lot of the people of ancient times were wusses. They were afraid of getting hurt. I don't think they were afraid. They were just not exactly suicidal. Michael chuckled, finding the irony quite funny. So then what about the people who get a mana core and don't know what to do with it? Do they get some kind of a technique provided for them? If they make it to the right world, sure, it's all luck-based. How do some get stronger regardless then? He was a bit confused. He doubted a lot of people had these kinds of techniques. They fight. It's the most natural of all the methods, even coming close to the one you are using right now, though some people are gifted enough to figure out a technique on their own. Not a very big majority, though. I see, that's pretty interesting. Michael's words trailed off as he began losing consciousness. However, a golden light enveloped him a few times, making his completely frostbitten skin return to its usual color. That was not great. Michael shivered and backed away from the moonlight. He wanted to rest for a little while before trying that again. But as he was finally trying to relax, another thought sprung into his mind, causing him to unconsciously gulp. Say, there is moonlight. Does that mean I will have to train under sunlight as well? Oh, you caught on. Exactly. You will train during the day, and during the night it's pretty efficient. Fuck, of course it is, huh? He exhaled a cold breath. Michael expected to rest for at least an hour, however. After merely 5 minutes, the system spoke up again. All right, that's enough rest for now. Get back under the moonlight. Michael was currently lying by the fire. The system forced him to train for the last 4 hours. To say he looked horrible was an understatement. That, added to the fact that he was being stared at by now 2 people, made him pretty uncomfortable. Since he was bored and didn't really have anything else to do at the moment, he decided to try talking with Astria. However, he didn't exactly know what kind of a question to ask. He was not very well versed in this world's happenings. Michael didn't want to sound too strange while asking her questions. He wanted to get to know her a bit while also learning a bit about this world. As he was contemplating what to ask her, she suddenly walked up to him and sat down beside him, staring into his eyes before darting to the very top of his head. Can I try it on? Astria asked as she was trying to take off the floating halo from his head. System. Michael was extremely confused now. Why could she see it? How would I know? How long have you been able to see it? He asked, trying to seek some confirmation. She gave up trying to take it off and with a pouting expression, walked back to the other side of the fire and sat back down. Since the start, she replied as her silver eyes were still locked onto his. I guess that's why she is staring so much. She likes the halo. Michael chuckled inwardly before giving up. He didn't know how to even begin a conversation with her. Astria had been an anomaly since the first time he met her. She was by no means normal. The memories she made him remember, the halo that only he could see. From what he understood, they were very deeply connected in the past, even if the memories he had of her were incomplete. Astria, do you ever feel like there is something you need to remember but can't? He asked while lying down by the fire. His body finally did not feel cold anymore. Michael looked up at her to meet her eyes, and for some reason, they seemed a bit unfocused for a moment before finally regaining clarity. She tilted her head to the side no. However, the unfocused eyes were a bit of a giveaway for him. He knew something was up. He just didn't exactly know how to get her to remember. Michael could not see any sort of status effect on her with his eyes of the healer skill, so it was definitely something different. The more he got to know her, even if it was extremely little, it provided him with some comfort. Soothing the inner regret his past self had endured seemed difficult, yet easy at the same time. Michael just wished he could finally unlock all of his memories. He would love to get to know her more. I see. Don't you have somewhere to be, though? Why would you stick around with us? He asked with a small tinge of curiosity. However, he was met with silence. It did not seem like she wanted to answer his question. Michael assumed she had a home or a family to return to. Maybe they wouldn't be similar in this regard as well. System, how many times did I have a family? Besides the one I had in my previously world. Not sure, I can't see that deeply, but from what little I can see, you were always an orphan. Aren't I technically an archangel? Isn't God something like my father? He inwardly chuckled while taking a glance at Astria's expression. He didn't know if he imagined it, but it looked like a small frown had been present for just a moment. If you're referring to how archangels were born, they just came into existence, similar to God, making him like your stepfather in a way. The system trailed off at the very end, drawing a confused look out of Michael. What's wrong? Well, God is dead, I can tell you that much. Not sure who is in charge now, however, it's definitely not him. Michael's eyes slightly widened in shock as he rolled around, turning his back to the two people around the campfire. How do you know he's dead? I can feel it. That's pretty vague, but whatever. As he was lost in his conversation with the system, Astria suddenly spoke up. Have we met before? Upon hearing those words, he immediately turned back around and stared into her confused-looking eyes. So she is actually just like me? Damn. Michael did not know how to reply to this question. Technically, they have met before, but just not exactly recently. Just tell her how it is. If anything, it is in your best interest to make her regain her memory. I guess. Michael agreed and nodded at her, confirming her thoughts. She looked to be in thought for a moment, her eyes turning slightly unfocused. I see. With those words, Astria turned around and lied down, finally taking her eyes away from him. It seemed like his confirmation did have some kind of an impact, as it was the first time she willingly looked away from him. Michael turned to Orin and noticed he was already fast asleep, with only him remaining awake. He thought of sleeping, however. After what happened earlier, he was not exactly in the best of moods. Sleep was definitely not on his mind. He decided to get up and walk outside, maybe explore a little bit. It was also about time he checked his status. It's been a while since he last did so. Status ++. Name Michael. Age 14 years old. Race human. Affinity light supreme. Monocore rank tier 1, 6 progress to next tier, titles ruthless combatant. Raise all your stats by 1 minor rank when facing enemies at least 1 tier above you. Being of light. Increase the effectiveness of your light affinity-based spells by 25. Stats. HP 87, 100 region 5 HP per hour. MP 62, 100 region 10 MP per hour. Herald of Light advanced passive. Mirage of Light intermediate passive. Physical Enhancement intermediate passive. Eyes of the Healer intermediate passive. Hand-to-hand combat beginner passive. Discipline basic passive. Shooting mastery beginner passive. Purify intermediate active. Aegis of Light intermediate active. Sword of Light basic active. Piercing Light intermediate active. Veil of Detection basic active ++. 5 4 hours of torture turned out to be worth only 5. Michael couldn't help but feel a little disappointed at the progress. People usually take a couple of days to get that. If they were to constantly be fighting, this is good progress. Yeah, will I be training under the sun as well? Of course. Michael rolled his eyes and took another glance at his status. A few of the stats went up and mana purity did as well. However, he was curious about one thing in particular. I am technically an archangel, right? I guess. Then why does it still say that I am a human? Do you think your body could handle the bloodline of an archangel? It is still a few tiers away, and even then, it would take a while to get the most out of it. It is considered one of the strongest in the universe after all. I see. Michael grumbled a little before standing up and heading outside of the cave. He wouldn't sleep tonight and likely the next night after that. The sunlight would likely hurt more than the cold did. Yeah, you are right, it will hurt like hell. Michael ignored the system's snarky comment and headed out into the forest. Quite a few red dots were present on his map. But there was also something strange. Among them was a single yellow dot. It did not make much sense as it was in the middle of all the other ones. At first he thought they were fighting, however. The red dots were not moving at all. Can you feel anything off? It's some kind of a leader-type monster. Not sure exactly. You would need to get closer. How strong is it? Michael asked and slowly made his way over, not trying to wake the others behind him. A bit stronger than that fanatic you faced on top of the mountain. It's a good target dummy if you decide to fight it. Michael began summoning his swords of light and sent them into the sky as a form of insurance in case the battle goes south. I see. Michael headed over to a somewhat hilly area, specifically where all of the red dots were. He made sure no one was following him. He wanted to deal with this all by himself. However, upon approaching the area, he was met with monsters that looked similar to shadows, though were not exactly them. They are undead if I were to guess. I don't understand why they were here right now. They usually go around in wastelands like the one you were in. Maybe they are trying to get some more friends. Michael thought and walked up. He had spent 10 of his total mana summoning a bunch of swords of light and sending them into the sky. If he didn't have his MP cost reduction, he would have spent 20. It was truly convenient. Some of the undead noticed him and began approaching. They looked considerably weak, their bodies decrepit. However, what was most alerting was that he could not see the supposed yellow dot. It was there on his map, but nowhere in front of him. Michael stretched out his hand and cast small swords of light. If he guessed correctly, the light affinity was considered strong against any of the undead. But nonetheless, his shields were up and the system would take care of the parrying. He had nothing to worry about at the current moment. An undead dashed at him with wonky steps. It was definitely not a tier 1. He wouldn't even need to inspect it with mana to tell. That was because it still had a shadow. Michael sent a small sword of light directly at the undead's head, creating a massive hole that destroyed its entire face. The attack was weaker since it was much smaller and contained way less mana. For it to do that, it meant his affinity really was no joke. A group of undead dashed towards him again, however. Before they could even get within 5 meters of him, they were instantly killed, massive holes riddled all over their bodies. Isn't it about time you came out? Michael looked at the general area where the yellow dot was supposed to be, trying to draw it out. But even then, it did not appear. He understood that it might be an ally, but it was significantly more likely that it's a foe. Who would be a leader-type monster while also hanging around a group of undead? The only thing that Michael could think of was liches, though that was just his childhood talking. He was not sure if they even existed. But from what he had seen so far over the course of his few years in this world, he could surmise that it was highly likely. Michael finally finished off the last of the undead. They were all weak, none even reaching tier 1. Most were in the high-level 100s, but even then they were just way too weak for him to have any trouble. Can you locate it? He asked the system, noticing the yellow dot slowly moving around on the map. I don't mean to question your intelligence, well, I kind of do. If he is not on the ground and not in the sky, where else could he be? Michael's brow twitched at that comment as he focused his mana into his eyes, making sure that it was not invisible. After a little sweep of the area and also a bit of checking the sky, it was clear. It's underground. Ding ding, 5 points to INT. You know I don't have stat points anymore, right? Michael rolled his eyes at the system's sarcastic comment and summoned a bigger sword of light, expending 2 of his mana. He immediately sent it down, using it as some kind of a shovel, trying his best to dig as deep as he could. Yet after only 2 attempts, he dug into something. It felt like he had hit wood and stopped. Michael used Sword of Light to move all the nearby dirt to the side. He wanted to see what he stumbled upon. A coffin, vampire perhaps. He shrugged and created a smaller Sword of Light and slightly stabbed it into the coffin, cutting around it and opening it up. Michael would have tried opening it normally, however. It seemed sealed shut. No amount of force could open it. Well, except a Sword of Light apparently, as he was easily able to pierce through the wooden exterior. Upon opening it, he saw a man lying down there. Michael assumed he was dead for a moment, however. A breath or two escaped the man's mouth once in a while. Coupled with the fact that he saw the yellow dot on the map, he was right in front of it. He was not sure what to do exactly. While the man seemed strong, he was currently asleep, making it an easy kill if he were to go for it. However, he stopped himself. For some reason, the man reminded him of Chloe, at least the hair. He hadn't seen many white-haired individuals except her so far. He couldn't bring himself to kill him. Even if he did, what was the point? It was a yellow dot, meaning that he was practically neutral. So is he the leader-type monster or whatever? No, he is just as strong as him. His mana is similar as well. Are vampires counted as undead? He asked and slowly lifted the coffin with his swords, bringing it out of the hole he had created. They are like a mix between demons and the undead, so in a way, yes. Michael nodded, but he couldn't hold back his curiosity. Is it true that vampires can't go out while the sun is out? Oh, and do they need to be invited to enter someone's home? What are you? A teenage girl. No, vampires can do whatever they want. The only limitation was that they could only eat and drink blood as it increased their power. Without it, they would be too weak to survive. He ignored the system's rude remark. So can they still eat normal food? If they plan to be weak, I mean. Technically, yes. I see. Michael stared at the open coffin, unsure of what to do now. He tried waking the man up, however. He was mainly unresponsive. The only vital sign was that he was breathing. Michael took a good look at him, his expression growing more and more puzzled by the moment. They really do look alike. The shade of their skin, their hair. System, is Chloe a vampire? Who knows? If you had used your mana detection on her like you do on your enemies, you might have found it out. He sighed as he understood what the system meant. When he sees an opponent, he gauges their strength, meaning he sends his mana to interact with the opponent's mana. And as for people that he's familiar with, he just sends a wave of mana to make sure they are there, not checking any deeper than that. Michael looked back and decided to try injecting mana directly into the man, maybe by stimulating his mana flow. It would wake him up. Definitely beats not trying anything at all. He didn't want to take him to the cave, but at the same time, he didn't just want to leave him here. He went through all of this trouble to save the man. It would be a bit of a waste to just leave him here. For all he knew, the undead would come back and collect him. That was probably what they were trying to do initially. Just as Michael placed his hand on the vampire's forehead, he was immediately sent flying into a nearby tree, crashing through it and a few others. System. He looked back at the coffin with a shocked expression. If he hadn't had a shield on at that moment, he would have been pierced through. And even then, whatever that attack was, it broke through his defenses, leaving a small cut on his shoulder. The hibernation appears to have reduced his strength quite a bit. Now that he has woken up, it's in a bit of a frenzy. Just dodge until he gets a grip of himself. Most vampires are not evil creatures. Michael was about to argue, but another fast attack was sent his way, forcing him to dodge to the side, just barely evading it. Easy for you to say. The frenzied vampire kept sending some kind of bolts at Michael. He couldn't tell what they were due to the speed. However, after many times of dodging them, he noticed they were a dark red color, looking exactly like blood. Do they use blood to attack? He asked the system and created 3 shields and layered them in front of him, preparing for the next attack to come. For the most part, yes, stronger ones can use affinities though. I see. Well, that's not great. Michael exclaimed as the attack broke through his shields and went through his shoulder. The vampire was still inside of the coffin. The power behind those attacks did not seem like it came from a person who had lost his mind. They were all coordinated, some even combining into one to penetrate Michael's defenses more efficiently. He was beginning to find it hard to dodge and block better yet. He could see the vampire gripping the sides of the cut-open coffin, seemingly trying to get out. How much longer do I have to endure? Michael asked as he was debating whether to send down all of his swords of light at the vampire. He didn't want to kill it, but if it came down to it, he would. These frenzied states last depending on the tier of the vampire. Since it was most likely a tier 1, it would be around 10 minutes. Fuck, are all vampires so unreasonable? You tried waking it up before it was time. You were the one being unreasonable. And you couldn't tell me that before I tried waking it up, Michael exclaimed at the system and felt the pressure around him increase greatly. This was the strongest opponent he had faced up to date in a real battle anyway. Amanda was still much stronger. Can't you parry its attack at least once? What do you think I have been doing this whole time? Those little injuries you have are due to me redirecting the attack to a different area. All of them were aiming for your vitals. Aha. Suddenly the vampire shot up out of its coffin, sitting up straight, its eyes glued on Michael. They were pure red, similar to Chloe's but more savage. It made his hands shake a tad bit. He was not sure if it was due to the pressure or the potential for him to die here. Nonetheless, he won't die, not again. System, are you sure the vampire was originally tier 1? I am sure. Upon receiving the system's confirmation, Michael decided to take up on the offensive. He clearly could not block its attacks, but at least with a close-range battle, he could prevent it from using those deadly blood attacks. Or that's what he hoped for anyway. If anything, he could send down all of his swords of light. Even a frenzied vampire would not survive. Its attack power might have increased greatly, however, its defense was that of a tier 1. Michael prepared for battle, covering himself in as many shields as he could before dashing forward. However, to his surprise, the vampire disappeared from his vision, and he could feel a sudden burst of mana appear from his side. He attempted to dodge, yet was too slow, resulting in the attack piercing through his abdomen, a small hole appearing with blood pouring down. It just barely missed my vitals. Michael's expression hardened, a bit higher, and he would have certainly died. He was not sure if even his healing capabilities would save him. He shot out a sword of light, aiming for the vampire. However, it dodged it without much effort, sending a bolt of blood in the form of a spear right at Michael. Fuck this. Michael resolved himself to not bother with this nonsense and waved his hand downwards, the sky suddenly lighting up in a golden light. And before the vampire could react, hundreds, if not thousands, of swords of light flew towards it. The vampire attempted to dodge, however. It was not successful, with some attacks landing and causing huge gashes to appear on its body. However, much to Michael's surprise, those injuries were quickly healing, almost like when he casts his healing on someone. It was way too fast. Vampires tend to have very high regenerative abilities. It would be even faster had it not been fighting against someone, using the light affinity. Its demon and undead sides suffer greatly from it. Well, it doesn't seem like it would slow down. Michael observed and waved his hand down again, sending another batch of swords of light flying right at the vampire. But this time the number was greatly increased, same with the speed. The vampire had no choice but to pay attention to the attacks, completely ignoring Michael. That gave him the opportunity to attack back. The tides have turned due to his hidden attack, equaling out the strength difference just a tad bit. Michael used his mirroring passive to hide piercing light and sent it at the vampire's heart. He was unable to use it with an extremely high number of swords of light. He was a bit far from that level. The golden-haired him managed to make it look so easy. Just as the vampire dodged the barrage of swords of light raining down on him, it noticed a single sword of light flying towards it. It did not seem bothered as it simply tried swatting the attack away. However, it passed through its hand, and suddenly, a massive hole appeared in the very middle of its body. That was rather easy, huh? Michael thought to himself as he noticed the vampire slowly falling down to the ground, slowly dispersing into the wind. He wished for this fight to not happen, but he did not want to risk dying. He could not see himself surviving for 10 minutes. It was hard to survive for even 2. All of a sudden, some of the black particles that appeared when the vampire began dispersing flew over to Michael before being absorbed into his body. He looked around for a moment, not understanding what just happened. System, ding. Curse of the Dying Vampire. All nearby vampires can tell that you have slain their kin. Duration, 4 weeks. Oh, Michael looked on at the notification that just appeared and facepalmed. It would look pretty bad if I were to approach Chloe with this thing on, huh? Well, there are rogue vampires, plus just because they are the same race doesn't mean they hold affection for one another. This one was not even from the same world. I see. That makes sense. Michael nodded and glanced at his map again. He saw a familiar yellow dot watching him from not too far away. It was Astria. Yet a question remained lingering inside of his mind. How did this vampire even appear here with the horde of undead? I was looking at the map quite frequently. You were and so was I. It appeared around 10 minutes before you saw it yourself. I am not sure how it got there. It definitely was not there the entire time. Can hibernating vampires mask their presence? Like make it so even the map could not spot them, Michael asked his last question and headed over to where Astria had been hiding. I don't know if that's possible, but nothing else could explain what happened maybe. Who knows? He shrugged and appeared in front of Astria, who had been silently watching him. Nice fight, she said with a thumbs up. She seems a bit weird. Michael walked in the very front with her behind him. It seems like she had observed the whole fight and had a pretty casual reaction to his abilities. After Michael turned back to her but immediately stopped talking, her eyes were once again unfocused. He decided to continue walking. Whatever was happening, he couldn't do anything about it. The best he can do is be himself. She is asking more questions now after all. Even if they were vague, it was progress. Michael could tell that a small piece of her memories started returning. Same with his, however. He hadn't really gotten any new ones ever since the last time. Though even if there were no new memories, the ones he could remember had become clearer, and the surroundings had even become more vivid. And they were strange to say the least. He could see the sky, yet they were not on the ground. It was an odd place. There were a couple more people there, but he couldn't see their faces. He couldn't even properly judge their height or appearance. It seemed to be morphing. However, Astria was still standing there, looking at the almost empty sky. There was a single golden star there. That was where his memories ended, him looking at her and her staring at the golden star above. He couldn't comprehend these memories. They were not like those of his trials. They did not tell a story. Just a simple fragmented memory meaning nothing, but at the same time meaning everything. They remained walking in silence until they finally arrived back at the cave with Orin still sleeping soundly. It did not seem like much time had passed, yet the sun was beginning to come up, a small light shining down into the cave. Yet what caught his eyes the most was Astria, particularly her silver eyes, which were still directly staring at him. She is so confusing. Michael scratched his head and picked up the last piece of the pig monster he had left, chopping it up and cooking it. By the time he was finished, the sun managed to come up to a decent point in the sky. However, he was not excited because he knew what awaited him. Don't worry, you still have an hour or 2 left before that. Enjoy your little moment of peace. No need to sound like some sort of supervillain. Michael took a few bites out of the pig's leg. He had already split the rest with Astria and Orin. But it did not seem like Orin wanted to wake up. He was just rolling around in the makeshift leaf bed that did not seem comfortable at all. Michael assumed that he just enjoyed the feeling of nature. Who knows what a kid who had never seen the outside world could be thinking. They all finished eating, and Michael took a glance at his map, making sure that there were no abnormalities this time around. Right after that, he went ahead and told the others to not bother him for a little while. Michael couldn't think of any excuses for Astria, who had been looking at him suspiciously, but in the end, she gave in, taking Orin outside into the forest. It seemed like he wanted to walk around a bit. He was still not talking to anyone, though. Are you sure I can't just go outside? Michael asked the system and stood in front of the beam of light in the very back of the cave. Last time it was moonlight, now it's sunlight. It's convenient, plus I doubt you would want the others to hear you scream. Scream. You think I will scream? Michael tilted his head and sat down under the light. You seem to regard yourself rather highly for someone who had to use cheap tricks to win against a mere vampire. Michael shrugged. Cheap tricks. They are a part of my abilities. If anything, the vampire used his frenzy as an unfair trick. I just made the fight more fair. Right. Just as the system's disapproving voice rang out, his body began heating up rapidly, with sweat already trickling down as if it were raining. Isn't this a bit too fast? Michael asked as he felt like the cold was way more bearable at the start than the heat. Added to the fact that it was increasing almost exponentially with each moment that passed, did not give him much confidence. KRHH, a small groan escaped his mouth as the temperature began getting a little unbearable for him. It's been 12 seconds, you will be at this for at least 4 hours, why are you already groaning? Michael's eyes widened at the system's remark. There was no way he could last that long. However, just as he was about to complain, the temperature once again increased, making it hard to breathe. System, heal me now, Michael said in a serious tone while looking at his status. His HP was decreasing at an extremely rapid pace, so much so that if a few more seconds passed, he would most certainly die. Hold on a little longer. You have to make the best use of this situation. Fuck your situation, heal me or I am going to die. He was starting to slightly panic as his health was close to single digits. Yet even as it went down to 8, 6, 3, and 2, Michael did not feel like he was about to get healed. However, the moment his HP touched upon the 1 threshold, it suddenly shot back up to 31, causing him to regain some of his fading senses. Are you fucking crazy? Michael exclaimed at the system. He almost died just now. If only he could cast a heal by himself, however, due to his senses becoming extremely sensitive, he was not able to properly control his mana. Relax, I won't let you die. Plus, look at the progress. Your mana purity went up a little bit, and your mana core progress has almost increased by 1. A few more hours of this and you will have gained a lot. Fuck you, I am not doing this for hours. I will run out of mana in less than an hour. Due to the system not being able to utilize his mana to the fullest, the consumption of his heal was 6 MP, whereas if he were to use it himself, it would only be 1.5, meaning the system used 4 times more MP than he does. It's not very efficient. So what? The more you do this, the more immunity you will build up to it. I believe you can last a full minute this time. I hate you. Michael exclaimed and began feeling the heat all over his body again. This time, however, it wasn't as severe, it felt bearable. Or so he thought, but after 20 seconds he began feeling suffocated and his HP began plummeting once again, reaching single digits before he was healed again. 33 seconds, not bad. Michael snickered and took this time to heal himself back to full HP. 31 did not feel great. He went again and this time, he definitely lasted longer. However, the system's next words made his expression sour. 39 seconds, a small improvement. How is that even possible? Didn't I start from full HP? The heat does not stop increasing just because your HP is higher. You would have lasted 35 seconds had you not healed yourself back to full. Now stop wasting your mana and go again. Michael took a deep, exhausted breath and continued this torture training until eventually, a familiar sound resounded in his ears. Ding. New skill generated. Heat resistance basic passive. You take 15 less damage from anything related to heat. Oh, Michael stared at the notification with widened eyes. He didn't expect to receive a passive skill from something like this. He took in the cold for a longer period of time, yet he didn't get anything, so he thought that it just might not be possible. Yet here it is, a skill that can reduce his suffering by a whopping 15. It is definitely good, and if he could also get one related to the cold, he would feel at ease. However, as he was enjoying his little victory, the system's voice rang out. Why are you so happy? I will just increase the intensity by 15. Come on, aren't I suffering enough already? Michael asked with slight frustration. It really was getting tough to bear. His skin was still steaming. The burn marks hadn't gone away either. While you might be suffering the same amount, your mana sensitivity increases by an extra 15. It's good, the only downside is that you will feel a bit more pain than usual. A bit more pain? You said 15 though, Michael asked in confusion. Well, it's a trial and error process. Let's just see how long you can endure, shall we? What bullshit, as Michael was about to cuss out the system. His senses were once again enhanced, and his skin began to sizzle immediately. Oh, that might be a little too much. At the system's words, his skin stopped sizzling. Instead, it gradually began getting hotter, similar to how he first started. You did that on fucking purpose, Michael exclaimed in frustration as he was beginning to feel the effects of both his passive skill and the increase in heat. The passive skill made it so a certain threshold of heat gets converted into a cooling sensation, which made it a little more bearable. However, as he was at the 50-second mark, he began seeing his skin melting. It happened way too fast for him to process. He glared at seemingly nothing, however. His gaze was directed at the system. He knew it saw him. Whoops, Michael ignored it and saw his skin being enveloped by a golden light. But just as he was about to relax for a couple of minutes, the heat came back again. Hey, timeout. Why? You still have a decent amount of mana left. No shit, but can't you see that I am literally dying here? Michael referred to his breathing. He was not able to catch his breath ever since the 30-second mark, and after his skin began melting, his breath exhausted further. Yet he did not scream, for some reason. While it did hurt, the most he would let out was a groan. But he could not say that it felt pleasant. It was many times worse than the coldness, and it definitely was something he would rather not do. However, it was the perfect time to get stronger. He had no worries and no obligations, only free time. And from what he saw while looking at the map, this world was massive, even bigger than his own. The training continued until he finally ran out of mana, finally plopping down onto the ground behind him, sweat covering his entire body. He stood up and noticed something concerning. It was his clothes, which looked like they were glued and burned on the ground from the heat he emitted. It seemed like he subconsciously took them off while he was undergoing his training. He quickly checked the map to make sure no one was around. He saw Astria and Orin a few kilometers away from the cave. Michael heaved a sigh of relief and pondered his choices. He certainly couldn't wear these clothes, yet making clothes out of rocks didn't exactly sound exciting either. System, is it possible to make some kind of armor out of light? Well, yes, but just so you know, you currently have only 2 of your mana remaining. Michael's brow twitched as he had to check for himself, and it appeared like it was the truth. He really was out of mana. However, he was not discouraged. He still had some ideas he came up with. Is it really not possible to solidify the mana like I do with swords of light? Can't I just create a thin layer of mana around myself and make it solid? It could work if you knew what you were doing. I wish you luck, though. Aren't you going to help me? Why should I? You are the one standing naked here. Deal with it yourself. Michael was left speechless. The system was being as unreasonable as always. He just hoped it would come through for him this one time. However, he made sure not to panic. He still had a bit of time before the 2 came back, and he could think of something in that time. Or so he hoped, though putting his earlier idea into practice looked to be a bit more difficult than he had anticipated. Just weaving the mana around while having it connected to his body did not drain it. He used that as leverage to surround his whole body with it. Yet even then, some of the mana came back into his body, refusing to stay outside of it. He was at a loss. The little bit of progress he thought he had made was proving to not be sufficient. What can I do? Michael tried envisioning his armor similar to how he did the swords. It was easy to form them. It almost felt natural to him, therefore he never questioned the process. He summoned a singular sword of light, trying to figure out the process of how he molded the mana to solidify. It took him a few tries, but he eventually narrowed it down. It was an interesting process. The mana started out like a thick fog, similar to how it was floating around his body. However, the foggy mana quickly got injected with a denser amount of mana. It felt like a large amount, yet it never left his body. It only ignited the already existing mana, causing the fog to shape and turn into his most used skill, Sword of Light. The dense mana appeared to be coming from the single mana thread he had. While he thought he was already using it to its full extent, it seemed he was slightly wrong. There was an outer layer and an inner layer of the thread. The mana he was trying to use appeared to be coming from the outer part, and the denser mana from the inner part. The output seemed stronger while the capacity seemed lesser. It was a fair trade-off, yet it seemed like it was a necessity to fuel his skills. Without it, they would not form. Michael tried tinkering around with it and noticed that it was fairly easy. However, due to him being relatively inexperienced at controlling it, he became dizzy immediately. He calmed himself down and tried again, covering himself in a thin layer of mana before injecting a very small amount of the denser mana into it. And the moment he did, a thin yet visible layer of mana appeared around him, shaped into the form of clothing, hiding his entire body. It seemed elastic enough to be mistaken for actual clothing, well besides the fact that it looked like a golden-colored suit. He could admit that while it did look strange, it was certainly better than not having any clothes at all. Now that he was able to utilize this part of his mana, it seemed like his repertoire increased significantly. Over the coming days, he would try making a healing skill. Why does this not count as a skill? Michael asked the system, as he did find it a little odd. If you infused more mana, and I mean much more mana, you would have gotten it. As your current clothing stands, if you get attacked even once, those clothes are dispersing. Be careful. Oh, Michael looked himself up and down and nodded with a satisfied look. The day is still young. Regain some of your mana and we can continue. After all, you wouldn't want to waste time doing nothing, would you? Aha. Michael let out an exhausted breath and went back to the front of the cave, noticing Astria and Orin in the distance. She seemed to be carrying a pig monster in one hand while holding Orin's hand with the other. Guess I won't have to look for food. Kevin's POV, 4 days. Kevin thought as he walked inside of the classroom. It's been 4 days since he last saw Michael. It was strange considering while he would always be late, he would never skip class completely. Even if he found it as boring as him, Kevin felt like he wouldn't do that. Lena isn't saying anything either. He glanced at her and sat down in his seat. The lesson would begin shortly. He had been training with mana control lately. His strength had risen a fair deal. It was difficult as he believed it was impossible for anyone to do at the early levels. Only in the 150 level range could someone finally control their mana. Yet he was able to do it now, both by enhancing himself and by projecting the mana outwards. The same went with Chloe. He felt like she improved a little too fast. For all he knew, she might also be a regressor. But after countless times of giving hints and her failing to notice them, Kevin dismissed that idea. He took a glance at Elizabeth and she glared back at him. They spared nearly every day now and she always lost. She doesn't quit though. Kevin nodded to himself as her progress is almost as good as theirs and they were considered quite the gifted bunch. Of course, there was a monster called Michael, but he was not exactly normal. The lessons continued and for some reason, Kevin grew a bit weary. It seemed like a normal day, yet he couldn't shake off the feeling that something might be wrong. The classroom was lively, while the outside was deathly quiet. His unease intensified as he went outside of the academy to train. He found the glares and envy of others quite a bother. Was it his fault that he was better than them? As he walked to a nearby facility, one that seemed completely empty except for the workers, he noticed Elizabeth had been tailing him. Kevin sighed and turned towards her, casting the shadow stop skill, which made the target's body stop in place. There were the negatives of it costing a lot of mana at the start, yet due to his proficiency in both lives, he was able to figure out a way to make it less costly. It was a temporary skill, and it only lasted a few seconds, however. Despite it being so simple, it was one of his most favorite skills. Making others his shadows and forcing them to fight for him was his favorite. Elizabeth tried moving around, breaking free from the skill, however, she was not able to. "Let me go," she glared at him further, causing his brows to furrow. "You are being a little unreasonable, don't you think? You stalk me, then start demanding for things." Kevin complained and released her from the skill, making her almost fall to the ground. "You said we would train together," Elizabeth said, her glare getting more and more intense. Kevin's eyes momentarily widened before he composed himself. "I forgot." However, just as he was about to start thinking of an excuse, the ground began rumbling, causing the entire building to shake. Kevin was confused for a mere moment before he understood what was happening. "It's a bit delayed, but it's finally here." He went outside and saw a portal the size of a building appear near the academy. From what he remembered, this certain event should have happened weeks ago. He was not sure why there was such a massive delay. Yet his worries intensified as the size of the portal only increased. It had been bigger than his initial expectations, but now it was at least twice the size of what it was in the past. "Is that a dungeon?" Elizabeth asked with a confused look as she watched the ever-expanding portal slowly move to the sky. "What the fuck?" Kevin was even more shocked now. First the size, now the deviation. It was nothing like the past. He could see people running away from it in fear, some even stumbling and falling onto the ground. The dungeon portal was now fully in the sky, and it finally stopped expanding. Instead, it began pulsing out energy, which made Kevin's breathing a little rougher. Taking a glance at Elizabeth, he saw she had the same problems as well, however. It seemed like they were more prominent as she began trembling, with her breathing being even rougher than his. Kevin was suddenly interrupted by a massive gust of mana that pushed him back a few meters, even throwing Elizabeth a fair distance before she managed to catch herself with her sword. He looked at the portal and saw a few, maybe 10, red blobs started slowly descending from the sky. They looked normal at first glance, however. Upon taking a closer look, Kevin could see the sheer amount of mana inside of them. Fuck. "They are mana bombs." He contemplated on what to do. While they were descending rather slowly, by the time he walked back to the academy, they would have already hit the ground. He had time to escape and little to no time to help the others. The only person that he could take with him at the moment was Elizabeth, whose shaking appeared to be intensifying. "Hey, are you all right?" he asked her, waving his hand in front of her face. Elizabeth's brow twitched as her trembling stopped for a moment, swatting away his hand. "Yeah, don't do that again, by the way." Fine. Kevin shrugged and looked onwards at the falling mana bombs. There appeared to be some people casting spells at them, trying to slow them down. However, they were unsuccessful as the bombs seemed to resist their mana completely. He could see the police force running at him and going past, not even warning them to evacuate. That's how panicked most were. Could he have stopped this from happening? Maybe. Would he risk revealing his hidden identity to others? Definitely not. Even if he did warn the others about this potentially happening, most would think that he was insane. While abnormal stuff was common, foresight was certainly not. There have been people who claimed to have foresight in the past, however. They were all deemed crazy and thus ignored. Kevin watched as some strong individuals jumped into the sky, grabbing some of the mana bombs and redirecting them. They were not strong enough to completely neutralize them, it seemed, as they began flying everywhere but the academy. Most were directed towards a few open spaces inside the inner part of the city, however. A few couldn't help but fall in the direction of where some people were located. Kevin looked up even higher and noticed something. One of those bombs was heading directly at him. As he was prepared to switch places with his shadow, he remembered that he was not alone. Elizabeth was standing still and looked at the incoming mana bomb, seemingly frozen in fear. Fuck, what's wrong with her? One moment she is badass, the next she is a complete wimp. Kevin face-palmed and felt around for his shadows. He noticed he only had a single one, meaning he could only switch one person and leave the other to fend for themselves. He was conflicted. He never thought he would need more than one shadow to escape while in the city, yet here he was. I should just leave. Kevin began enveloping himself in his own shadow, however. Halfway through he stopped. He couldn't take away his eyes from Elizabeth's expression. Just seeing it made his stomach churn. Elizabeth, he called out to her, but was met with no response. Elizabeth, at his shout, she managed to finally snap out of it, looking directly at him. And the moment she did, he cast a swirling vortex, enveloping her, and in her place a shadow appeared, mirroring Kevin's experience. It was still impossible for him to make shadows travel through other shadows, so he was not able to attach one to Elizabeth. If he could, they would both be safe. He took a deep breath and looked up. The mana bomb was almost nearly 100 meters away, its velocity constantly increasing. Kevin didn't waste any time and began running in what appeared to be a safe location. However, if they really were mana bombs, he couldn't be 100% sure that he would be safe. I am going to regret this, aren't I? Kevin ran and ran, however. No matter how much further he had got, he could still feel that he was within its blast range. These bombs were like mini nukes, essentially a normal bomb but enhanced with mana. It meant that whoever did this had someone on their side who had this kind of skill. It was not extremely rare. It was just rare for people to use it in a way like this. It was vile and inhumane. Kevin sped himself up and saw a type of metro system leading downwards. That was his best bet. He could protect himself from the rubble but not the explosion itself. He doubted it would extend downwards. It would be pretty troublesome if it did. However, the metro system seemed deep enough, and it also had some sort of shafts. It wasn't abandoned, but it was certainly empty due to the situation. As the seconds passed and he ran down deeper and deeper, he began getting a little confused at the depth of this metro. It was certainly abnormal. What is this? As he was wondering that, the ground finally shook, signifying that the mana bomb finally landed. The shaking was way more intense than he imagined, and it looked like the blast was slowly heading towards him. He collapsed the tunnel behind him. He made his shadow run in the direction of the academy. It should reach it in a couple of minutes. Until then, he had to somehow survive. As he was walking and getting deeper, the railing finally ended. Ahead of him was just a simple tunnel that traveled for as long as the eye could see. Kevin could feel the heat coming from behind him. The only reason he was not panicking was that the shadow he sent out was still alive. As long as his shadows didn't materialize, they were practically immortal. What was most strange about this situation was that the ground hadn't stopped shaking yet. He assumed that the bombs were deadly, but for them to be this deadly, it seemed overkill. As his steps grew louder and louder, the ground eventually began to feel hollow. It was definitely not normal considering just a few moments ago. It was perfectly solid. He tried walking forward and noticed that the pathway ahead was not as hollow as the previous area he passed through. Kevin couldn't hide his curiosity, so he walked back and tapped a few times, causing a small crack to appear in the tunnel's ground. He crouched down and ripped apart the hollow flooring and saw a small manhole that had a ladder leading downwards. His senses were screaming at him to stop and turn back, however. He let his curiosity get the best of him. After all, it was starting to get difficult to breathe as there was no oxygen in these tunnels. Kevin cursed himself for blocking it off but justified it as him not having any other choice. Death by fire seemed more grueling. He definitely did not want to experience it. He climbed down the ladder and was met with a small room, a single white door in front of him. Not ominous at all. Kevin thought to himself as he approached the door and attempted to open it. Much to his surprise, it was already open. All it needed was a little push. He felt the heat growing more intense. It probably bypassed the parts he collapsed. Kevin quickly got inside of the room and closed the door behind him, finally being able to breathe normally. However, as he looked around inside, he was a little shocked. It looked like some kind of laboratory. However, it seemed abandoned. Some vials were broken and thrown all over the place. He was surprised that he was even able to breathe there. From what he could tell, this was old. The ventilation should have been clogged by now, yet it wasn't. He paced around the room and noticed some strange symbols that appeared to be some kind of a runic language. Kevin never bothered to learn it as Michael was the one who liked learning other languages. He left them all to him. I should have at least got the basics down. He sighed in helplessness and pocketed the notes on which the symbols were drawn on. The language did seem a little familiar to him, however. He was still not able to understand it in the slightest. He noticed more notes, however. They were all either ripped apart or basically unreadable due to the amount of time that had passed. Nonetheless, he pocketed them. Who knows what kind of information he could extract if he somehow manages to read the text. If anything, he would get Michael to do it. He used to love learning. Kevin assumed that maybe that one part of his didn't change at all. I hope. He checked the lab a bit more thoroughly as he would soon be going back to the academy. His shadow was fairly close. However, the moment he crouched under one of the tables, he saw something strange. It looked like a giant white feather, and it was enclosed inside of a glass case, seemingly being preserved. Everything else is broken, but this isn't. Kevin looked at it suspiciously. The feather looked a bit too big to belong to a bird, unless it was some kind of a mutated bird he was not aware of. But he believed he was good at identifying monsters, enough to know that this did not belong to one, at least not one he had ever seen in either of his lives anyway. The glass case did not have anything written on it, however. Upon a closer look, he noticed it was covered in mana. Preservation magic. He guessed and took it with him, covering it with his shadows and tying it down to his body. The feather looked valuable. Besides that, he could not see anything else noteworthy inside of the laboratory. No more notes, nothing, just simple wreckage that he could not bother to check through. Kevin felt that his shadow had finally reached the entrance to the academy, and he quickly switched places with it, appearing right in front of the academy. The first thing that he noticed upon arriving here was the smell. It reeked of burnt corpses. He regretted eating earlier as he felt as if he would vomit all of his food out. Added on top of that, the air felt warm and it was slightly difficult to breathe. Kevin turned to look around him and his eyes widened. The entire sky was either black or gray, and he could see many fires out in the distance. There were not a lot of people around him, as most were likely inside the academy since it was much safer than where he was currently. He couldn't see clearly, yet a few figures looked like they were in the sky, some fighting while others simply staring, not doing anything. And for a moment, it seemed like his eyes connected with one of the beings up there, and immediately an incredibly strong pressure engulfed him, nearly making him kneel. However, it only lasted for a moment, as in the next, he instinctively retreated backwards, heading straight for the academy. "I'll just wait inside." Amanda's POV was just a regular day where all she had to do was sit around and pretend to work, yet for some reason, she felt that the mana was a bit more active than usual. Amanda had met up with her father a few days ago and told him about her decision to send Michael to the other world. Even though it was for a short duration, she believed he could make good use of it. I wonder where someone like him came from. Amanda leaned back in her chair further, thinking about the abnormality that was Michael. Ever since he first arrived in the city, he stirred up the people and the government. They were pretty reliant on him because he was a saint and not a stupid one at that. Though after he disappeared, she found a replacement, that being Tony, a terrible healer and not exactly a great person, but with enough intimidation, even idiots can be tamed. She was a bit shocked at how her father reacted to the news, though. It seemed he was quite fond of Michael. When he first disappeared and reappeared, his energy was at its peak. But for some reason, he seemed a bit worried after she told him about Michael being sent to another world for a short duration. That's why he also headed there after him. It seemed like a bit of an overkill, but it's not like her father had anything to do at the moment. His position has been stripped due to the passage of time. The only thing that remained was his strength, as ever since being healed, it slowly returned. He was nearly at the peak he once reached. As Amanda was lost in her thoughts, nearly falling asleep, she suddenly couldn't feel anything from the outside. She usually had her senses expanded over the whole city, yet at the current moment, that connection was severed seamlessly. Amanda didn't waste any time and smashed through the window behind her, free-falling out of the building before stopping herself in the middle of the air. A few individuals appeared, and all of a sudden, a transparent black dome appeared around them, completely blocking off the view from inside the dome. All she could see were three people who seemed abnormally strong for being of this realm. It wouldn't take a genius to deduce that they were not from here. The three of them looked a bit odd upon closer look. Their skin color was different. They all had a deep crimson shade and they were completely bald, however. The most surprising feature of them all was the single black horn on their heads and a single pale white dot on their forehead that did not stand out as much. But nonetheless, she believed it was important, unless they just had some kind of birth defect. Amanda stared at them intently and tried sensing their tier, however. It seemed like they were hiding it thoroughly. She herself was a tier 6, however. It didn't seem like they were that far off either, maybe tier 5. There were a total of 20 known tiers, with her father achieving a pretty high tier, not exactly at the very top, but still considered strong amongst many. However, according to him, there were many beings that could not be fathomed, where even tiers did not do their strength justice. Amanda was young at the time, so she thought he was bluffing, dismissing the potential of someone or something like that existing. But as she grew older, the possibility seemed more and more possible. She had been to the other realms and saw many strong beings, some of which even rivaled her father in terms of strength. Nonetheless, it was not the time for her to worry about them. There were enemies in front of her that had to be eliminated. However, as the stalemate grew longer and longer, the black dome suddenly began shaking, causing her to feel slightly uneasy as some of the mana from outside the dome had leaked inside. Something is happening. She concluded and gazed at the weird-looking people. From their appearance, she could assume they were some kind of demons. Amanda had never been to hell or any demonic region, however. From the texts she has read, most of the demons looked similar, with the high-ranking ones possessing special features. Taking another glance at them, she deduced that they were definitely not high otherwise. They would not enjoy being bald. She suddenly raised her hand, forming a small wind blade that kept condensing before disappearing. However, it only looked like that to the naked eye, as in the next moment the three demons got into position and blocked her attack. Annoying. She complained and looked at their solid defense. If they weren't together, she could kill them pretty easily. Amanda summoned a few more invisible wind blades and spoke, "Why are you doing this?" She was not expecting to receive a response, however. One of them quickly replied, "Where is the Child of Shadows?" "Child of Shadows? What are you even talking about?" She asked and thought about who it could be. Michael. No, he uses light. Then, Amanda stopped as she finally figured out who they might be talking about. It was one of the more promising academy students. He is as strong as the teachers and could definitely create a mana core within the next few years. His name is Kevin. Hand him over and we will spare the city, one of the demons said while maintaining their defensive stance. It seemed like they were not completely stupid. They knew that if they went on the offensive, they would most likely perish. The strength difference grew wider with each new tier an individual achieved. They could not win even if they tried. "You would spare the city? How?" "By stalling until I exhaust myself." Amanda taunted and enhanced herself with the wind, quickly reappearing behind one of them and slashed, coming into contact with their triple defense once again. She stepped back and frowned. A dark green mana began enveloping her before combining with her wind blades. "Block this." At Amanda's words and the slightly confused expression of the demons, a single wind blade emerged. Its color was dark green and it did not seem that ominous. They attempted to block it the same way, however. Much to their surprise, the attack was not as simple as it looked. On the outside, it looked like a darker colored wind blade, but once it reached them, specifically their defenses, it began melting their skin. Finally, some progress. She sighed and cast a few more of them. These demons were truly a bothersome bunch. Not strong, but not exactly weak either, in the very middle, being completely annoying. This was the ability from her father's side. It turned her mana into the poison affinity. It was pretty rare to have more than one, but due to her bloodline, she had both wind and poison. Amanda did not like using it often as she still hadn't mastered it completely yet. The mana consumption was way too high. Though it did get the job done, she stared at the demons who had shocked expressions plastered on their faces while their bodies were slowly melting until eventually, they were dead. The fight hadn't taken that long, only a few minutes. It would have been much faster if they hadn't been so resilient. Even with her poison, it took them longer than it should have to melt. As the last of their bodies disappeared, the dome finally fell, and what greeted her eyes was the sight of multiple mushrooms and fires all over the inner part of the city. She could vaguely tell from inside the dome that something was happening. As the fight had been going on, the demons were looking around for something. And it seemed like one of them did find something, however. Shortly after, Amanda killed all of them. A few of the buildings fell. The citizens were screaming for help. It was complete chaos. She could also see some kind of imp-looking monsters all over the ground. They were all low-level, but the sheer amount of them was certainly troublesome. Amanda breathed out a deep sigh and descended from the sky. She was technically the leader of this city, and as one, she would protect its citizens. This is what I get for dozing off. Michael's POV. He was currently sitting under the sunny sky. It had been 5 whole days since he got here, and the improvements were pretty drastic. To start it off, he now had a whole 40 progress towards the next tier. He felt significantly more powerful. It had gotten a bit difficult to increase his progress past a certain point. The system told him that it was only natural. His mana core was expanding and providing room for more mana to seep in. Added on to the fact that he finally received a skill from his cold exposure. Cold resistance, basic passive. You take 15 less damage from anything related to the cold. It was nearly identical to the heat resistance passive skill. He just wished he could finally combine passive skills so he could get something good from this. Anyway, Michael stood up and waved off the heat that was coming from out of his body. It was way hotter than training in the cave, however. It was also more efficient. However, he decided it was time to finally leave. He was satisfied with the progress. Michael felt like if he were to train his remaining days here, he would, at maximum, increase it by another 15. While it did seem like a lot, it would require him to be under direct moonlight or sunlight for many hours at a time. And quite frankly, he had grown a bit tired of it. He needed a break. Although he was being fully healed each time, the sensations never faded. Come on, do more. Fuck off, I have been at it for 5 days straight. I deserve a break too, Michael said with a tired sigh and walked back to the cave, noticing Astria preparing some kind of a meal. He looked forward to it. She tried cooking while he was training and surprisingly, it tasted delicious. Ever since then, she took up the duty of cooking the food. It was not like she had anything better to do. Orin still wasn't out of his sulking phase. The conversations they shared were minimal, and Michael did not try pressing him to change. Things like loss take time to heal. Rushing him would only cause the scars to further affect Orin in the future. And as for Astria, she seemed to be in deep thought most of the time. They were not talking much either. However, every time they did, Astria showed more and more emotion. It looked like whatever memories were bottled up down inside her mind were slowly resurfacing. Too bad I am not regaining anything, Michael grumbled. He only had one memory of her, yet she seemed to be regaining more and more. It was strange, she wasn't an open book either. He couldn't exactly gauge her current personality. The only conclusion he could come to was that she was overly curious. Michael walked up to the two of them and sat down, grabbing a piece of food before announcing we are going to be leaving soon. Orin's eyes seemed to light up while Astria remained passive. What will you do? Michael asked Astria. So far she had been accompanying them, however. He was not sure what her plans moving forward were. For all he knew, she might have been a little lonely and wanted some company while in the forest. However, if she was anything like how he observed then, I will go with you, she said with a faint smile while staring into his eyes. Despite the usual look, her gaze looked warmer than he was used to. It even made his heart skip a beat. Good. Let's see. Michael nodded and turned to the map. It looked like there was some sort of a city not too far away. But still, even if it wasn't far by his standards, Orin was with them. He didn't want to make the kid winded by traveling at very high speeds. Unlike the people up in the Sky Islands, Orin was weak. He couldn't even feel his mana, but if he were to guess, he was likely under level 10. Michael finally picked the destination and stood up. Astria, are you sure you want to go with us? I want to go with you, she proclaimed, and stood up with Orin by her side. They seemed to get pretty close over the last few days. Maybe he saw her as some sort of a mother figure. She was, after all, making food and taking care of him. Maybe that was a way for him to relieve his grief by indulging in further delusion. But he wasn't going to stop him. Once they took him to the city, Orin would be taken care of and he could finally go back. I wonder when Amanda is going to call me. Shit, Michael thought for a moment before freezing. He had forgotten all about his phone. It wasn't military grade or anything of the sort, so it must have melted along with his other clothing. The one thing he was glad about was that he didn't take the orbs he had gotten back at the temple. If he were to lose one of them, it would have been bad. No, it wouldn't have. The trials are connected to the system, and the orb you used for concentrating your mana, you have been subconsciously doing it already. It was meant to be more of a beginner tool. Oh, that's good to know. Michael felt relieved, but at the same time pissed. The phone he had lasted him for several years. Even if he couldn't use it much in the temple, it was still working. And it also had every single important contact he could think of. Safe to say, Amanda would give him an earful. They didn't waste any time and packed up whatever they had, which wasn't much, and headed for the city. It would take nearly a day of walking at their current pace. Astria suddenly sped up and walked beside him with Orin in the very back. She looked forward, not making eye contact with Michael, and said, Michael, do you remember when we met? Is this some sort of a trick question? Michael thought for a moment before coming to a realization. She must have remembered much deeper into the past than he could imagine. However, he doesn't exactly know the answer to that question. He knew when they met this time, though. Nearly a week ago, right in front of the forest. Why? He said while acting slightly oblivious. Her eyes became unfocused for just a moment before they returned to their usual clear silvery color. It's nothing. Michael could tell that she was a little upset, but what could he do? It was not like he could remember anything else. System, any tips? Increase your synchronization rate. Do you remember what happened last time? I don't even know for how many years I was gone, and it did not feel longer than a few hours. If Freya hadn't cast that time-stopping spell, I would have been screwed. Time won't pass if you do the trials directly through the system. That orb was only an imitation, and my capabilities are the real deal. Don't worry about it. Michael paced forward while trying to hold a poker face. You telling me to not worry about it makes me worry about it more. Again, Michael stared with widened eyes at the sight in front of him. A bunch of undead, less than last time, however. They appeared to be a little bit stronger. It seemed like Astria had noticed them as well. They were still a distance away, but they were heading straight for them. Before Michael could say anything, a small black thread escaped from Astria's fingertips and headed straight for the incoming undead, and in just a moment, they disappeared from the map. Michael's eyes widened at the sight. The hell was that? A special affinity of some sort. I can't quite figure out what it is, but she has at least 2 affinities. 2 affinities. I thought you could only have 1. Well, it's mostly luck or because of a bloodline. I don't have much information about archangels besides the surface knowledge. I can't assure you that you might have more, but there is certainly a chance. I don't know. They are written as some sort of beings of light. I doubt they have anything else going for them. Michael thought while looking at Astria's back. She went forward with Orin as if nothing happened, yet he had felt that those undeads were, at the very least, in the middle of Tier 1. Safe to say they were fairly strong. Beings of light or not, they wouldn't be called archangels if they were the same as the other angels. I guess you are right. As the group walked on, they finally got out of the forest. A small pathway was visible ahead, branching out in several directions. Michael glanced at his map and made sure to follow the correct road. The others all led back to the forest for some reason. It seemed a bit strange, but he was not one to nitpick medieval happenings. Well, medieval might be a stretch, he thought, and remembered the people he saw back in the Sky Islands. They were organized and strong. Technology would just be a quality boon for them. Orin seemed pretty calm ever since he left the forest. He expected the flat surroundings to remind him of bad times, yet he seemed unfazed. They followed along the road and came across a few buildings that looked abandoned. It almost seemed like they had gone through some type of catastrophe. The windows were completely shattered and the houses were tilted in an unnatural way. It would fall under different circumstances, but for some reason they aren't. Michael was not sure why he was paying this much attention to simple architecture failures. You are not wrong to think that. The houses have very faint traces of mana. He stopped for a moment and focused more mana into his eyes, finally noticing what the system told him about. The houses were entirely covered in some sort of mana that he couldn't quite gauge fully. Astria stared at him with a confused look as she watched him walk up to one of the houses and place his hand on the broken-down wooden door. "What are you doing? Give me a moment," Michael said as he slowly channeled his mana into the door. However, nothing happened. But he was not discouraged as he began channeling the mana of his inner mana core, and surprisingly, something did happen, much like how he willed his mana to take shape. The faint mana surrounding the entire house solidified, the bent houses immediately turning normal. What was most surprising was that the windows, which were previously broken, began repairing themselves, until eventually the house looked as good as new. While Michael expected something to happen at most, he assumed the mana was going to solidify and destroy the house completely, not fully repair it. Systempedia, you got any leads? While he did say that sarcastically and was not expecting a serious answer, he was definitely not expecting total silence. "You do know something, don't you?" Michael asked in a frustrated tone. However, the system quickly replied, its tone a bit off. "Shut up for a moment, I am trying to cross-reference this to something. If it is what I think it is, then you should probably head back. Tell me." The system remained quiet for a moment before it replied. "It might be a rift. It is similar to a dungeon, but it's more dangerous as instead of a small area, it's like a whole different world filled with strong monsters." Michael tilted his head in confusion, and this so-called rift influenced these houses how exactly? "It forms by absorbing a lot of mana from the surroundings. It might have accumulated the mana of everything around here, causing the houses to get caught in the process. But you are not 100 sure." He asked for confirmation. "I am 99 sure, I am just checking to see if the last one adds up." "Well, good luck." Michael decided to leave it at that and went back to his group, earning a faint smile from Astria. He didn't know what might have been the cause for that smile, but he didn't dislike looking at it. She's such a mystery. Michael sighed and rechecked his map, making sure they were really going on the right track before turning his attention to the party. "Let's keep going." They began walking once again while checking out the surroundings. Even though it was fairly flat, there were a bunch of beautiful white flowers scattered across the fields. Michael turned to look at Astria for a moment before quickly looking away. Why am I avoiding her gaze? He thought before the system's voice once again resounded inside his mind. Done, well, not really. I couldn't figure out the last one no matter how much I tried. Then do you know what might be the cause for that one? Yes, you see, the reason these two worlds combined with each other was because their mana matched a certain wavelength and a rift formed. However, instead of it leading into a world with dangerous monsters, it created a pathway from one world to another. I see, so on the off chance that it doesn't connect to a dangerous location, it would connect to a different world entirely. Michael wondered. It seemed a bit too abnormal. Pretty much the mana is being absorbed and a rift should form soon. Whether it would be a different world or not, I am not sure. Michael listened intently before a thought popped into his head, say, "Can you artificially speed it up, like provide your own mana?" Technically you could, however, it must be mana that is the result of a fight. Normal mana is pure. Chaotic mana is what makes the absorption possible. What if someone has that type of chaotic mana as a result of their affinity? Michael dug deeper. Yes, I see. That's the one I was looking for. I was only searching for natural causes. No wonder I couldn't come up with anything. Michael rolled his eyes at the system and noticed a small city in the distance. It did not look as grand as Vivom, however. It was definitely not simple. Anyways, it takes ages for the rifts to open. Just do what you want to do. You have been training for 5 days and walking for 1, and you still have 8 days of freedom before Amanda comes. Oh. Right, he face-palmed as he almost forgot about her. He had to prepare enough so as not to go over the deadline. She was busy doing nothing, so she would definitely be strict with him. Michael nodded at the two behind him and proceeded to walk in the direction of the city. He just hoped his 8 relaxing days stay relaxing. He would prefer to not fight anyone, but knowing my luck, it's a bit unlikely. Michael and the others finally arrived at the city. The walk did not take long as Orin's mood became better upon seeing other people walking towards the city. It was great that he finally stopped sulking. Michael did not know what he would do if it continued like this even when he reached the city. They went inside the city without trouble. Surprisingly, there weren't any guards around. A safety mechanism might still be in place somewhere. However, as he looked around, Michael could not feel anything at all. There wasn't any grand barrier awaiting them. It seemed like the city had some other way of dealing with thieves. Michael proceeded to walk up to a random man and got their attention. "Hello, could you redirect me to an orphanage?" The man looked up at him with his eyebrows raised. "The heck is an orphanage, kiddo? If you're looking for a pub, it's that way," he said and pointed at the direction they just came from. Why is everyone so unreasonable? Michael grumbled to himself. This reminded him of the trial. Every single person he met so far was either crazy or rude. Michael glanced at Astria and noticed she was glaring at the man. However, the moment she saw him, her gaze returned to normal, not bearing any malice like she had just now. "Can she read my mind?" he thought as a shiver ran down his spine. "No, I didn't mean it literally." Michael inwardly facepalmed and turned back to the man. He was about to intimidate him, however. He noticed an ailment on the man. It was some kind of disease related to the eyes. It would certainly explain him not exactly looking at Michael's eyes, more so his forehead. "I keep forgetting that I am also a healer." Michael raised his arm and cast Purify as well as a heal on the man, causing his eyes to regain clarity. What? The man jumped up in surprise at the fact that he could now see clearly. Michael stared at him, not saying anything, clearly trying to imply that he wanted answers, not questions. Right, the orphanage, it is by the Adventurers Guild." That way the man finally pointed in an actual direction and Michael left with his group, not saying anything. "Good deed, nice. Yeah, wish I was so noble. Though why wasn't he healed if only his eyes were the problem? Aren't there healers in this world?" Michael wondered as they finally approached the orphanage. When the man said by the Adventurers Guild, he lied. It was nowhere near. He was just glad that his senses were stretched out to the max. And he also had the map. From the moment he stepped foot inside of the city, information slowly started appearing. It now displayed the location of everything, including the name of the city. It was Redmir, a pretty ominous name for such a lively city. Nonetheless, an orphanage was an orphanage, and Orin did not seem too against it either. If there was a way for Michael to take him along, he would, however. Taking a frail child that high up could potentially kill him, he didn't want to risk that. Plus, he doubted this would be his last time in this world. He could always come back and visit him if he wanted. If he ran, he could get here within a few hours. Michael entered the orphanage and saw a few kids running around as well as the nannies. They all seemed cheery and relatively happy. Because of that, a small smile appeared on Michael's face as he approached one of the nannies, explaining Orin's situation to her. She seemed shocked and stared at him with pity and tears in her eyes. Michael found it interesting that someone was willing to show so much compassion for another. "But I guess I am only alive because Rebecca saved me." He thought back to the past that he faintly remembered. It felt like most of his memories, before he came to the body, slowly went away. Not like there was that much anyway. "Please come with me to meet the matron," the nanny said to Michael and the others. "Lead the way. System, just in case, but is anything off?" He asked for clarification. With his luck, he never knew what could happen. "Nothing yet, though the matron or whatever has strange mana. I am not sure if she is human." Good to know. They headed down the hallways, passing by a few other nannies and kids, until eventually they arrived in front of the matron's door. Michael could immediately understand what the system meant. While the difference was faint, it was certainly there. The door opened by itself, and he immediately met the matron's deep red eyes and flowing white hair. Astria let out a small black thread out of her fingertips, and it sped straight at the matron. However, much to everyone's shock, before the thread could reach her, it was cut. "Calm down, Astria," Michael said to her, and she nodded back at him. The matron dramatically raised her hands, as if gesturing surrender. "You don't have to be so cautious. I mean you no harm. How does she look according to you?" He asked the system and looked at her, trying to gauge her intentions. "Relatively safe. Well, besides being nearly tier 3, just don't recklessly fight her and the week might pass without issues." Really good advice. Michael remained cautious and asked, "What is someone like you doing as the matron of an orphanage?" However, much to his surprise, she shot back, "And what might you be doing going around killing vampires?" Although she said that in a threatening tone, he did not feel any malice. "It tried to kill me, so I killed it. Now mind answering my question?" The matron seemed to be staring intently at Michael. That was until another thread shot past him and headed directly for the matron. However, just like before, the thread was severed before it even reached her. "Calm down, girl. As I had already stated, I am not going to harm any of you or anyone at all for that matter." "Don't try anything funny," Astria said and sat down in a chair by the side. She was averting Michael's gaze. What's with her today? Maybe she got a violent portion of her memories back. Who knows at this point? My knowledge does not include womanly matters. No shit, she pointed at the nanny who had been standing by and shaking in her boots. "Go back." Nothing happened. Just as her words landed, the nanny, almost looking like a marionette, walked out of the room. her previous look of fear and confusion gone, replaced with completely blank eyes. Michael was slightly startled as he noticed the mind-controlling ailment on her, but it was a bit unusual. It looked like it would run out soon. And it did. The moment she exited the room, her expression returned back to normal and she gave them a small smile before departing. So vampires can control minds now. To a certain extent, yes, but don't worry, it's pretty flawed. Your passive skill discipline would negate it as it requires the target's mind to be weak. Yours can't be weakened past a certain threshold, so it would not work. Huh, does that apply to all mind control type magic that could affect me? No, you can still be affected if the target excels specifically in that field. This vampire clearly does not. I see. Michael returned his gaze back to the matron and met her deep red eyes. She pointed at the seat in front of her and moved it back with a thin line of blood. Let's talk, shall we? Michael sat down on the chair opposite to her and looked at her suspiciously. Even if she wasn't exactly evil, she just mind-controlled someone in front of him. How could he not be cautious about that? What if she does this to everyone she comes across? What if the only reason she became the matron was because of her inherent vampiric abilities? You are thinking too much about this, as she said. Talk it out. Right. As Michael was about to start asking questions, the matron spoke first. My name is Lily, and you are? Michael, that's Astria, and lastly, Orin. Michael introduced himself and the others in order. Lily finally took a breath of relief. She appreciated not having to fight over a misunderstanding. I am the matron because I was selected to be as such. The higher-ups already knew I was a vampire, she explained to ease Michael's doubt. However, he was not convinced. That sounds like bullshit. So out of all the people in this entire city, they chose a vampire. Exactly, she nodded absent-mindedly, perhaps avoiding or completely not understanding his question. However, he knew better than anyone that there was some deeper secret behind it. He could see it in her eyes, but it seemed like she could not talk about it. Any way to check if someone is under an oath? He asked for the system's advice. It would help confirm his suspicions. Not really. Oaths are made on the soul. You can't see or feel that far yet. I see. Michael turned his gaze back to Lily. Are there more like you? Vampires, I mean. Yes, though not a lot. We're seen as a threat by most. Lily replied with a solemn look and proceeded to explain in further detail. You see, vampires have been portrayed by humans as some sort of bloodsuckers when in reality, we're just yet another race. She paused for a moment and continued. That being said, some hold malice against us because we are part demon, part undead. We hold demonic powers as well as very long lifespans. We pretty much can't die from normal means. Michael could see the proud expression on Lily's face. Although they were hated, she seemed to be satisfied of what she was. However, the next words that came out of her mind shocked him as he didn't expect this kind of development. We the vampires wrote stories about ourselves at the start, trying to paint ourselves as just another race, yet the humans from the distant past were more evil than now. They stole our texts and published them. Oh, I can see what she means by portrayed as bloodsuckers. They most likely changed to content of the stories. That's right, I have some knowledge regarding the past and some of the stories she is talking about. Only a very small amount reached the light, yet it wasn't able to make their situation any better. Michael listened as she explained more about the vampires and how most of them don't mean harm. The ones who do suffered great prejudice under the humans and came to hate everyone, which coupled with their inherent bloodlust proved to further damage their image. Now then. The vampire you killed, did it actually attack you first? Lily asked with a tinge of doubt. Even if most vampires weren't exactly friendly with one another, a member of their race dying still made them cautious. Especially if the person in front of them was the one who did it. Michael thought for a moment before replying. I tried waking him up and he attacked me. I wasn't confident in holding on until it calmed down, so I had no choice but to kill him. She listened along with a neutral look before nodding in understanding. I see. I can understand how someone as weak as you could not defend against a frenzied vampire. Although she said that matter-of-factly, Michael felt as though she tried deliberately insulting him. And Astria thought so too apparently as she began standing up and stretching out her fingertips. However, Michael's gaze calmed her down. I apologize if there was anything I could have done besides that. I would have, however, the undead made me pretty alert. He explained without thinking too much about it. However, her eyes widened in fury and the pressure in the room suddenly increased. The undead, what do you mean? She said in a threatening tone, making Michael unable to move. It felt as though his own blood was being controlled to freeze him in place. It was unpleasant. However, he was not going to be intimidated, as he summoned a small shield behind her head and smacked her with it, causing her fierce expression to crumble. She did try sending a small amount of blood to intercept it, but due to the system's parrying and her weak attack, he was able to pass by and connect his little attack. He didn't mean any harm by it, and she seemed to notice it too, as her eyes softened and she sighed. Sorry about that, I lost my composure, Lily said, and created tiny lines of blood to deflect Astria's threat attacks. Astria, Michael facepalmed and turned his gaze back to Lily. I found undead above the buried vampire, not sure what they were trying to do though. He explained and noticed the expression on her face turn sour. Does she know something about this? They have been appearing all around the world randomly. Those vampires are in cahoots with the undead. It's been like this for many years now. She said while holding her forehead in frustration. Appeared. That's exactly what happened back at the forest as well. Michael thought with suspicion and waited for her to elaborate. All vampires are fundamentally the same, however. Some are born and raised under different circumstances. Those being among the undead or demons tend to be evil. As Michael noticed she was starting to gloss over the appearing part, he interjected, could you tell me more about what you mean by appearing? Lily looked back at him with slight confusion. You don't know who the lost are. Her tone indicated clear suspicion. No clue. Michael couldn't help but express some discomfort. Amanda warned him against telling others about his world, and it seemed like pretty common knowledge if she was reacting like this. I forgot, Michael said with a straight face as no excuse came to mind. Lily was speechless but decided to explain anyway. The lost are those who suddenly appear out of nowhere. That is the only thing known about them, hence why it's random. No one knows why that was happening. One moment they aren't there and the next they are. You can immediately feel them if you have your mana perception extended around you, but sometimes they can bypass it, though for a vampire to be lost is certainly unusual, along with the undead at that. She contemplated out loud while Michael was simply paying attention to her, but she simply began repeating the words, trying to make sense of them, yet to him it looked odd. Has she gone crazy? Michael thought with a raised eyebrow. As he saw that her stupor was not going away, he decided to simply introduce Orin. Lily did not seem like a bad person, at least not that he could tell. Michael got her attention and recalled how he found Orin and what happened after that, mentioning roughly where he found the vampire as well. Yeah, it's no problem. Here she handed him a piece of paper to sign. Oh right, Michael understood that Orin was most likely illiterate, so he wrote down all of the information about him that he knew and handed the paper back to her. Lily didn't even give it a glance as she put it back on the shelf behind her and looked back at Michael. I will be staying here for quite some time. If you need anything, don't hesitate to visit. The conversation was pretty simple, though I expected to get a bit more out of it. Michael sighed inwardly and patted Orin's head before heading out with Astria. Just before he exited, Lily spoke up. Michael, friendly advice coming from a fellow vampire, but watch your back in the city. Some might not be as reasonable as I was. I'll keep that in mind. Michael gave Orin one last glance and finally left. His destination, the Adventurers Guild. Michael and Astria walked to the Adventurers Guild in silence. He was not sure if he imagined it, but it appeared like she was mad at him. Though he couldn't recall what he had done to wrong her, they barely even spoke. Even upon arriving at the guild, she refused to talk. He even tried striking up a small conversation, but he was ignored. System, can you analyze what I did wrong? I can't find any problems. She might just be mad at someone else instead. Maybe the vampire lady would explain why they were fighting constantly. Could be. Michael replied with some doubt. He wished he had more memories back so he could remember Astria. It did not feel good to be the only one in the dark. Well, look on the bright side. Once you reach Tier 2, you can go through Ascension. You might gain some insight there. Does it work similarly to the trials? Yes, though it shouldn't be that grueling. It usually plays out a scene from your past. Never mind, it will probably be difficult. The guild looked pretty much the same as the others he had seen before. For some reason, they all followed along with the same style. Hello, how could I help the two of you? The receptionist spoke and Michael explained that he wanted to accept a quest of sorts. They were asked to provide some basic information about them before heading out to some type of examination site which seemed to have some target dummies strewn around everywhere. Why do I feel like the test from the trial was a bit more straightforward? Michael wondered, and the system quickly replied. It measured your mana, not your combat skills. This one is the opposite, however. If you show you have talent with mana, it works just as well. Oh yeah, that's true. Michael and Astria were asked to show off their abilities, while the receptionist gave their information to the examiner. Michael, 14. You go first. Attack that dummy. The man pointed at a target dummy that seemed to be the most worn out of them all. He judged Michael based on his age, even when he didn't exactly look it. Due to the stats he acquired when he first got here, his rate of growth had increased by a lot, obviously not to the point of him becoming an old man faster. But it was enough to make him push past puberty, and quite a while ago, he assumed it happened during his time in the temple. Even his voice had gotten deeper. He just hadn't noticed at the time since he really didn't have many people to talk to aside from Freya. Michael nodded at the examiner and walked up to the dummy, summoning a single sword of light and slashing it down. It appeared like nothing happened, however. In the next moment, the dummy was perfectly split in half. He turned around to notice the examiner's shocked expression and walked back next to Astria. All right, good job, Michael. That was impressive. Next, Astria, you do the same but on this dummy. He pointed at a target dummy that looked a bit sturdier than Michael's, and without even moving from her spot, she cut it in half, similarly to Michael. I just barely saw it. Michael sighed and watched the examiner drop their documents before quickly bending over to pick them up. While you two pass, take this. The examiner handed the both of them green empty plaques. Head back to the receptionist with these. I wish I could give you a higher rank, but this is the most I can do. Sorry. The examiner apologized and gave their documents back with a little stamp on them. The receptionist seemed surprised upon seeing the color, as it was definitely not common for people to get something like that just from the test alone. Do you have the adventure rankings for this world? He asked the system as the receptionist began filling out the documents with random stuff he couldn't care less about. It goes from F to A. There's also an S rank, but it's very uncommon in this world. You got rank C. It's considered the maximum you can get from the very start. Surprised they're just giving the ranks out like it's nothing. I expected more tests to come. Can just anyone get C rank then? Michael thought about it, as destroying the target dummy was pretty easy. He doubted that he would have struggled with the one Astria destroyed either. There you go, all done. The receptionist took their documents, but instead gave back the plaques, which were now containing both of their names, and right below them, the clear italic. C rank. It didn't feel so bad. Every single time he did adventurer stuff, it brought him excitement. Can we start picking out the requests right away? Michael asked the receptionist as he looked at the wall that contained all of the requests. Just like in his trial, they were all embedded in a wooden wall, being held up by miniature knives. The receptionist began explaining with a small smile. Of course, just make sure the requests you're going to take don't go 2 ranks above yours. The highest request you are allowed to take is B rank. Fair enough. Michael nodded at the receptionist and headed straight for the wall of requests. They all seemed pretty straightforward. The animal-searching ones even made him chuckle a bit. However, as he kept looking through them all, he noticed that none fit his usual style. Most of them were pretty simple. And surprisingly, there were barely any monster subjugation requests. The little ones there were, all belonged to the D rank or below category. Michael did want to relax, however. By slaughtering monsters that could not even see his attacks, he would not grow. Even while slacking off, he wanted to improve his skills. Michael finally gave up on finding something good and resigned himself to his fate. It's a dud. Where are the cat-finding requests? However, a small tug on his sleeve made him turn around. It was Astria, and she was holding up one of the requests in her hand. Let's do this one, she said, and gave him the paper, letting him read it. F rank. Michael looked back at Astria with a tinge of doubt which made her eyebrows twitch. Read it fully, she said while pinching his arm. Michael would have considered it playful had she not been much stronger than him. She could probably swing him around with that little pinch. Fine. He agreed, and she loosened up, staring at him with expectation. House rebuilding request. Really? Michael thought, as his doubt had not disappeared in the slightest. However, as he continued reading, his eyes widened. My items are randomly disappearing and my house looks twisted. Can someone come fix it? I will pay with beer. It sounded stupid to those who didn't know anything. However, luckily, Michael managed to encounter a similar situation as this on his travels. The rift, yeah. In the city at that, it sounds pretty serious. Michael handed the request back to Astria and nodded. That small gesture made a wide smile appear on her face before she quickly went to the receptionist and accepted it. So the rift is dangerous, right? Right. But if it's another world entirely, then it's not. If someone from that world is forcibly trying to enter this one, I can assure you that they don't have the greatest of intentions. Michael watched as Astria walked back to him with the request stamped and rolled up. She relayed what the receptionist told her. There wasn't much information, just the general location of the request and, of course, the prize of beer for completion. I want to vomit just thinking about beer. Michael shivered and referenced the location to his map. He did that pretty quickly as the system managed to perfect its abilities further. Say. The training was that what you were referring to when you told me I would need to be alone and I have a lot of free time. Yes, however, there is another portion that you still have yet to do. It is a bit different, and it would be best if the others do not know about it for now. Why? Can't you just tell me then? What's with the suspense? All I am going to say is that it will be similar but different in the end. It will produce the same result, that is, making you stronger. Fair enough. Michael sighed and followed after Astria, who went ahead. Why is she so fast? So this is the place. The both of them were currently standing in front of the house, which looked relatively normal. That was until he fully focused on it. Only then did Michael notice the mana surrounding it. Are you chaps here for a drink? An old man walked out of the house with a bottle of beer in both of his hands. I see. There have been people who came here before but left since they thought the man was just crazy. Are you the owner and the one behind the request? Michael asked just to make sure. Maybe this was some kind of an inn-type house where people waddle in to get drunk. The man seemed a bit shocked to hear his words as his eyes widened slightly, putting away the alcohol gently onto the ground. It's been 3 years since the last person came. Glad they didn't take down the request. The man laughed out loud and walked over to Michael, extending his hand. Please fix my fucking house this time. What a spirited old man. Michael put on a small smile and shook his hand. He did the same with Astria and told the both of them to come inside. It looked pretty modest on the inside. No one would be able to tell that this man was likely an alcoholic. He took them to the living room, and Michael noticed that it was the only room in which the mana was concentrated. Even without focusing, it was pretty obvious, after all. Some of the items on the shelves were shaking heavily. See what I got to deal with. And those guild fuckers keep telling me I got bugs in my house, the old man complained and took down a vase from the very top shelf. Look, he showed Michael and Astria the inside. Besides the plant, there were indeed no bugs. Anyway, you kiddos want tea or something? I got alcohol too, but I am low on it right now. Yeah, pick between tea and water, the man said shamelessly and awaited their response. Tea, Michael and Astria said at the same time. The man nodded with a thumbs up and headed to the kitchen to prepare the tea, leaving the two of them alone in the living room. Do you feel it? Michael asked her as he extended his mana into the air, interacting with the disturbance, though it simply swatted away his mana, either dissipating it or completely ignoring it. Astria tried using her threads to cut through whatever this mana was, however, she wasn't able to either. Should I just solidify it? Though this looks a bit different. Michael paid more attention to it. The concentration of mana seemed similar to the outside, it was just much larger. And at the same time it did not have a form, most of it was floating in the air and only a small part was interacting with the surrounding items. I'm not sure if you should, it might or might not destroy this man's entire house, and that's only the best possible outcome. What's the worst? You open a miniature rift in this area, destroying much more than the house. Michael's eyes widened, but isn't this going to open sometime in the future anyway? Precisely, the chaotic mana can't be dispelled no matter what anyone tries. It has been forming for many years, possibly even decades. That's not very reassuring. Is there any way I can just close it before it, destroys half the city? Michael asked. This is where he would leave Orin. He didn't want any lethal loose ends. Suddenly, his halo lit up the entire room, enclosing both him and Astria in a ball of light. What the fuck is happening? He asked as he could feel the mana growing wild right outside the ball of light. It wasn't see-through, so he wasn't exactly sure what was going on, but he assumed it was the worst-case scenario. He was just being protected by the halo. Well, I have good news and bad news. Michael recalled the last time the system said something like that, and a shiver went down his spine. Tell me the good news first. Certainly, the city is fine. Michael expected a bit of a lengthier response, but now that meant that the bad news heavily outweighed the good news. The bad news is, well, you got sucked into the rift. Fuck. Michael tried stretching out his mana to somehow bypass the light barrier, however, it seemed to be futile. Don't try, it's the only thing protecting you from being ripped apart. Am I still not on the other side? No, though you are close, just wait a few more minutes and the barrier will probably dispel itself. Michael couldn't help but facepalm. While he was sort of considering attempting to go inside the rift, he was not going to go through with it. Yet here he was, probably traveling to his death with Astria. Michael, she called out. Confusion was clearly visible on her face. Well, Michael decided to tell her everything he knew about the rifts and what was happening to them right now. And as he finished, a frown formed on her face. Do you know how we can get out? System, he quickly asked. There should be a small rift in the area where you will appear. All you have to do is go through it, and you will be back where you just were. Michael relayed what he just heard, and all of a sudden the ball of light shook with cracks slowly appearing on it. That doesn't sound too difficult. Why do people not have much information regarding the rifts? Oh right, the small rift only lasts for 5 days. If you can't find it until then, you will be stuck here forever. Do you mind starting off with that next time? Michael exclaimed as the last of the cracks finally came together before breaking apart and revealing an area covered in snow. They couldn't see far, even with their senses and mana spread out. It was a dud. The fog surrounding seemed like it was blocking anything and everything. As Michael was pondering his next move, he suddenly sensed a wave of mana approaching him. However, before he had time to react, Astria cut it apart and sent it all around them. It was a fireball, odd to see despite the current weather they were in. However, what was the most strange was that the fire did not melt the snow. Instead, it got put out upon impact. Focus. Astria tapped his shoulder and blocked another attack coming for them. It was beyond the fog and they couldn't accurately tell the direction as whoever was doing this kept moving around. Nimbly at that, it almost seemed like there were multiple people, however. The attack always contained the same amount of strength, not changing in the least. Michael sighed at his terrible luck and cast Aegis of Light on both of them, shielding them from the incoming hits. System, go parry them for Astria as well. He instructed and summoned hundreds of swords of light, all of them circling around the two of them. Come out, last chance, Michael said calmly, and for a moment the attack stopped. However, it seemed like all it was trying to do was charge up an even stronger attack, sending a massive ball of fire straight at them. So be it. The massive fireball flew towards them. However, the moment it got close, Michael redirected it to the side with the help of Astria, who had greatly slowed down the attack. Just like the other fireballs, it connected with the ground and simply evaporated, not leaving even a single trace. Michael saw more of them appear and fly towards them, and he decided it was finally time to use his swords of light. Stretching out his hands, he sent the attack all around the two of them, aiming to kill whoever was attacking them first. But much to Michael's surprise, the attacks felt as if they were not traveling anywhere, only being lost in the dense fog. That, coupled with the approaching fireballs, confirmed his suspicions. "System, what's up with that fog?" Michael asked, as he created a few shields around himself and Astria, while also still attempting to use his swords of light to penetrate the fog. "You are in some kind of a formation. There are two ways to leave it. Either brute force it out or kill the caster." "What's a formation?" "Think of it as a barrier that has a trap installed inside of it. The one who cast it can most likely see you clearly, hence the relatively accurate attacks." Michael groaned out of frustration as the attacks were starting to get really annoying and repetitive. The one behind this did not seem too strong, maybe a little stronger than Michael, but definitely weaker than Astria. But what made it such an annoying fight was their inability to do anything. Astria was too preoccupied with splitting all of the attacks so Michael could redirect them. She could likely do it all by herself, however. He thought the mana drain would be quite massive. But they had to do something, else they were just sitting ducks, waiting to be eventually overpowered by the fireballs. And for that, Michael decided on brute forcing it. It would not prove troublesome for someone like Astria to destroy a barrier one tier below her. Or so he hoped. "Astria, I will hold off the attacks on my own for a moment. Can you target a part of the fog with all your power? We could open it up if you do that," he explained, and was met with a nod. Astria stepped behind Michael and put both of her hands together, manifesting the threads like usual. However, this time they seemed to be made out of pure mana. The attacks came for them, and Michael stacked his shields on top of one another, blocking the attack with only a few of his shields breaking. He turned around and noticed Astria's silvery eyes glowing. The threads of mana floating around her had greatly changed form, now fully solidified back into threads. However, now they were a different color. Instead of the usual black, they were now pure silver, and just from one look alone, he could tell the amount of power within them had exponentially increased. Michael blocked a few more fireballs and stepped back, not obstructing her view anymore. And that's when it happened. Astria simply stretched out her fingertips, and silence immediately ensued. He couldn't see the threads leave her, neither could he see what just happened. It was hard to process, however. As he looked towards one particular direction, he saw a very small hole in the fog, penetrating it all the way through. Michael could see her stagger a little bit, but before she fell, he caught her, standing her upright. "Did I get it?" she asked in an exhausted voice. It seemed like she really did use all of her power for that one attack. That was something. He was still a bit shocked. He couldn't see anything or hear anything. In a mere moment she managed to break through the barrier. Better yet, the fireballs had stopped. She might have hit the one behind this too. Michael cast a few heals on her to relieve her exhaustion. He was not able to help restore her mana, but making her feel better was something he could certainly do. Before all of this, he was a healer after all. As he was in the middle of healing her, the fog suddenly began dispersing, and they were finally able to see where they were, and more importantly, who had attacked them. Taking a look around, Michael noticed that they were currently on some sort of a mountain. He could see a few caves to the side and, more importantly, the very peak. As for the thing that attacked them, it looked like some kind of red skeleton, though now it had a huge hole in its head from where Astria had attacked it. "It's a fire wraith. Odd to see it in a snowy area. They mostly roam around volcanoes." Michael nodded and looked around more, trying to spot anything that could be of use to the both of them. They, after all, had to get back within 5 days or they would be stuck here forever. He was just glad that due to his training, he was not feeling the cold anymore. Back in his world, when he fought on the mountain, he felt a bit chilly. And up here was considerably colder, yet he was fine. Astria was too. Michael opened his map, trying to check if there would be anything, however, except the location mapped around them from the system's perception. Nothing else was there. What do you expect? "It's a rift. I have no clue where you are." Yeah, get to work on figuring that out. "Anyway, where is the small rift you were talking about? Am I supposed to see it on the map?" "No, I can only map out the general area. The mana from the snow and the surroundings is actively distorting my perception." Michael took another glance at the map and noticed many of the areas being blank, as if filled in with random details. "I see." Michael looked to a nearby cave and signaled for Astria to follow him. It was best for them to rest up, especially for her, since all of her mana was practically gone. Added to the fact that this place was unpredictable, he couldn't see any dots indicating whether there were other monsters or not. The only thing he could see was the two of them. Michael smiled a little upon seeing the colors. They were both green. Her color finally changed from the neutral yellow she had when he first met her. They walked inside one of the caves. It was relatively small, however. It was warm, a stark contrast to the coldness outside. Michael learned how to manipulate the mana to make clothing, so he decided to make the both of them a warm golden coat. He had grown attached to the golden clothing he made. It suited his looks, and it provided the same amount of comfort as normal clothing. And while neither of them felt the cold, it was comforting, as the golden clothing made it feel like you were relaxed. Michael did not know if it was a placebo, but nonetheless, he enjoyed it, and it seemed like so did Astria as she had a small smile on her face. Astria, he called out to her, and she turned to look at his eyes. Could you tell me a bit about yourself? I feel like we don't know anything about each other, Michael asked with hesitation. He was not sure if she would accept sharing stories with him, but much to his surprise, she nodded. Okay. On a cold, dark night, a little girl was wandering about, her clothes in complete tatters. However, despite her appearance, she seemed unbothered by it, passing through the crowds of people until she finally arrived in front of the theater she always visited. The performance took place once a week, and she had always attended for as long as she could remember. It was an outdoor type of theater performance. A few people were gathered to watch it. It was mostly the same people over and over again. However, each time she came here, there were less and less of them, but nonetheless she continued to attend, as if entranced by the performance. It's starting, she looked on and her eyes lit up, a small smile appearing on her face. The curtains lifted to reveal two small toy figurines, a demon and an angel. Every single time she saw them, her heartbeat sped up. She did not know why, but she chased after that feeling. It made her empty self feel whole. The story portrayed a rivalry between the two figurines. They were named Astria and Michael. Astria, the little girl, looked on. This particular figurine was portrayed as pure evil, while the other, as some kind of a holy being of judgment. Yet deep down, she felt like this story was twisted. It did not make sense even as she heard it multiple times. However, that did not stop her from continuing to watch the performance, even though the figurines were shapeless, with only horns and wings plastered onto them. She found the performance to be immersive. One figurine had 2 horns on its head, while the other had 4 pairs of wings. Her smile had not disappeared throughout the entire performance. In fact, she was the most eager out of all the people gathered. And like all good things, they must come to an end eventually. The performance ended, and unlike the last hundreds of times she watched it, something was different. And the other people seemed to notice it too. Most of them wore sad expressions on their faces. However, the little girl could not understand what was going on. Why was the voice actor behind the figurines not coming out? He always came out to greet the others, and he always patted her head, but now there was only silence. The others began walking away, leaving the lone girl standing by and waiting for the man to come out and pat her on the head. Yet even as the seconds turned into minutes and minutes turned into hours, nothing happened. The figurines had not even been moved. They were still standing by one another, and the close proximity made her heart race once again. How could the two of them ever be enemies? They looked perfect together. The little girl looked around, trying to see if anyone was around, and then quickly pocketed the 2 figurines before running away. She ran and ran, the smile not disappearing from her pale face. She finally had the 2 things that made her life less miserable. Astria, Michael. The little girl kept repeating the figurines' names as she finally got exhausted and plopped down near the alley where she had been staying since she could remember. She looked down on the puddle of water by the side and saw her own reflection. Her black hair and silvery eyes were being clearly reflected, but the more she stared, the deeper her trance became. And in the next moment she felt her spine begin to tingle. It was mild at first, however. It soon turned to something unbearable. She could not even scream since her throat hurt from the cold. Her consciousness did not fade either, so she was feeling all of the pain. It made her mind blank out, however, that only lasted for a moment, as the next, she noticed one of the figurines fall to the ground and break in half. The little girl looked on with tears flowing out of her eyes like waterfalls at her inability to do anything but endure the pain. Soon, the pain began dying down, and she finally looked around herself, taking her eyes away from the broken figurine lying on the ground. She was left speechless by the sight in front of her. The once cozy little alley turned into nothing but rubble that surrounded everything around her. However, she could not care less about that as she reached her little hands for the figurine on the ground, trying to reattach the 2 parts. But she failed instead. She accidentally broke off the wings and the head. Her strength shouldn't have been enough to do that. Yet as she stared at the broken figurine, she couldn't help but let out a muffled cry. Michael. She remained quietly crying for a few moments before checking up on the remaining figurine in her pocket. It was still safe. However, upon taking it out, she noticed the 2 horns had broken off, but she was not as sad. At least it was intact. But now that everything had finally set in, she began to panic at the sight around her. She was not sure how she managed to survive. Initially, she thought that someone purposely dropped a bunch of rocks on her. It wouldn't have been the first time someone tried that. However, that was not the case, as she could see the buildings right above her perfectly cut in half, with some people even looking down from them. What happened? The little girl looked confused as she put the broken figurine of Michael and Astria inside her pocket and climbed her way out of the rubble, eventually coming out of the alley. But much to her surprise, the surroundings were not faring any better. She could see a bunch of things cut in half. Whether it was buildings or carriages, nothing was spared. And as she looked around, a look of horror appeared on her face. In front of her were some of the people who used to watch the small performance with her. However, now they were not whole, their bodies dismembered as if by some kind of demon. The little girl trembled in place before running away. She could not bear the sight of whoever had done this. Due to her moment of panic, she didn't really see that there were people in front of her, so she bumped into them, causing them to fall to the ground lifeless. Yet she was not paying attention to that. All she wanted to do was run away from the horror that she had just witnessed. Not only were her figurines ruined, but also the people she had known for a long time died. Number Michael, Astria, what should I do? She kept repeating those words inside of her mind as she finally reached her destination. That was the little outdoor theater that she watched every week, yet for some reason, the atmosphere around it was not what it used to be. There were 2 words plastered on a small sign in the very front, yet she couldn't read them because she never learned how to. However, a man who had been passing by saw her and approached her. It says closed indefinitely, kiddo, meaning it won't be open anymore. Too bad. Apparently they ran out of funding. However, the little girl showed no reaction. Instead, she looked at the sign with blank eyes. Closed forever. Closed forever. The little girl still could not believe what she was seeing in front of her eyes. Why, Astria, Michael, why is this happening? She fiddled with the figurines inside of her pockets and noticed that Michael's figurine had crumbled further. The man from before left quite a while ago. The only one left was the little girl in what seemed to be a now empty street. She could hear some shouts and screams in the far-off distance. However, she did not care anymore. It did not concern her. Just as the little girl was about to pull out the 2 figurines, she heard a voice from her side. You caused quite the stir, haven't you? It was another woman dressed in fully black clothing. Hello, miss. The little girl kept up her etiquette. Even though she was homeless, she made sure to learn from others how to be kind, especially to those older than you, as this woman looked to be in her late 30s. Name's Evelyn. What do you think of coming with me? The woman ignored the little girl's kindness and offered her a deal she would find difficult to refuse. Evelyn looked fairly wealthy, her blue eyes shining like the stars in the night sky. Oh, it's already time for bed, the little girl thought. However, she soon noticed some irregularities. I don't feel cold anymore. She checked around her entire body, making sure that everything was intact. The little girl dismissed her own confusion and looked back at Evelyn. Miss, I am sorry, but why would I come? She found it quite strange. She always came around here and no one wanted to take her in. So why now? However, the next words that came out of Evelyn's mouth sounded cold. What choice do you have? What? The little girl stepped back as a bad feeling started welling up inside her chest. No, you seem to have misunderstood. The woman chuckled and pointed behind the little girl. And upon turning around, she saw a bunch of guards running around, screaming and looking for something, or maybe even someone. They are looking for you. The little girl turned back to Evelyn with a confused expression clearly plastered on her face. Why? Do you not remember what you did? It was the woman's turn to be confused. What I did. The little girl grasped the 2 figurines tighter, further crushing Michael. However, she was not able to notice at the moment. She was too preoccupied trying to make sense of this situation. Evelyn sighed and walked up to the little girl before crouching down. You killed them. Killed them? Those words made her heart race as she grasped the figurines even tighter, hearing a small crunch. I was walking by when I saw a bunch of threads appear out of nowhere, and then out of nowhere, heads fell in front of me. Color me surprised when I realized you were the one behind it. Evelyn sounded proud instead of terrified, which further confused the little girl. What do you want from me? The little girl began stepping back rapidly. However, even she herself was surprised by the speed at which she was stepping back. It seemed impossible for her frail body. Evelyn just watched on silently, an ever-growing smile on her face. The little girl began running around at speeds she was previously not capable of running. It made her feel excited. Michael, Astria, are you seeing this? She stopped and excitedly pulled the 2 figurines out of her pocket. And the moment she did, her previous mood was completely ruined. Despair was starting to kick in. The figurine of Michael had managed to completely turn to dust. Meanwhile, the figurine of Astria was perfectly fine. It seemed strange how that was even possible considering they were in the same pocket. However, even though one survived, the other did not. Michael, she sniffed, tears slowly welling up in her eyes. Girl, stop. I will get you more of those figurines if you want any. All you have to do is come with me, the woman said while stretching out her hand. She was on the verge of tears, but the thought of once again having Michael back by her side made her stop thinking. Okay. She grabbed the woman's hand and suddenly, they were no longer in front of the theater. Instead, they were in front of some sort of mansion, much bigger than anything the little girl had ever seen. Evelyn took the both of them inside and sat the little girl down on a comfortable chair. However, despite her fatigue, she did not want to sleep. Girl, I will make you those figurines in exchange. Won't you assist me with some personal matters? Evelyn said with a small smile. Figurines. The little girl absent-mindedly nodded, ignoring the part where she was basically signing off her freedom. Good, very good. Evelyn started laughing hysterically. Her previous mask had fallen off. Now it was the real her. I will train you well. I will make sure to put your skills to good use, she said ominously, but to the little girl it sounded like a pretty good deal. She gets to have her friends back and all she had to do was work around the house. Who wouldn't take this deal? Anyway, girl. No, what should I call you? It's getting a bit annoying to keep calling you. Girl, Evelyn's hysterical laughter stopped as she put on her previous mask. Name, I don't have one. No one had ever given her a name. She was alone for as long as she could remember. The only friends she had were the two figurines, Michael and Astria, she said out loud without even noticing. Astria, what a beautiful name. Evelyn started nodding before calling out for one of the maids to come by. Get Astria here some new clothes and draw her a hot bath, she said, and the maids quickly got to work. Astria, the little girl suddenly became wobbly. Her head felt as if it was splitting apart. The pain wasn't as bad as she felt back in the alley, however. It was still no joke. However, she could not tell what was going on this time. The pain felt senseless, and soon after, it quickly disappeared, with the little girl now staring directly at Evelyn's eyes. Greed. A thought went through her mind before her eyes widened. It felt like someone else was inside of her mind, but she did not dislike that feeling. It didn't exactly feel foreign. Instead, it felt familiar. It brought her peace. However, that peace was short-lived, as in the next second, another burst of pain shot through her head, and this time she could see some memories appear in her mind. They were little and barely noticeable, however, to her broken mind. They were like clear pictures she could finally cling to. And in some of those pictures, she saw herself, or more specifically, an older version of herself. She was standing somewhere in a place that seemed nearly unidentifiable, and right next to her was a man whose face she could not see, however. The emotions were strong enough to be felt. Love, obsession, and all kinds of other emotions that she could feel. And the only other thing besides the memories that she had gotten was a name. It was a name that she was ever so familiar with, Michael. The little girl called out in her mind as she looked at the man in front of her older self. However, much to her surprise, the man disappeared, with only her older self remaining, now staring directly at her. The longer she stared, the more memories she gained. They contained experiences, knowledge, and much more she could put to use. But as she was starting to get immersed, her older figure disappeared, replaced with an empty and blank space. However, unlike before, she now had some of the memories to fill the blank space, memories that were now hers. The memories replayed her childhood. It was similar to hers, yet it deviated in some paths, giving different outcomes. Yet at the very end, everything aligned. Astria was the little girl, and the little girl was Astria. However, before she could finish watching the rest of these new memories, the maids walked in with a bunch of clothes, placing them down on the table in front of her. Evelyn smirked. Take your pick, Astria. It had been a week now since she first arrived at Evelyn's mansion. Her room was massive, and the food she ate was way better than the bread others gave her. Mana, Astria looked at her hands. Ever since attaining those memories, she learned to wield it, albeit slightly. She also understood that what happened to her seemed to be a bit abnormal. Normally, one goes through a long process of obtaining enough mana, then they finally form their mana core. However, in her case, she completely skipped that and now had a tier 1 mana core, which from what she could tell from her memories had never happened before. She was the only one who this happened to. That added to the fact that the memories contained how she used to fight. It was a battle style utilizing threads, something that she was able to conjure up now. The memories also began assimilating inside of her mind. Most of them were normal, providing clarity and how her older self lived. She still couldn't believe that she was Astria, the one whose story she had heard so many times. And finally, she could confirm it was false. The person behind the performance did not know what they were talking about. I was not evil. Astria pouted and finally arrived in front of a door. Apparently, her training was supposed to start today, and Evelyn would be there to oversee it. She was quite confident in herself and her ability to use the mana. While she wasn't exactly the best, she was definitely not the worst. Opening the door, a man wearing fully black tight clothing greeted her eyes, and on the very side, Evelyn, who was sitting down on a comfortable chair, sipping some kind of drink. The training grounds were fairly spacious. The sun was visible high above. It seemed to be the outdoor type of field. It took you a long time to get here, Astria. Were you in the kitchen again? Evelyn asked as her gaze was directed towards the crumbs on Astria's mouth. No, she wiped her mouth. She might have taken a cookie or two on her way to training. Evelyn just simply stared at her, sipping the drink before gesturing something to the man dressed in black. And the moment she did so, the man disappeared from Astria's vision, her unheightened senses slightly tingling. But she couldn't react. She knew how to in theory, but her body was just not fully adjusted yet. Her thoughts were interrupted as her body was slammed into a wall, her consciousness slightly fading. Jard, I told you to go easy on her, Evelyn said in a threatening tone before throwing her drink right at the back of Jard's head. Sorry, mistress, he replied and wiped away the shattered glass before heading over to Astria and lifting her up. However, upon seeing her eyes, both he and Evelyn were left surprised. They held deep malice, such malice that would not come from a mere child. I'll kill you. Astria's eyes began glowing a radiant silver before threads started appearing all around her. The pure black color was dominating the surroundings. The threads did not seem sharp and were quite visible, however. Jard's senses were screaming at him to not go near her for now. I'll kill why? Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted as she saw the sun high above. It seemed to remind her of something, a memory dwelling in her heart. Michael. However, as Astria was lost in her thoughts, a kick landed on her abdomen. This time it was much weaker, to the point where it seemed like a joke. Evelyn noticed this and said with a scoff, "Jard, that is too weak. Can't you find something in the very middle?" "Yes, mistress," he exclaimed and sent out another attack. It was much weaker than his first, but at the same time much stronger than the last. However, Astria was able to react this time, dodging with small steps to the side. But just as she let her arrogance get to her, another strike came down, landing on her shoulder and knocking her down. Ow! Astria grasped her shoulder with a few tears in her eyes. Even if she had the memories of her older self, it would take a while for them to fully assimilate. For now, she was just a young girl with an adult's memories, that's it. "Mistress, are you sure about this?" Jard turned to Evelyn with a hesitant look. While his profession dealt with combat, hurting children did not exactly put a smile on his face. "She will be one of you in the future. If you don't want a burden, train her well." "What are they talking about?" Astria was a bit confused at the interaction. At first she did think that her job would be around the house. However, she was not as naive as she was a week ago. She could realize Evelyn's hidden intentions. Her mind just couldn't quite figure out what. The man was a combatant. Was she going to be some sort of a mercenary? While she was lost in her thoughts, the two of them finally finished discussing their matters. Astria Evelyn called out to her to get her attention. "Don't stop training with this man until he acknowledges you, all right," she said in a kind voice, a stark contrast to her earlier tone. "Okay." Astria simply nodded. She did want to grow stronger. If by fighting him she could, then that would be ideal. "Good, I wish you luck." Astria was now 15. Her so-called training was finally finished as she managed to kill Jard. According to him, that was the only way to make him acknowledge her. What an idiot, she thought with a frown. Her older self's memories finally assimilated within her. It happened a few years ago. And when it did, her strength had begun growing rapidly, even coming close to beating Jard once or twice. However, her previous thoughts of this little side job being a mercenary job were now long gone. They were training her to be an assassin. But she was no idiot, nor was she naive. If she didn't want to do something, she wouldn't. Astria turned to the side, glaring at a certain pillar in the distance. "You can come out now." "How did you know?" Jard came out with a small chuckle. His head that she lopped clean off was now intact, and the body on the ground was still there. It seemed like he used some kind of cloning ability. "Your mana reeks. It's not very hard to notice you," Astria said in a neutral tone. Although this man was a good assassin, her senses were better. Ouch, he sarcastically held his heart as if what she just said hurt him. Astria rolled her eyes and was about to speak up, but in the next moment the doors of the training ground opened, and a person who she hadn't seen in a long time finally arrived. It was Evelyn. Due to her having some duties to attend to, she was not always present at the mansion. The last time they met was 2 years ago. She glanced at Astria, then turned her gaze to Jard. "I assume she is ready now." "Yes, mistress." Evelyn's smile beamed up as she began walking over to Astria. "Long time no see. Are you up for a mission?" "A mission? I will have to go kill somebody." Her eyebrows twitched as she did not exactly want to do anything that went against her moral code. "Don't worry about the small details. All you have to know is that the person who you are tasked with eliminating is a scumbag who exploits others' weaknesses," Evelyn said in a serious tone and took out a small document, handing it over to Astria. She read it over and nodded, her face filled with disgust. "This definitely fits the type of person I don't mind killing." "When can I set out?" Evelyn looked over to Jard and nodded before turning her gaze back onto her. "Now, is this really the place?" Astria frowned while staring at what was below her. A brothel. She was told to go as soon as possible, so she did not waste any time. Despite it being day, she was confident in killing someone like that. "Rowan, 28, scumbag, dead or alive, preferably dead." She read over the request a bit more and sighed. The other details that were written down were too disturbing to even read out loud. Evelyn herself was disgusted, and that said a lot considering she was the leader of this little assassin group. She must have seen far worse. Astria had learned how to disguise herself. One of the tricks she liked the most was changing her eye color. Even people she used to know failed to recognize her. It made little sense how a small posture change and different eye color could make that big of a difference, but she was not going to question it. It worked, that's all that mattered. She changed her eye color to blue, ones that looked nearly identical to Evelyn's, and hopped onto the roof of the brothel. Even if she wasn't exactly known around here, if someone managed to catch a glimpse of her, it would be easier to throw them off. After all, it was her first mission ever. She wasn't exactly a seasoned professional. Jard, however, was. He only taught Astria the basics of assassination, such as where to aim to kill somebody and how to hide if needed. From what she gathered, he was at the very peak of Tier 1, nearly Tier 2, not exactly a huge powerhouse, but due to his technique, he was quite formidable. However, Astria was the bane of all assassins. She could simply cover the area around her in threads. If someone steps on any one of them, their legs get cut off. She stretched out her mana and tried finding the man called Rowan. though her senses picked up quite a lot more, sending shivers down her spine. But eventually she found him. He was surprisingly alone, lying down on the couch of the middle floors. Astria used mana to make herself stick to the buildings. That's yet another trick Jard had taught her. She did not feel anyone tracking her, so she slowly removed the frame of the window using her threads, carefully cutting it apart and placing it down on the ground. Jumping in, she replaced it, sewing the window frame up with her threads so no one felt the breeze coming in. Astria took another look with her senses, and Rowan was still lying down. The whole floor aside from him was completely empty. It felt too perfect, but she wasn't going to complain. She silently walked up to him and noticed the stench of alcohol coming off of him. It was overwhelming, disgusting. She used mana to cover up her nose. The smell was making her want to vomit. Astria continued looking at the man with a slightly confused expression. How does someone so weak manage to be so evil? Rowan was much weaker than her when she first attained her mana core. It felt like a small push would be enough to kill him. What goes through that little head of yours? Astria summoned her threads and gently wrapped them around his neck. She began slowly tightening them, and the man suddenly opened up his arms, flailing around like some kind of fish. Please, he said with bated breaths as his entire face began turning purple. Please, really? Astria couldn't help but let out a small chuckle at the man's begging. After everything he has done, he wants to be spared. Could you tell me why you did all those horrible things? Astria asked with mild amusement. She was going to kill him anyway. She just wanted to figure out where he gets this kind of gall. She released the threads just enough for him to be able to speak. You bitch, do you even know who I am? I will have you beheaded. Rowan began shouting at her while attempting to stand up but failing. Answer my question, Astria said in a stern voice as she wrapped her threads around his legs a bit tighter, finally drawing blood. How dare you order me around? He attempted to swing his fist at her, but just as it was about to reach, she split his hand into two parts. Astria wanted him to experience the pain he inflicted upon others. Her thoughts were the same as her older self. Bad people must be punished. AAAH. Rowan began screaming and thrashing around, trying to hold his split into two hands together. Is this really all that he amounts to? She watched him in silence as the supposed scumbag who ruined other people's lives was now a simple ant under her feet. Do you even know what you did wrong? Astria asked, but the man was too preoccupied with his hand to hear what she was saying. How useless. She used her threads to zip up his arm, returning it to its former condition. Jard taught her some first aid, and she was able to implement them in a way that suited her style. Can you talk now? Rowan turned to look at her with a frightened expression. He was no longer throwing out any more threats. What do you want from me? He shouted while trembling. The pain he felt a moment ago was still vivid inside of his mind. Tell me, what do you think you did wrong? Astria asked with her last bit of patience. Rowan seemed bewildered by the question, as if it was his first time considering what he had done wrong. I drank too much alcohol, he said with a small frown. However, a sudden jolt of pain coming from his left leg made him panic again. Rowan looked down and saw it had been cut off cleanly at the knee. Wrong, Astria said in a threatening tone and lowered one of her 5 fingers. Bitch, I don't know, okay. Ajus's protests were cut short as pain spread throughout his other leg. Astria lowered another finger. Wrong. Hey, what the foo? Rowan was not able to finish his sentence as one of his arms plopped down onto the ground. And with that, only 2 fingers remained raised. Wrong. Rowan now only had his single arm remaining, the one which she first cut into. However, she seemed to have removed the threads, opening it back up. The pain was intensified due to his already present injuries. I think that's enough. Astria sighed at the sight. She might have gone a little too far. I hope you are not so trashy in your next life. With those words, she tightened the invisible thread around his neck, decapitating him. Astria did not linger for long as she went out the same way she came in, through the window. She jumped out and climbed back up to the rooftop, as that was where Jard told her to meet him after the mission was finished. He didn't come with Astria since he wanted her to have a bit more in-depth experience. I see you had your fun, he asked with a raised eyebrow while staring at her blue eyes in the blood-covered black clothing. Not really, she shrugged. The man was a scumbag through and through. It was impossible to even reason with him. It felt just like breaking a target dummy, well, with the added blood, of course. Michael, I wonder what you would think of me now, Astria thought while looking at the sun above. Every time she did that, she felt relaxed. It felt as though her memories were getting clearer and clearer. Anyways, this is the first of many missions. I hope you are up for them. Jard chuckled and patted her on the shoulder before jumping down the building and disappearing into thin air. First of many, huh? I wonder how long will I want to keep doing this. Happy birthday. Astria stared at the cake with the number 17 sitting atop of it. She had officially been doing assassin work for the last 2 years now. This made it a total of 7 years since she had first arrived at this mansion as well. However, for some reason, she had a bad feeling this time. Unlike her previous birthdays, Evelyn was currently present, and to add to that fact, she was the only one. Usually there were some maids and other servants, sometimes even Jard swung by to wish her a happy birthday. But this time, the moment she woke up, Evelyn sent the maids to come get her, and that's where she currently was in Evelyn's office with a small cake in front of her. What's the occasion? Astria asked while eyeing the cake. It had a small and barely noticeable layer of mana inside of it. Is she trying to poison me? Is this some sort of a prank? I want you to complete a special mission for me. You think you can do that? Evelyn said while maintaining her smile. The mood looked pretty warm to an outsider, however. To Astria, something felt wrong. What is it? She went straight to the point, holding herself back from eating the cake. She loved sweets after all. But putting that aside, the cake contained something she definitely did not want to put in her body. Evelyn smirked and passed her a document. It contained some kind of a seal she had never seen before. Astria suspiciously picked it up and read through it, her frown deepening as she read on. You do remember what kind of missions I take, right? This is not for me. She passed the document back. As the years went by, her moral compass hadn't cracked for even a moment. She would brutally kill the scumbags and murderers. It was not that she enjoyed it. Astria just hoped that by doing so, she could send a message stating that she was always watching them. But even after this, there were bound to be helpless idiots who slipped through the cracks and continued on with their bad deeds. But it never went unnoticed. She came around and killed them just like the rest. Evelyn frowned as she looked at the document in front of her. Do you not understand that you are nothing more than a hired gun? All you have to do is accept the request and go through with it. No, I already told you multiple times that I would never accept any requests like that, and I am going to hold true to my word. Astria shot back and turned around, heading for the door. However, a sudden chill ran down her spine as she felt an intense cold creep up her neck. Is that really your answer? Evelyn's emotionless voice came from right behind her. She managed to stand up and appear without her even noticing. This woman, Astria sighed. She remembered a fair share of unreasonable people her older self had encountered. She finally snapped, listen, you want me to slaughter an orphanage, and for what? So some rich kid's funding goes away. Are you taking me for some kind of monster? Mission requestee was some VIP according to the document, and from what Astria could tell, that person had some kind of relationship with Evelyn. Otherwise, she wouldn't be acting like this. Even though Evelyn was not the softest tool in the shed, she protected her own. Astria was one of her own, yet she was currently being forced to accept this ridiculous mission. Evelyn had remained quiet during her outburst, however. The pressure she emitted kept increasing, before it suddenly dispersed. Astria. The client personally requested you. The power they wield over our organization is too great for either of us to refuse, she said in a grave tone before continuing. So I will give you two choices. The first, accept the mission and complete it to the best of your abilities. Astria immediately shook her head at those words, not even waiting to hear the second choice. However, Evelyn ignored her. The second choice is for you to leave the organization and be hunted down. With my power, I could stall for at most a day. That is all. Oh, Astria's eyes widened at her words. Even though she knew there wouldn't be a good outcome, she certainly did not expect to be hunted down. Can't Jard accept the mission? Or anyone else from the group? Astria asked with a tinge of hope. After all, she had grown attached to this little deviant assassin family of hers. On the outside, they were an organization. On the inside, however, they were a small group of 10 people in total. And she considered all of them family, Evelyn included. Astria, please make your choice. Damn it, she wished there was some kind of situation inside of her mind, one that could get her out of his predicament. However, ever since a few years ago, she stopped regaining memories. Even looking up at the sun barely worked. It would take her a whole month to recall just a simple fragment. Michael, where are you? As she was lost in her thoughts, the expression on Evelyn's face shifted to one of surprise, and she quickly instructed Astria. Run, don't think of coming back here or I will kill you myself. She shouted, and suddenly the building began shaking. Evelyn used her mana to make a massive hole in the wall and grasped Astria, using her full force to throw her as hard as she could, not saying any other final words. While the surroundings began shifting around Astria, she still had not grasped how strong Evelyn was, however. For her to use this much strength so precisely, she had to be very strong. She flew for a solid 30 seconds before eventually crashing into a mountain. In the distance, she could still see the city where she had stayed all of these years. And suddenly, a few small fiery mushroom clouds began towering into the sky. They were spread out across the entire city. Or so it seemed anyway, but they were all coming from the fake assassin branches Evelyn had set up. Astria's eyes began hurting from the amount of mana she had infused into them. Zooming in tens of kilometers was quite taxing, even for her. Why? Who did this? She was shocked to the core. It all happened so fast. One moment she was celebrating her birthday, and the next she was watching everything burn before her. Evelyn. Astria called out. She was on the verge of tears, however. A sudden wave of mana startled her out of her thoughts. It came from the city, and it was definitely not friendly. She could clearly feel the malice. Her instincts immediately kicked in. Using her threads in the mountain as a slingshot, she blasted away, moving even further from the city. The presence she felt had begun disappearing the further away she got, and eventually it was fully gone. Astria made the threads around herself turn into a little glider, making her able to fly for a short distance. Below her was a grassy plain, but she didn't exactly know where she was going. After all, she was not a massive fan of learning. It was a pain learning to read and write. The other lessons besides math hadn't really stuck with her either. But now she was starting to regret not even trying to learn. Some knowledge was better than none. Astria took one last glance behind her. The mountain was now very far away. She could barely see it. "I will come back," she said resolutely. Before returning to flight, she could use her mana to propel herself upwards. However, the expenditure was a bit too high for her liking. She would only do it a few more times. She was not sure where she was going after all. But as she thought that, an idea popped inside of her mind as Astria suddenly positioned herself towards the sun, flying in its direction. She put one of her hands into her pocket and grasped a single wooden figurine, one that she pestered Evelyn for over a year to make. "Guide me, Michael." And after that, I just roamed around, trying to get stronger. That was until I met you, Astria finished off while pointing at Michael. He had listened to her entire story, not expecting her to go into so much detail. However, she did, and he felt like shit. That was a lot more depressing than I had thought. Joke's on me for thinking that people like us would be normal, Michael snickered to himself. Comes in a package, I suppose. If she hadn't been delusional, her memories might have not come back. She did say only a small portion of them came back, but it's still something. What about you? Astria fiddled around with the warm coat he had made for her. Michael chuckled in response. I believe my story isn't as interesting as yours, though what am I supposed to tell her? She told me everything to someone she barely knew. Can't really say barely because, true. She put on a big smile. It's fine, my mana still hasn't recovered, so we have time. Michael looked at her and pondered. Was it really all right for him to tell her something like that? It looked like she trusted him a lot. It seemed unconditional and blind, but it was her delusions that made her so aware of him. And later on, those delusions turned out to be the truth. Her mind was just filling in the gaps from the memories. Well, screw it. Not like there would be any other person I would tell this to. Michael sighed and proceeded to tell her how his life went before he arrived in this world. He talked about his loving family and his time serving. He skipped out on the drugs and alcohol he used in his final years of life. It was a shameful thing to remember. Michael wanted to keep those particular memories in the past. He wouldn't want Astria to see him in such a way. He changed the story of how he died. Instead of dying gruesomely in an alley, he told her that he died after a car hit him. It was a bit of a pain explaining what cars were, considering the world they were currently in didn't have them, but nonetheless the story went on. He told her about his time back at the orphanage and a little bit about the system, not providing a bunch of details about it since he didn't know much himself. The journey, the slums, his time as a saint, the temple, and finally, this world they were both in. He told her all about it. The story about his past life was not exactly exciting. The most fun he had was during his time serving. After that, it was pretty much boring. And the trials, he didn't exactly know how to explain them, so he told her that he regains a portion of his memories upon completion of said trial. Astria's expression changed a bunch of times during the course of his explanation, yet she didn't seem surprised. It was more of pity at times and happiness when he succeeded. And that's about it. It was a coincidence that we met. Michael finished his explanation and checked on her mana. It was pretty much back to full. A coincidence? I wouldn't be so sure, she added and stood up. It was about time for them to search for the portal. He was a bit surprised she didn't ask any more questions. His story seemed the most weird out of both of theirs, since essentially he had many more lives. It wouldn't be that surprising if she chose to not believe him, but she did. Yeah. I don't know what else it could have been if not a coincidence. Michael chuckled to himself and stood up, walking out of the small cave. The weather had gotten worse. If before it was considered slightly chilly, it was now very cold, to the point where even he began feeling it. And that's happening despite his cold resistance and warm clothing. Michael glanced at Astria and noticed she was in a similar situation, although she wasn't shivering nearly as much as him. As he was thinking that, he saw some movement in the far-off distance. He wasn't sure if it was a bird or something else. However, he was certain something was indeed there, Astria. He turned to her and noticed her already readying her threads as if she felt something too. But no matter where he looked, there was nothing. That small amount of movement was all he could see. His map was not picking anything up either, and his senses were even more useless. System. He tried calling out and was met with an immediate answer. Do not move. Do not even think of moving. Stand still now. What's the deal? Michael asked, but nonetheless proceeded to follow the system's instructions after also relaying them to Astria. He had told her about some of the knowledge that he shared and that it was due to the system's help. Remember when I said that the rift could take you anywhere, and those places could and most likely would be dangerous? Yes, well. You are in one of the more dangerous regions, Jotunheim. Michael's eyes immediately widened upon hearing the system's words. Fuck. Do you mean the land of the giants? Precisely, the thing you thought was a bird was nothing more than a fledgling giant. It seems to be looking for something in this particular area. Are the giants friendly? Michael asked with a tinge of hope, as fighting a literal giant was definitely not on his agenda. They are friendly only if you are invited by them, however. If you happen to accidentally break into their world, then fuck me. So not only do we have to find the portal, but we also have to avoid being squashed by the giants. Pretty much, most of them walk in their human forms, as being extremely tall has its downsides, but the one you saw might just be a curious one. Could I beat it? Michael asked another question and saw movement happening in the far-off distance again. This time it seemed a lot closer. You might be able to scratch it if you attacked it with all your might. This is one of the higher worlds. Even their weakest were at the very least tier 6. Nice pep talk. Though what should I do now? Well, my advice would be to stay still and wait it out. However, you only have 5 days. Yeah, I have no idea. Michael rolled his eyes at the system and saw even more movement happening in the distance. He could now see the figure, albeit slightly. It had what appeared to be leather armor, and its skin was completely blue, the same color as its hair. Astria, do you have any presence masking techniques you could maybe share? She heard his voice and slowly turned her head around. I do. But for us to completely erase our presence, we would need to completely get rid of our mana and put it inside of our cores. As Michael was about to speak up, she interjected, without mana, we would freeze to death in an instant. It's the only reason we are still alive right now. Shit, it just keeps getting worse and worse. Michael sighed and glanced at the giant that was previously in the distance. Now, however, it was overlooking them. He didn't even notice when it had gotten so close. Michael and Astria were looking directly at it, and it seemed like it knew that they were there as well. Fuck. Look on the bright side, it can't get any worse than this. As the system's words fell, Michael began seeing more movement behind the massive giant, and surprisingly 2 more giants appeared. Or, maybe it can. Calm down. What do you mean calm down? There are 3 of them in front of us. Michael was currently suppressing the urge to use all of his mana to summon a massive sword of light. Maybe that would at least give them time to escape. He wasn't sure exactly how strong a tier 6 was, but the difference shouldn't be that vast. Right. Wrong, they could get rid of this entire mountain with a wave of their hands. Well, maybe not this one in particular. The terrain of Jotunheim is strengthened heavily by mana. Doesn't really sound like something that benefits us, though. Has a genius idea maybe popped into your mind, Systempedia? Michael teased despite the situation he was in. You are special. Give me a moment. Don't do anything stupid. Michael shrugged and returned his gaze to the giants. They didn't seem that hostile at a glance. They were just staring down at the 2 of them. Astria, don't attack them, okay? He walked up slowly beside her. Obviously. She let out an exhausted sigh. They hadn't even fought them yet, and both of them were already tired. The standstill continued as the giants looked at them with curiosity, even crouching down to get a better angle. System. Despite the system's previous words, the giants did not seem that hostile. At least, they were not trying to kill them. Michael took in a deep, cold breath and spoke up, hello. At his words, the giants immediately stepped back in surprise, their movements causing the entire mountain to shake. What did I tell you about not doing anything stupid? And what should I have done if they, I don't know, decided to step on us? Remain quiet. Michael shot back and noticed the giants once again coming near them. Well, it wouldn't have come to that. Michael began ignoring the system as it was not sure what to do either, just trying to buy time for some opportunity to arise so it could claim it as its doing. One of the giants stretched out their hand and started slowly bringing their pinky finger towards Michael. He was expecting to be crushed, however. It stopped just a few meters away from him. Michael took a glance at Astria, and she seemed just as confused as he was. Nonetheless, the giant wanted something, and since Michael didn't have any better ideas, he walked up and put his whole hand on the giant's finger, and immediately it retracted its whole hand before speaking some kind of words to the other giants. Michael could not understand the language, but it did seem similar to something he once learned. Some words were the same and better yet, the pronunciation was too. It seems like their language does indeed share some similarities with the one you learned back in the temple. Do you want me to analyze it? Analyze it. Yes. Michael was a bit confused by the system's question, since when could it analyze languages? However, in the next moment, he was slowly able to understand their words. It felt unreal, as if what they were saying previously was being translated in real time. But hearing them talk didn't give him much of a reassurance, since the topics were a bit strange. Edible, maybe. They look like the sea urchins we eat, so indeed, I vote yes. Come on, it can speak. Doesn't that make it just like us? I vote no. The 2 giants who voted amongst each other turned to the remaining one who hadn't. Rigard, eat or no eat. The giant named Rigard seemed deep in thought for a moment before a massive smile appeared on his face. Eat. All the while, Michael was standing by speechlessly. Hold on. What the fuck are they talking about? According to my Systempedia insight, I think they might be trying to eat you. Michael's eyebrow twitched, you think? However, as he was arguing with the system, the giant who voted no stepped up and suddenly, its size began drastically decreasing, until eventually it was just a tad bit taller than Michael. Bug, can you understand me? The giant began approaching him. The pressure it was giving off was similar to Amanda's, just a little greater. It placed its hands on Michael's collar and began lifting him up and spinning him around. Stop. He quickly said and expended a small amount of mana to create a tiny explosion around himself. The giant suddenly stopped and held Michael right in front of its face, confusion clearly present. You can speak our language, I can. Can you put me down now? Michael said in the nicest way he could as he noticed Astria glaring at the giant in front of him. If history repeats itself and she attacks it, then death would be certain. It seemed like the other giants heard the conversation as their size rapidly decreased, and they walked up to Michael. Are you food? Michael quickly shook his head and shot back no, neither is she. Oh, the two giants seemed a bit disappointed upon hearing that. This is an interesting development. Maybe the giants' behavior changed as time passed. Were they previously violent or something? Michael wondered. He did see some of that savageness in the two hungry giants, however. They seemed young, even though they were taller than him. Giants were once as arrogant as dragons. I can recall a small memory fragment of an interaction from one of your previous lives. You offended a giant and were sentenced to die by being frozen inside of a mountain. How unique. That sounds terrifying. He held himself back from showing any visible emotion as he didn't want to trigger the giants in front of him. Say, Bugs, what are your names? The first giant that came down to Michael asked. I am Michael. She's Astria, he introduced himself, and Astria. She seemed too preoccupied with holding herself back from attacking the giant. Good, the two of you will come with us. The giant announced and suddenly grew in size before picking up both Michael and Astria. Hey W. Michael didn't have time to protest as they suddenly began moving at incredible speeds, to the point where the surroundings began shifting from mountains to grasslands to volcanoes and then once again back to mountains. However, these mountains seemed a bit different than the rest, and that's because there was some kind of city carved into the side of it. No, this whole mountain is a city. Michael looked on with widened eyes as the several-kilometer-tall mountain was full of holes and he could see all sorts of people gathered there. But considering that the giants were taking them here, that meant these people were also giants. System, are there any humans in this realm? Michael asked as he found it quite interesting. None that would be living here willingly. They are either visitors, warriors, or better yet, prisoners. As Michael was about to start asking more questions, the system interrupted him. Don't forget that you only have 5 days. After that, you will be stuck here forever. Didn't you say there were warriors and visitors here from time to time? Michael raised his eyebrow and questioned. He understood that the situation was pretty grave, however. He didn't exactly know how to deal with it without being killed accidentally by a giant. The situation would have been much more bearable had it only been those wraiths, yet now it was completely out of his hands. You are neither of them, you are more like a prisoner now. Well, shit. Michael sighed in helplessness and let the giant take him up the mountain, until eventually they arrived at the very peak. It was not as cold as the previous mountain, however. By no means was it warm. There was a little house, one that seemed to belong to their leader. The giant dropped Michael and Astria to the ground, however. They managed to avoid falling flat on their faces. Go inside, Bugs. Introduce yourselves. The giant walked up and opened the door. Inside stood a single blue-skinned man, cooking up some food. Without turning around, he said, Lard, what's the aucus? But his words stopped as he suddenly turned around, the pressure crushing the plate of food in his hands. His sharp glare landed on Michael. You fucker, you were alive. The old giant ran up to Michael and jabbed him in the abdomen. It was a fairly weak attack, even by his standards, however. It still managed to puncture his inner organs. Oh, whoops, you can heal that, can't you? The old giant said while laughing in a hearty manner, seemingly finding the current situation hilarious. Michael, however, was confused. He cast a heal on himself to fix his injuries and stared at the giant in front of him. Do I know you? He asked flatly. If it was one of the people he had met in the past, it would be a bit troublesome for him to remember them. After all, he still had 8 more trials remaining, and so far, he only remembers 2 of his many lives. The system was trying its best to remember the rest, however. It was fairly unsuccessful. There are times when it regains a memory or two, but it's usually something regarding the situation. Know me, I am Thrym, the kid you met way back when. The old giant replied in a confused manner, yet its expression remained firm. System, that ring a bell. Not exactly. Most of the memories regarding giants are of you dying to them, none of which feature this person. He mentioned a kid, perhaps try looking for that. Michael held his smile so Thrym wouldn't notice that anything was off. Astria remained surprisingly calm. He expected her to attack Thrym the moment he laid a hand on him. But it appears in times of need, she can indeed keep her composure. As Michael was thinking that, the system's urgent voice resounded. Got something? Yeah, tell me. It's better if I just show you. Michael was confused for a moment, before his vision suddenly shifted and he found himself on a similar-looking mountain. However, this time it was empty. No holes covered the mountain. It looked natural, as if the giants never laid their hands on it. Not in control of my own body again, huh? Though am I in the sky? He suddenly thought, as all he could do was gaze at the mountain, and it was certainly not from the bottom, more like the very middle. Michael could tell that his feet were not touching the ground either. His eyes suddenly darted to his own arm, and there lay a single blue kid. It seemed like he was injured. Michael brought him to the very top of the mountain and placed him down, quickly building a small house with his mana, that technique. What the hell, he noticed that what took him visualization and intense focus was done in a mere millisecond by this person. A golden light enveloped the child, quickly returning him to full health. Michael was surprised, not because the kid got healed, but because he felt how this person did it, the mana flow and everything. I can probably replicate it. The concept is the same as making clothing. I have to use the inner part of my mana to interact with the other individual's body, avoiding all of their mana in the process, else I would solidify it. He was fascinated by the sudden gain. As Michael was replaying that certain scene in his mind, the man spoke up in a hoarse voice. Thrym, wake up. New. Thrym rolled around on the cold snow, acting like an absolute child. Michael rolled his eyes and kicked the blabbering idiot who was on the ground. Dude. You are 24. Upon hearing those words, Thrym stopped rolling on the ground and froze up, returning to his normal size, only slightly taller than Michael. You are a buzzkill as always, and you don't act your age. What's wrong with you nowadays? Do you lack attention? Damn, they seem like friends, but at the same time, it seemed like I was Thrym's father or something. Michael grimaced at that thought and continued listening to their interaction. They talked about random things, and he managed to figure out some personal stuff about Thrym. At this current moment, he was only a member of the Frost Giant clan, however. He was also a potential successor to be the head of the entire clan. A big shot in his own way, but it seemed like so was the current Michael, as he was bossing the said big shot around. However, as the conversation suddenly turned into a brawl, Michael noticed something strange. Are those the wings? He could see a pair of wings, ones that Thrym was trying to pull out from his back. But just as he put more force into it, Michael used some kind of repulsion attack to knock Thrym out. Gosh, you act like such a child sometimes, he said, and his vision once again shifted, returning back to the small hut on top of the mountain and Thrym staring at him with an excited yet confused expression. Well, here goes nothing. Michael quickly cleared his throat and began speaking. Thrym. You look just like when you were a kid. How are you? He tried to sound exactly like the previous Michael, and for a moment he thought it worked. However, I am not an idiot, boy. I know that isn't the actual you. You are but a fragment of his, Thrym said with a chuckle, seemingly finding this situation hilarious. But his laughter quickly stopped, replaced with a serious expression though. How do you remember that? That was way too long ago for a mere fragment to remember. Who knows anyways, are you going to spare us? Michael went straight to the point. Knowing Thrym's personality, that was his best course of action. It was highly likely that he would be spared after all. Even if he was not exactly the Michael he knew, he was still his fragment. However, the next words left him speechless. Only if you can beat me in a fight. Are you joking? Thrym shook his head. I am dead serious. Let's meet where we usually spar. Oh right, he face-palmed, remembering the fact that this wasn't the Michael he knew. Just as Michael was about to protest, he was picked up and flung outside at a ridiculous speed, rolling a few times in the air to stabilize himself. He finally landed on some sort of a platform. How far did he fucking throw me? Michael exclaimed as it did not feel that far, yet he could see the mountain he was just on in the far-off distance. You are rather sturdy for a fragment, Thrym's voice resounded behind him. He had a small gauntlet on his hands. It seemed like he was some kind of brawler type. Michael sneered and sent a sword of light at him, though it was easily deflected. Stop calling me a fragment, you brute. That seemed to anger Thrym as he suddenly dropped his gauntlets onto the ground and said in a mocking tone, I won't be holding back. Are you ready, fragment? Michael couldn't understand why he was so frustrated with the giant in front of him. It was very uncharacteristic of him. It seemed like his emotions were being influenced, though the system promised him that it wouldn't happen. It's only temporary. I forcefully reawakened those memories for you, so you felt the full brunt of them. Rest assured the emotions will fade with due time. They better. What's wrong? Are you scared, little fragment? Thrym taunted once more, however. A swift mirrored sort of light attack hit his side. Michael tried, but failed to suppress his laughter. How's that for you, brute? Fuck you. Michael prepared himself for the fight as it was now officially going to start. He was obviously not as strong as Thrym, nowhere near in fact. He just hoped that when he said he wouldn't be holding back, he actually would, and a lot preferably. How strong is he? He asked the system and prepared his shields. He looks like a newly appointed king, so around tier 10 is fair. Might be stronger for all I know. It's hard to determine when you are so weak. What's me being weak have anything to do with this? I use your general stats for perception. If you get stronger, I get stronger. Well shit, Michael cussed under his breath and watched as Thrym began walking towards him slowly. But although it might have looked like it was slow, the steps felt hollow, as if he was both there and not there at the same time. Psst, I'm behind you. Michael heard a voice behind him and immediately turned around. However, he quickly noticed that no one was there. And before he could react, he was sent flying into a nearby rock, puncturing his lungs from the sheer force of the impact. Gwa, Fuck, Michael tried holding himself up while healing his injuries. However, just as he thought he was in the clear, he was met with a fist heading straight for his head. But just as it was about to connect, it stopped in front of him. Thrym walked up and sent a small flick to Michael's arm, completely shattering all of the bones in it. How are you so weak? I'm barely using the strength of a tier 2, yet you can't even dodge my attacks. He sounded pretty disappointed. System, did you even try parrying his attacks? Of course, he was using the strength of someone in the very middle of tier 2. The strength difference was obviously too vast for you to overcome. Of course it was. Michael sneered and looked at Thrym directly in the eyes. Why don't you use the same amount of strength as me? Or are you scared? He taunted and was expecting to be punched again. However, much to his surprise, Thrym's mana suddenly became a lot weaker than before. It now seemed like he was around the same strength as Michael. You are right, in fact, he is a bit weaker than you now. Try not to lose. I won't. Michael focused up and healed his injuries. The mana costs were barely noticeable, so he still had plenty remaining. Just like before, Thrym started walking up to him. However, this time he was able to feel the mana perfectly around himself. Interesting. The technique Thrym used was similar to his mirroring technique, except he was doing it with his whole body. But it wouldn't work a second time. Michael knew how this technique worked, even if it was slightly different. The mana seemed equally adjusted, as if Thrym could switch between the bodies at will, similarly to that evangelist he fought on top of the mountain. Michael wasted no time and sent 2 swords of light at both of the bodies at once, attempting to slice clean through them. However, just before it reached both of them, one disappeared and the other's mana was completely restored, easily blocking the attack. This ability doesn't work with such a shit amount of mana, Thrym grumbled, and proceeded to stop using his skill altogether. Sounds to me like you are just shit with using the mana. Michael shot back and prepared many more swords of light, sending some into the sky for a surprise attack. That attack always turned the tide, so he didn't doubt that it would help him a ton once again. Before Michael could react, Thrym appeared right in front of him, throwing an extremely fast jab right at his face. I thought he wouldn't use strength above tier 1. Michael frowned while just barely dodging the attack. The power behind it was similar to the attacks he endured earlier, just a tad bit weaker. Speed-wise, he was only able to dodge because he was prepared, and even then, if Thrym decided to get a second hit in, Michael would surely be hit. But he didn't. Instead, he stepped back. Oh, you dodged that attack but couldn't dodge the others. You sure are an interesting fragment. Michael's brow twitched as he sent a few mirrored swords behind Thrym, trying to catch him off guard. But alas, this time he was prepared. This fight is a literal stalemate. He sighed from exhaustion. He wasn't tired per se, just frustrated at the progress. Even if the strength Thrym used was similar to his own, the fight hadn't moved in the slightest. I got an idea, fragment. How about a single attack, one where we put our all into it? Thrym suddenly suggested, catching Michael off guard. You know that you are only limited to using the same strength as me, right? Michael asked for clarification. He was not keen on getting blown to bits by a tier 10 attack. Of course. I always keep my word, Thrym said with a smirk before a massive vortex of ice began forming around his arm. Yeah, that's at least tier 2. I don't need you to tell me that. Michael pondered for a moment on what to do. While he did have some offensive skills, none of them were super destructive. Even if he combined all of them, he doubted that it would make the difference between a tier 1 skill and a tier 2 skill. I'll give you a hint since I am feeling generous. There is unused mana in the air. Unused mana in the air. Michael thought about it for a moment before focusing. The system was right. There was quite a lot of mana surrounding him, even more the higher he looked. As if the further away they were from the ground, the more dense the mana became. Michael had an idea, but he wasn't exactly sure how to implement it, so he decided to look around himself. Thrym seemed pretty relaxed, not really paying him any mind. Snow, he thought as he suddenly noticed something behind Thrym. A lone snowball, due to the pressure coming from his attack, it began rolling on the ground, increasing its mass drastically before falling off the mountain. That's it. Michael finally got what he needed, the final piece of the puzzle. At first, he tried combining Sword of Light with Piercing Light. However, it seemed pretty hopeless. The Piercing Light skill was not very good at absorbing mana, while Sword of Light was. Michael looked up into the sky, towards where he sent all of his swords, and he began combining them, eventually turning them into a single massive Sword of Light. However, he was not finished. There was still one thing left to do before he could call it a successful skill, and that was to break it. Michael injected as much outer mana as he could until the sword felt unstable, and when it did, he waved his hand down and cut the connection. Are you crazy? What? He thought while looking at his shaky hand. He must have exhausted at the very least 80 of his total mana. But in the next moment, he noticed what the system meant. A sudden pressure descended on everyone present, and in the far-off sky, there was a single golden light, as if it were the sun. Michael felt excited, but it only lasted for a few seconds before a small frown appeared on his face. The attack would hit Thrym, but at the same time, it would hit him as well, maybe the others in the distance too. Yeah, you just made a nuke. Congratulations, genius. Fuck, he expressed as a sudden sound met his ears. Ding. Ding. New skill generated. Heavenly Judgment Advanced active. Summon a sword from the heavens that absorbs all of the mana it encounters, delivering a deadly attack capable of wiping out an entire army. Radius is determined by the mana absorbed. Cost 75 MP. Cooldown 1 day. Michael stared at the system notification with blank eyes, the sword of light still descending in the background. System, capable of wiping out an entire army. He still couldn't believe it, he had done it accidentally, but it seemed like he managed to really create some sort of a killing weapon. As I said, it's like your old world's equivalent of a nuke. It's definitely a powerful attack, more than enough to contest with a tier 2 attack, and it would only grow stronger as you yourself get stronger. Well, yeah, but when I get caught in the attack too. It's kind of counterproductive, don't you think? Well, I wonder which genius decided it was a good idea to create such an attack without prior knowledge of how mana absorption works. SC whatever. Do you think I can block it? Nope. Michael sighed and glanced at Thrym, who was staring at him with widened eyes. Fragment. Are you trying to scorch my mountain? Scorch. Wouldn't a nuke be enough to completely blow this place to bits? Michael thought with a confused look as he saw Thrym dispelling his attack and jumping into the sky. Did you forget when I said that the landscape is strengthened by mana? That applies to everything, be it snow or the mountain itself, hence why that wraith couldn't do anything to the snow with its fire. Just as Michael was about to speak up, the system once again interrupted him. Don't think anything stupid. Scorching a mountain of such a world is a feat on its own. Be proud of yourself. Sure. Michael could feel a tinge of sarcasm coming from the system, but nonetheless chose to ignore it. However, as he looked at the sky, he froze. The massive sword of light which contained the volatile mana was now being held in Thrym's hands and being swung around like some sort of toy. Whatcha think? Does swordsmanship suit me? He suddenly said and swung the massive sword downwards, the mana expanding at rapid speeds and heading for Michael's head. He barely had enough time to duck, and when he did, he realized his left hand felt weird, and upon taking a glance at it, he noticed it was completely gone, with not even a single blood stain in sight. Do people find cutting off my arms funny or something? Michael's brows twitched as his regenerative factor kicked in. Due to the system's training under the sunlight and moonlight, it had gotten faster. He could see his limb being regrown at a visible pace, and in just a few more seconds it was finally whole again. Michael looked back up and saw Thrym still having fun swinging around the now dissipating sword, until eventually it fully dispersed, the destructive mana fully gone. So did you have fun? Thrym suddenly asked as he landed right beside him. Before or after you cut off my arm, what would you have done if I had been crippled for life? Michael complained and sarcastically swung around his regrown arm. I did that because it's you. Even if you are a fragment, you looked pretty competent. As Michael was about to speak up, Thrym suddenly grabbed him by the collar and threw him again, this time back to the mountain they were on originally. He was not able to land as smoothly as last time, partially due to the fact that he was a bit fatigued from the attack he just cast. But just as he thought he was about to crash into another rock, Astria suddenly caught him with her threads, bringing him closer and checking on his condition. She had a concerned look on her face, even after knowing who or what Michael was. I'm okay, you don't need to worry, he reassured her and waited for Thrym to come, however. It seemed like he was already back inside of his little house. Michael walked right in and sat down by the table, picking up a piece of bread he saw lying around. So, did I pass your test? Did you beat me? No. So what makes you think that you could go back? Thrym asked while stirring the pot of what appeared to be soup. I didn't win, but I didn't lose either. You just stopped the fight of your own volition. If anything, you were the one who lost. Michael shot back and dug into the bread. It was surprisingly tasty. I stopped the fight because you were about to collapse. He turned around and grinned. Glad you liked the bread. I prepared it for the rats. Make sure to leave some for them too. Michael immediately stopped eating and put the bread onto the table. His appetite was ruined. PFT. I'm just kidding. Eat this instead. Thrym suddenly brought down the pot he was stirring earlier. It was indeed some kind of soup. Potato soup. He was a bit confused about how that worked. From what he noticed, the whole area around them was a frozen land. Even though potatoes could grow in slightly cool areas, they would for sure not grow on a mountain like this. But nonetheless, Michael accepted the kindness and dug in. He also noticed that Thrym brought a bowl to Astria and the three giants that were huddled around. His personality is shit, but he's not exactly a bad guy. After Thrym finished handing out the bowls, he sat down right in front of Michael and started eating the soup as well. Listen. Thrym, Astria and I were brought here because of a rift. We have 4 more days to find the exit, or we will be stuck here for a long time. Michael tried reasoning with him, however, he was ignored. They ate in silence until finally both of them finished their bowls, placing them to the side. Fragment, what is it that you remember exactly? Thrym asked while not even directly looking at him, instead, looking to the side with a frown. Michael tilted his head. Could you be more specific? Do you remember how you came to this world the first time, how you met me, anything like that? I don't. Michael merely shook his head. He didn't exactly want to sugarcoat it and flood him with false hope. Thrym remained silent, not speaking any more words. System, are you able to tell how old those memories are? Not exactly, but the giants are known for their lifespans. Some could even potentially live up to an eon. The fuck, isn't an eon like a billion years? Michael was genuinely shocked. He was expecting maybe a few thousand years, but definitely not something ranging between millions and billions of years. Yes, though that amount of time seems incredible to humans who had never been exposed to mana, those who were, however, can live an incredible amount of time as well. Yeah, then what about me? Since I have a mana core, shouldn't I live for a decent amount of time as well? Yes and no, you see, even if the bloodline has not fully awakened within you, it's still there. And all I can tell you is that most archangels don't have lifespans, they are practically immortal. Oh, Michael expressed and was about to ask another question to Thrym, however, an oppressive pressure suddenly descended on all of the people present. It managed to make even Thrym shake a bit. Even if it was mild, that was not something Michael expected to see. As for him, he couldn't even move. So the visitor finally decided to show up. Thrym stood up and walked outside, heading in the direction of the powerful pressure. But a sudden noise made Michael flinch. It sounded as though it was a dragon's roar, though he wasn't sure. Fragment, stay here for a moment, I will deal with this peacefully. Probably, Thrym said with a cracking smile and sat down on a nearby rock, awaiting for the individual to arrive. Michael was just barely able to turn his head, and upon doing so, he noticed someone he definitely had not expected to see. That's the massive green dragon with black horns came into view and immediately landed in front of Thrym. Hello, little guy, I'd like Michael back. So do step aside now, the dragon said, and suddenly began transforming into what appeared to be a human form, one that had long white hair and the familiar black goat-shaped horns. Fafnir, what's he doing here? What business do you have with my guest? Thrym didn't back down and stood his ground against the pressure Fafnir was emitting. It seemed like Fafnir was much stronger than Thrym. Michael wasn't sure by how much, but the gap was definitely not little. How dare you question my intentions? I am not. It's just not every day I personally accept a guest, you know how it is, don't you? Thrym said with a small smile, as if there was a deeper meaning behind his words. I don't. Now are you going to step aside, or should I make you? The two powerhouses kept blabbering amongst themselves, chatting nonsense that Michael could not understand. He could finally move again. The pressure seemed to dissipate quite a great deal, and as it did, he finally took notice of the surroundings. The entire mountain was shaking, albeit slightly, however. The entire peak where they were all currently at seemed distorted. Whatever Fafnir was doing, it was influencing the surroundings, as if his mere words were enough to twist the space around him. Astria had long went beside Michael. She escaped from the clutches of the pressure a bit earlier than he had. She was a bit stronger after all. Are you okay? She went up to him and asked, a worried expression plastered on her face. Michael was confused for a moment, but suddenly he saw a stream of red appear over his eyes, heading down his face and falling onto the wooden ground. What happened? He was a bit confused. He definitely healed up right before casting his heavenly judgment. And even then, his passive regenerative factor was enough to heal any external injury he suffered. When Fafnir appeared, your HP decreased by 20 from just his pressure alone. From what I can tell, he might have blown your eyes up. They just regenerated way too quickly for you to notice. Michael shivered upon hearing that. He lost his eyes just from the pressure alone. That seemed unbelievable. As he was lost in his thoughts, Fafnir suddenly appeared in front of him, seemingly having already finished talking with Thrym. Long time no see, kid, how you been? He said nonchalantly, as if they were the best of pals. Yet aside from meeting him twice, Michael couldn't really say that they knew each other that well. Quite frankly, he was not sure if being associated with a temperamental dragon was in his best interests, but nonetheless he nodded, keeping the act up. After all, as much as this place could provide opportunities for him, it was not exactly pleasant. The cold was slowly getting to him. The house was not heated up either. Most of the cold went through. He was surprised that Thrym was able to cook the food up here, much less light a fire. Training. With this mana density, you might be able to increase your mana core progress by leaps and bounds. Michael took a glance at his status and noticed that he was currently at 40 progress towards the next tier, with only 60 remaining, and he would reach tier 2. However, he had some doubts. After all, he had been training via sunlight and moonlight. Such a direct approach to the cold could potentially kill him. Don't worry about freezing to death. Let's just wait a bit longer till your mana is fully restored. I can at the very least try my best to keep you alive. Michael rolled his eyes, very reassuring. But he was honestly considering it. There were still a few days left until he had to go back to his world. Going back now would feel like a waste, and if Fafnir was able to enter the rift somehow, he likely had a way out too. The two of them chatted a bit. Fafnir was simply asking him how he had been, the sort of stuff Michael would expect to hear from his relative he hadn't seen in a long time. It felt kind of strange. After all, he didn't have anyone left in this world. Rebecca was nowhere to be seen. For all he knew, she was dead and he could not do anything about it. As for his father, he is likely still well. He was a resilient one, rarely even becoming sick. Michael smiled a bit while thinking of the past. They were good memories, but at the same time they were ones he wished to bury deep inside his mind. He doesn't want to be haunted by his past. The way he left his father was way too abrupt. Michael, Fafnir called him out of his thoughts. Sorry. Spaced out for a moment. That's fine anyway. Are you ready to head out? He announced and stretched out his hand, his green wings appearing from his back even while he was still in human form. Actually, could I stay here for a couple more days? There's something I need to do before I go, Michael said with determination. He decided he would go through with the training. It was too good of a chance to pass up. Though he was not exactly sure what to expect, the moonlight felt pretty cold past a certain point. How would the actual cold feel? Fafnir looked to be contemplating for a moment before speaking up. That's fine, there's something I have to do here anyways. I'll be back in 3 days. Will that be enough time for you? Yes, Michael nodded with a small smile. He was beginning to think the system and the books he read were wrong about dragons. Fafnir was just way too nice. He watched as Fafnir turned around and headed over to Thrym, picking him up by the collar and suddenly flying away. Michael was pretty confused, though it seemed like he was not the only one as the giants around him were too. Dragons like to fight. A lot, I see. He sighed to himself and looked at Astria, who had been staring at him this entire time. Her eyes seemed a bit unfocused. She was most likely regaining a memory or two. Michael moved around and noticed she was not tracking him with her eyes. She really did seem like in some sort of trance. He decided to just leave her be, creating a warm coat with what little mana he had left. He placed it on her shoulders before heading outside. Do you guys have like a cave or something I could use for training? Michael turned to one of the giants, the only one who seemed the smartest of the three. Also, the only one who didn't want to eat him. I'm sure. He gestured with his hands to follow him and Michael did just that. They went behind the mountain and there was some kind of a little staircase that led inside of the mountain. It seemed way more spacious than he initially anticipated. The mountain didn't exactly look that big from the outside, but he was mistaken. There were all sorts of giants gathered there, all of whom were thankfully in their human forms. All around him were a bunch of little houses, some made from wood, others carved directly into the walls, with only wooden doors being visible from where he was. Eventually, they arrived at what Michael assumed was the middle part of the mountain. There was a single door leading to the side, and it was much bigger than the previous doors. You can come out whenever you want. It seems like you are the guest of our leader, so we will treat you as such. If you need anything, inject mana into the odd-colored wall. I'll come get you, the giant explained and began walking away. Michael stared directly at the giant door. Now how exactly am I supposed to open this? Do you not see the door handle? I am sure I healed your eyes again, though. Are you? Michael took a deep breath, refraining himself from bashing the system for the 10th time today. He assumed the giants didn't exactly have a hard time opening the door. After all, they were called giants for a reason. However, he himself was not exactly the tallest person alive. His height should be around 185 centimeters, and this door was certainly not made for him. Even while he was standing up straight, he only amounted to 1/10 of the size of the door. He was like an ant in comparison. The giants most likely had to partially transform in order to open it themselves. A full transformation would make them as big as the entire mountain after all. Just try pushing it open. The door has a handle. Why would pushing it do anything? Michael sighed at the system's stupidity, but decided to try it anyway. He placed his hand on the door and gave it a little push, not expecting anything to happen. However, much to his surprise, the door opened just as easily as a normal door despite its grand size. Told you so. Fuck off. Michael kindly dismissed the system and headed inside. He couldn't see any light from the outside, but he could just wait inside for his mana to be fully restored. Then he could cast a few swords of light to provide some kind of light source. However, the moment he stepped into the room, the door closed right behind him, leaving him in complete darkness. What? Michael asked the system as it seemed like it caught onto something. With practically the little bit of mana he had, he couldn't even tell what was around him. It reminded him of the time he first arrived in this strange place, his senses completely overshadowed by the mist. And it was the same now, except instead of the mist, there was darkness. Michael decided to use a bit of his mana to create a single sword of light. He overestimated its cost. Even as he barely had anything left, he couldn't feel it being used in the slightest. That gave him an idea, however. Just as he was about to ask the system about it, he was interrupted. It won't work. Why not? You were able to turn physical enhancement into a passive skill. It was something that gave a flat bonus, your swords of light. Even though they take a very small amount of mana to cast, you are able to cast thousands of them. It is not possible for me to make a skill like that free as it doesn't exactly have a limit. That sucks. But whatever, Michael shrugged it off. It would have been too good to be true anyways. He looked around while waving the few swords of light he had summoned, however, he couldn't see anything at all. The swords illuminated a few meters around him, leaving the rest of the area in pure darkness. Michael didn't feel any malicious intent coming from the darkness. It felt like it was some kind of a protective barrier instead. but from who? He wondered when suddenly, the light of his swords began dimming before eventually, it completely disappeared, leaving him in complete darkness once more. He decided to remain quiet, not moving a single muscle. The darkness seems to be blocking out most of the sound. You just look stupid right now. Michael proceeded to ignore the system's words and continue listening, waiting for even the slightest bit of sound to reach his ears. And after just a few more seconds, he heard an extremely quiet step, one he wouldn't have noticed if he had not been paying attention. He might have missed it. He immediately summoned a sword of light and dashed towards the step, instantly slashing down without even making sure what it was. And the moment he did, he felt his sword connecting with something that he could not quite see. No blood had been spilled, yet it seemed like whatever that creature was, it was knocked back quite a fair distance away from him. It skidded across the ground before disappearing into the darkness once more. This is perfect. Michael was slightly startled by the system's statement, and as he was about to question it, his senses suddenly heightened. He could feel the cold similarly to how he had back in the cave with the moonlight, however. This time it was a bit more intense. You fucking bastard. Are you trying to get me killed? He was slightly panicking because he was not used to fighting with such heightened senses. Every time he took a step, it sounded as though someone rang a bell directly inside of his ears. It hurt a fair deal. But much to no one's surprise, his pain didn't last long as his eardrums burst once again, leaving him temporarily deaf. "Stop this shit or I'm actually going to die," Michael exclaimed at the system. The cold was bearable, however. The senses were increased far too much for his own liking. Bear with it, trust me. What's better than absorbing mana directly while also fighting someone? Nothing, fuck you. Michael stopped all his fiddling around and remained completely still. Eventually, his hearing came back. However, unlike last time where he could just barely hear the footsteps, this time they were loud, much too loud for his liking. But nonetheless, it made it a bit easier for him to find the creature. Kicking off, he arrived right in front of it with his eardrums once again in tatters. The sword once again connected, and the creature retreated, however, unlike the last time, he could hear it breathe. And its breathing was shallow, as if it had just received a fatal wound. Michael definitely felt like he looked silly. Every time he moved, his eardrums burst. He had to stop like a statue in order to even fight. He still found it rather difficult to control the mana while in this heightened state, so he couldn't cover his ears with anything to protect them from the sound. And the system wasn't kind enough to exclude hearing from the list of senses it enhanced. However, as he was focused on the breathing, he noticed yet another pair of footsteps, one's right behind the creature he just fought. And much to his surprise, one of them let out a squeal before its body fell to the ground. Michael didn't need to be a genius to know that the one who was killed was definitely not the one who had just arrived. He stood incredibly still, waiting for the strange, invisible creature to come at him. But it didn't. Instead, its footsteps got further and further away, until eventually Michael could not hear it anymore. He let out a deep sigh and sat down. Moving around felt painful, and the feeling of constantly having his eardrums burst was not pleasant in the slightest. "You fucker. What were you thinking?" Michael asked the system with genuine curiosity. It seemed way too random for it to spring up something this dangerous upon him. "Relax, it wasn't that dangerous. That creature you hit a few times was another wraith, probably one associated with darkness." He felt like it skimped out on a few details, so he urged it to speak up. "And is that all? As for the other one, I am not really sure. Who knows what these giants keep in their training rooms? You said most of your memories are fragments from mine and the past me's memories, right?" Michael asked with a blank look. "Essentially. Was I ever, some kind of a gambler?" "Of course, many times in fact, but that's besides the point. Go on and absorb the surrounding mana. It is quite dense, so you can restore it a bit faster. After that, I will increase your sensitivity." Michael rolled his eyes at the system's comment and got comfortable. "Sure, keep watch for whatever that thing was. You would be able to feel it yourself, but okay." "See, progress my ass." Michael stood up, his body creaking from the pain he just went through. The system didn't go as far as to make it extremely cold, mainly because he was not full on mana. Nonetheless, he did make significant progress. A session that lasted only an hour brought his progress up by 2. And he wasn't even going all out with the training. He could only imagine how much mana he would gain by utilizing the surroundings. However, it was pretty dangerous. After all, he was not exactly alone in this place. "On your 6. Upon hearing those words, he immediately turned around, as if by instinct, but much to his surprise, no one was there. "Just kidding, ease up already." "You." Unbelievable. Michael was left speechless by the system's antics. It chooses the worst times to be sarcastic. It was way too cold for him to think straight. He just wished more of his mana returned. Even with the density in the air, he was only able to restore 16 of his total mana after a whole hour. "So what now?" he asked the system, as he was not too keen on exploring whatever this place was. "Get over your fear of exploration. Just go find the wall that the giant was talking about. It would be much safer to train there, don't you think?" "You are right, but where am I even supposed to go? I kind of lost track of where the entrance was." Michael groaned at that thought. He was kind of lost. But just as he thought he was about to be wandering for hours, he remembered one of the newer system functions. Show me the map. How am I supposed to map anything out when I don't even know where we are? But yeah, I did keep a trace of your steps ever since you entered the room. Then stop being sassy. Michael rolled his eyes and looked at the map, walking back to where he first came from. And much to his surprise, there was nothing but fog. Good job, you fooled me well. I traced it correctly, though. The entrance must have moved. Michael proceeded to ignore the system until he figured something out since clearly it was of no help. He tried making a dent or even a scratch on the ground to leave a sign of him being there previously, however, it was extremely durable. It was like trying to scratch metal with a napkin. He couldn't leave even a single mark. This whole place felt strange. Ever since entering it, not once had he let his guard down. Michael couldn't feel it, but he could definitely tell that he was being watched. It would be strange for him not to be watched. After all, if there was one monster, there would be more. A decent observation, though I suggest you move a bit to the left. Why? He ignored the system's warning and walked forward, stepping on something squishy. Yet the moment it came in contact with his foot, it exploded like some sort of balloon. However, as it did, a sudden chill ran down his spine, not because it was cold, but because he could feel some sort of bloodlust. The direction was something he was not able to tell, but whatever it was now mad because of whatever Michael stepped in. Told you anyways, run. Michael did not need to hear it twice as he began running in one direction, however. The bloodlust he felt earlier was now more pronounced, almost like it was in front of him. But it was not. He couldn't hear a step or any sort of sound. It felt eerie, even if he couldn't hear anything previously. He was now not even able to hear the static in his ears. Too fucking quiet. Michael felt an ominous feeling well up inside his chest as he continued running. However, even as he ran and ran, he ended up in the same place, stepping on some kind of small balloon again, making it pop. It kept happening until he eventually decided to stop. He was clearly not progressing by running. If anything, it only made whatever was watching him angrier. Come out, he decided to try his luck, but nothing happened. Or so he thought, however. In the next moment, a piece of snow fell on top of his head, barely feeling like much. Even so, that was enough for Michael to understand the current situation. He looked up, seeing a few small red dots a pretty far distance away. And as he did so, one of them dimmed before falling down, landing right in front of him. Michael finally managed to see what it was, however. His expression did not turn for the better. Instead, he felt even more uneasy now. A sack, a massive fucking spider sack. He held it up with one hand, feeling the twitching inside. This is a spider sack, right? Yeah. Michael had always been terrified of spiders. As tough as he thought he was, spiders were the only weakness he had. It was an irrational fear he thought he had overcome after becoming much stronger in this world, however. It seemed some fear remained. I fucking hate spiders. He crushed the sack in his hand, earning another surge of bloodlust. As that happened, he saw the small red spider sacks above him twitch a little, as if it had reacted to his provocation. The spider is up there. No shit, I can tell that much as well, Michael snickered as he continued staring at the still trembling red dots. No, I mean I can feel it up there. It's about to pounce on you, so be more on guard. He flinched and recast Shield of Aegis on himself while also summoning shields all around himself. They didn't take up too much mana, so he cast as many as he could before his MP hit 10. He didn't want to exhaust himself before the fight even began. It's calm. However, before the system was even able to finish its words, he reacted by dashing to the side with all his might, just barely dodging the attack. But even if he did, Michael noticed that the so-called spider was also invisible. He could hear its footsteps, but that was all. What the fuck is wrong with this training room? He cast the piercing light skill, aiming directly at the immobile creature. And much to his surprise, his attack connected and it pierced the spider. It let out a shriek before all sound faded. That's it. He was slightly confused at the outcome. It seemed like a fast creature and definitely not strong either. But it wasn't able to dodge a single attack of his. Something did not make sense. However, as those thoughts continued, he heard a small pair of footsteps, ones that did not sound like they belonged to a monster. They felt human, they felt familiar. But he couldn't make them out before the figure stopped not too far away from him, standing in silence. He began feeling uneasy. After all, the thing in front of him seemed much stronger than the rest. Well, I think it's about time for you to know where you were. What are you talking about? You see, the creatures in this room are not exactly real, instead they are. The system was not able to finish its words as the creature suddenly lunged at him with small but fast steps. He could accurately trace it by using sound. It was a neat trick he was happy he had picked up. The creature was around his height, maybe a little shorter, but nonetheless, it was not to be underestimated. Michael met it in the middle and struck with his sword of light, attempting to slash through it just like he did with the rest. However, the hit merely bounced off as if it was reflected. Ha. Ha! An ominous horse laugh resounded from the creature as it dashed at Michael once again. Did it just use a shield? Michael thought with a frown as he dodged its attack. It did seem stronger earlier, but it was rather weak now that he began fighting it. Its moves were fast but not deadly. It felt way too odd. Michael waited for the correct moment and struck in the middle of its attack, piercing its hollow body. And just like with the rest of the invisible creatures, it completely disappeared after being killed. Was that the same thing that killed the first monster? He asked the system as he resummoned a few swords of light, illuminating a bit around himself. Well, since it didn't let me finish last time, I'll tell you now. The creatures are not real, they are mere illusions. What do you mean by illusions? Aren't they supposed to be? You know, not interactable. He wondered as he clearly felt his attacks connect. And the laugh, it was definitely not fake. Good illusions tend to do that, but anyway, it feeds off of your fear. I guess the first one was the fear of the unknown. Would explain why they were all invisible. I see. Michael thought back to his fear of spiders as well. It added up a bit. However, the last one still didn't make sense to him. What exactly was it? It didn't fit in the context of his wares. Who could that person be? Don't forget that you have the memories of the other people too, so don't be surprised if some unexpected surprises arise. Maybe he shrugged and decided to walk again. If it was going to give him fights based off of his fears, then he couldn't really prepare for it. He himself was not afraid of many things. As for the others' memories, he was not sure. He hadn't touched them since assimilating with them. Michael decided to put that on his agenda. After all, even though both of them were not exactly strong or smart, they could still provide some knowledge for him. The knowledge that could come in handy. He continued walking, encountering a few of the invisible creatures, however. Most of them did not prove a challenge. There was one fight in particular that had been a tad bit troublesome. It was against some squishy small monster. Even before he heard it, a shiver ran down his spine. Killing it wasn't exactly difficult, it was just time-consuming. Every time he cut it apart, it regenerated into multiple new pieces, and he didn't exactly have a way to deal with something like that. He had his swords of light, but they do not exactly affect a large area. As for his heavenly judgment, well, it was on cooldown. Quite frankly, it would have been the first skill he used once he realized what kind of a situation he was in. Michael thought that maybe, just maybe, the darkness would be swallowed up by his sword and he could somehow steer it far away. However, knowing his luck, it would have not gone so well. For your own sake, don't use that skill until you figure out how mana absorption works, else you are actually going to nuke an entire city back home. You don't have to tell me that. He grumbled and suddenly collided with a wall, falling back flat on his ass. Nice one. Fuck off. I didn't see it. Michael rolled his eyes and stood up. There really was some kind of a wall in front of him. He decided to touch it. The giant said that he would come rescue Michael if he did. And in all honesty, he wasn't too keen on staying in this place much longer. He was barely getting stronger with the added bonus of feeling like shit because of constant adrenaline. He never knew when a monster could pop out and try to end his life. Even the weak can kill the strong with a surprise attack. Nothing is happening. He held his hand on the wall for a few moments, but alas, it just felt like touching a cold rock. However, the moment he took his hand away from the wall, it lit up, shining a bright hue across a good portion of the room. It was blinding. He couldn't help but close his eyes and back away a fair distance, until eventually he opened his eyes. And by no means had he expected to see a small pillar with a giant light on the very top, illuminating the darkness around him. It seemed like some kind of lighthouse, though he didn't quite understand the purpose of it. Looks like a safe zone. Guess you won't have to worry about constantly being on guard after all. Michael decided to ignore the system and stare at the massive light on the top of the pillar and noticed a faint trace of mana. It was separated into 4 different directions, all of whom were on the opposite sides of this lighthouse. He assumed it wanted him to follow them. After all, he was not exactly sure how he needed to get to this wall the giant talked about. For all he knew, it didn't even exist, and the giant would swoop in just before he died or something. You are pretty optimistic, but look, my advice is to actually restore your mana this time before going out. You still have 3 days left after all. You are right, Michael sighed and walked up to the strange pillar lighthouse and sat down right beside it. However, before he could have time to relax, he suddenly felt his senses expanding, and once again the cold was returning. But this time it was much more pronounced. It was extremely cold. He couldn't understand why the system was doing this since he only had roughly 20 of his total mana remaining. It would not be a good training session by any means. Don't worry, just sit still. The system added and Michael began feeling a little bit warm, albeit the cold had not dissipated in the slightest. But it was no longer unbearable. In fact, he began feeling a little relaxed. However, as he laid back down, he noticed the light above him slightly dimming, and at the same time, his mana rapidly returning. In just a few moments, he managed to not only restore all of his mana, but also increase his mana core progress. It went up from 42 to a flat 50. The difference might not have been that massive, however. The 8 difference seemed like his mana capacity increased by nearly double what it had been just a moment ago. There's a lower stage, middle stage, and finally the upper stage. Lower is considered anything under 50, middle is from 50 to 90, and upper is everything above 90. All those milestones increase your strength by quite a decent amount. So do I tear up instantly after I reach 100? He asked with curiosity as all of his fatigue seemed to have faded away. You will reach 100 and then go through the hassle of forming the new mana thread. Only then can you reach the next tier. As Michael took a deep breath and was prepared to once again relax for a moment, the system suddenly interjected. There is still 2 progress worth of mana stored inside that light. I hope you are ready for some training. And before he could protest, his entire body froze up, halting any and all movement, before he began feeling an immense cold rushing through his veins. Endure for as long as you can, good luck. That was tiring. Michael exhaled a cold breath and stood back up. The light of the pillar had disappeared quite a while ago. But even then, the little lights that were scattered in different directions remained, still shining as bright as ever. And it was finally time to check his status. His progress in all aspects was pretty considerable. Skill merging. Heat resistance, basic passive. Cold resistance, basic passive. Herald of Light, advanced passive. Mirage of Light, intermediate passive. Physical enhancement, intermediate passive. Eyes of the Healer, intermediate passive. Hand-to-hand combat, beginner passive. Shooting mastery, beginner passive. Discipline, basic passive. Heat resistance, basic passive. Cold resistance, basic passive. Purify, intermediate active. Aegis of Light, intermediate active. Sword of Light, basic active. Piercing Light, intermediate active. Veil of Detection, basic active. Heavenly Judgment, advanced active ++. Michael stared at his status with satisfaction. He was halfway to the next tier, and it hadn't even been an extremely long time since he obtained the mana core. He doubted that many could contest with his speed. After all, not everyone has opportunities that allow them to befriend a dragon and travel to a whole different world. But he didn't let it get to his head. After all, he hadn't explored even one of the possibilities available to him. Michael had not even left his world. As the 2 worlds were in a way connected, his journey would officially start once he left through those portals on the Jayor continent. He would ask Amanda for some assistance to get a higher laid. However, he knew his helping hands must stop eventually, and he wanted it to happen the moment he came back. He expected to live a normal life at first, going to the academy and acquiring some good friendships. However, each time he took 1 step forward, he took 2 steps backward. The cycle did not seem like it would end. He doubted the academy even had anything left to offer him. His strength had already far surpassed those of his peers and most likely the teachers. Is this fate, a life full of unpredictability? Would you be surprised if someone was controlling fate in order to make the Archangel return just a bit faster? With all the shit I've been through thus far, not really. Well, chin up. From what I can tell, once you reach Tier 2, a lot of the system capabilities will be unlocked, and you will also be able to utilize the bonuses from skill gains. It had been locked due to your strength being insufficient, however. The seal is slowly lifting. Good to know. Michael proceeded to stretch and head to the next pillar. He didn't quite trust the mapping in this area as he had already got lost multiple times. However, as he turned around after walking quite a fair distance away, he was still able to see the lights from afar, one of them even being directly above him, notifying him that he had gone the wrong way. He turned a bit to the side and immediately noticed the light shine in front of him, leading him to where he had to go. Had he not been so lost in his thoughts, he might have been able to see it a bit sooner. Surprisingly, the path was fairly calm. Only a few creatures appeared, and they were pretty weak, not requiring a lot of effort for him to deal with them. But as easy as it was, he knew that at the very end, something would definitely happen. It all felt like a huge build-up to it. The power-up, the testing get reminded him of the time he fought the golden-haired Michael, but this time it seemed more uncoordinated. This time it was definitely not his own trial that he was going to go through, but someone else's. Michael finally arrived in front of another pillar, and just like with the last one, the system subjected him to a moment of Tordu training. His gains were the same as last time. He absorbed all of the light on the very top of the pillar and gained yet another 10 progress, bringing it up to a grand total of 62. The mana purity had also grown quite a lot ever since he first started working on it. He couldn't feel the differences at first, but with every single training session and every single fight right after, he could most certainly feel the difference then. His swords were sharper, his mana formed quicker. It was a great boon, and from what the system had mentioned, it did not have a limit, meaning it could go as high as he wanted it to. The only reason it was synchronized with his mana core progress was because he didn't have any alternatives for increasing its purity at the current moment. Don't question how you get the boons, just make sure you're strong enough to deal with what happens after you collect them all. You are right. Michael watched as the light dimmed, until finally it went completely out, signifying that he had successfully collected all that he needed to in this location. He looked up expecting there to be a light leading him once again. However, much to his surprise, there was nothing. Darkness was all around him once more. And as he was not paying attention, an attack landed on his body, sending him hurtling back into the pillar, tilting it over and causing it to crash to the ground with a thunderous boom. Parry it. Michael sighed at the system and stood back up. The attack was mostly negated by his shields. All he felt was a small bump. However, as he looked up at what hit him, he was left a bit surprised. He could finally see the weird creatures. And they were definitely not monsters. They looked exactly like humans, ones he does not remember meeting at all. The one in front of him was some kind of a woman. She looked like she had some sort of a grudge against him. Strength-wise, she was much weaker than him, just like the rest of the ones he killed previously. All they had was the element of surprise. But now that it was gone, they were nothing but standing ducks. Michael waved his hand, and a sword immediately pierced the woman's neck, ending her life swiftly. Now that he didn't have to worry about the invisibility, he could use his incredible casting time to his advantage, making him quite the killing machine. But it was a bit strange, killing someone just a bit weaker than him felt way too easy. He could have done it with his eyes closed. If he wanted to, he could have simply dodged, yet his instincts were no longer screaming at him to dodge. "Did you do something?" Michael asked the system suspiciously. "How could I have done something to your instincts? You literally got beaten up every single time since you came to this world. Your strength has grown too much, and so have your expectations for your opponents. So you're telling me I got that much stronger without realizing it, to the point where I don't see anyone stronger than me as a threat?" He didn't seem convinced. "I am not going to explain every little detail to you about how your own mind works. Listen, you got stronger, and your instincts will return to normal eventually, presumably once you get used to fighting those similar in strength to you." Michael seemed deep in thought before a flash of light appeared in the corner of his vision, leading him to yet another pillar. "Time to get a move on. I can't wait to meet the one behind this." Michael brushed the dust off of his clothing. He was finally at the last pillar after collecting the other two along the way. 82 progress towards the next tier. It was massive. Added on to the fact that his mana purity finally crossed the 100 threshold, reaching 103, his mana had been amplified by a great deal. Yet as he stood in front of the last pillar, he was not exactly feeling confident. After all, whatever awaited him afterwards was definitely going to be troublesome. He had also noticed that his halo had begun glowing, albeit faintly. It was still enough for him to be concerned. Michael was now able to instantly kill those of similar strength to him. However, those who were stronger would most likely pose a greater challenge than he could anticipate. "Stop worrying about it already and sit down. I will help you absorb the remaining 10. "Fine." He grumbled and sat down, quickly absorbing the light of the pillar. The speed was much faster than the first time he had done it, and in just 20 seconds he was able to fully absorb it, pushing himself into the upper level of his own tier. Only 8 were remaining until he could finally. He also noticed that he was finally able to push his INT stat into the S category, and he could instantly feel the difference. The world felt slower and his mana felt much easier to control. It honestly felt unreal, but as the seconds passed, he adjusted to it very quickly. Michael attempted to summon a single sword of light, but it seemed way too easy, so he opted to summon at the very least 100 of them. And to his surprise, there was no strain or anything of the sort. Just like his other skill usage attempts, it felt effortless. The mana drain wasn't huge either. 2.5 to summon 100 swords of light. That was quite the feat. I could definitely UO. As Michael was about to begin gloating to the system, the light of the pillar reignited. This time, however, it was a pale blue color. He could see the rest of the pillars in the distance, and they too were lit up, casting a bright light that seemed to be directing him to go to the very middle. This is a bit ominous, Michael thought, and proceeded to follow the light, until eventually he ended up in front of some sort of arena. It looked like a massive slab of stone in the middle of nowhere. However, that was not enough for him to let his guard down. After all, there was a single man sitting on a chair in the very middle. Middle of tier 2 from what I can tell. He nodded and walked up to and onto the arena, arriving right in front of the man, who, upon closer look, seemed to resemble him quite a lot. For foo, as Michael was about to inwardly cuss at his own trials, the man spoke up. "Stop whining like a bitch." Fuck. The man attempted to sound intimidating, however, he bit his own tongue. "He's not you, he only resembles the current you, that's about it. His appearance might be a bit different in reality had this place been a little less weird." He listened to the system's words and continued staring at the man who seemed to be trying to hide away from his embarrassing little act. "So, were you the one who was helping me?" "That's right, you wimp, I was tasked to. Steal your resolve." The man began talking while staring directly at Michael's eyes and his mana, confusion growing with each word he spoke. You are not the one I was told about." He took out some sort of notepad from his pocket. It seemed pretty comical given his previous impression. Michael raised his brow. "And who were you told about exactly?" "Some kid who was supposed to be the last of something. One of the higher-ups asked me to train his resolve." "But you are not him, are you?" The man glared at Michael as a hint of bloodlust slowly crept up his spine. System. Michael backed off a little bit as he was not sure what kind of abilities the man in front of him had, coupled with the fact that this fight seemed to be one big misunderstanding. I have no clue if I am being honest, though by wimp I would assume he's referring to one of your previous selves. However, that wouldn't make much sense considering he was indeed told that someone would come. In this timeline, Michael thought for a moment before he furrowed his brows. He had a hunch that his thoughts were correct. What are the odds that I replaced the previous Michael, the one Kevin talked about? That's impossible. I was with you when you first came to this world, and I was there when I sealed your memories until your condition stabilized. It's highly unlikely for something like that to happen. Is it not? I mean, you were corrupted once, weren't you? Michael glanced at the man in front of him who was slowly taking out a pair of daggers from his waist. It seemed like he had already made up his mind. Are you saying that the Michael who Kevin knew was in actuality you with sealed memories? Listen, the case where someone took over last time was because I relinquished control for a mere moment. The system paused for a moment before once again continuing. This time its voice was filled with doubt. Though, I did have to do the same when I was forced to seal your memories. Time paradox, bullshit perhaps. On that note, how was I even chosen? Do you remember that much at least? No, I can only remember your previous life. I only gained sentience once you were transported to the other world. I guess neither of us knows shit then. Michael took a deep breath and spoke once again, trying to probe the man's personality. I am not sure who you were looking for, however. Don't you think some courtesy is in order? After all, you treated me so well with all of those gifts. However, the man finally drew his daggers and held them right in front of himself. You are nothing but a thief masking as the chosen one. I will cull you where you stand. Right, sure, but before you do that, can you tell me what you meant by the higher-ups? Who are they exactly? Michael tried getting some information out of the man. Besides, he was not sure who were his allies at this point. Ha, you imposter, you don't even know about them. The man seemed riled up as he finally dashed towards him, aiming straight for his neck. But with the system's assistance and his newfound strength, he was able to deflect the attack while also sending one of his own. He started off slow, only casting around 10 swords of light and trying to impale the man. However, the attacks were easily blocked. It seemed like the man was definitely not to be taken lightly. Need I remind you he's a tier 2. One in the middle stages at that. Don't let down your guard and fight with care. I'll handle the dangerous attacks. Michael cast a barrage of mirrored swords of light and watched with a small frown as the man deflected them all. Sure. This guy is so annoying to fight. Michael exhaled a painful breath as he backed away and cast his piercing light skill at the man. And much like his other skills, it was blocked or redirected. Michael was not sure how the man did it. After all, the skill was pretty difficult to detect. But not to him apparently, as he kept on deflecting them and closing in on Michael, hitting him with pretty heavy blows despite only using daggers. He had the system to thank for the parrying. He didn't have to worry about it at all. The only thing he needed to focus on was attacking and not getting his head cut off. I don't suppose Heavenly Judgment is off cooldown, he asked with annoyance as the fight didn't seem to be going anywhere. His mana was limited. He couldn't say the same for the man's physical abilities as they seemed to be much better than his own. However, everyone had limits, even if it didn't look like they did. I'll block the next non-vital attack. I want to try something. He informed the system and proceeded to fight as per usual. But unlike before, he showed more openings. He wanted the man to take advantage of them and hit him. Michael's reasoning was pretty simple. If the man could block the attacks with his daggers, would he still be able to do the same without them? The attack came, but it didn't seem like the man would fall for his cheap trick. Most of his attacks were still directed at the vitals. Gah. Fuck, one of those attacks managed to graze him, albeit slightly. But even then, it was enough to blow out one of his lungs. However, his passive regeneration mended his injury very quickly. It seemed like using heals on himself was no longer necessary unless they were fatal or more serious in nature. He didn't know if he could mend a pierced through heart or even a split into 2 body. However, he was willing to bet that he could. The man once again attacked, but this time, his daggers were heading for Michael's arm, seemingly in an attempt to cut it off. This fucker. He was glad at the fact that the attack wasn't heading for his vitals, however, it was heading towards his arm. It seemed like everyone's go-to method of injuring someone was cutting off an arm or two. He just had to experience it multiple times himself. The system didn't parry it and let it connect, however. Just as it embedded itself into his arm, he shut it tight with a shield, holding it in place. That seemed to throw the man off a little bit as he had a look of surprise on his face. He tried taking out the dagger, but it seemed as though it was stuck inside of his arm. Michael made sure of that. With only a single dagger remaining, his chances of winning grew by a lot. Michael backed away and cast a few shields in front of himself, blocking off the man's approach while also beginning to summon hundreds, if not thousands of swords, which were all heading towards the single daggered man. He attempted to replicate Heavenly Judgment, however. There seemed to be some kind of a rejection that made it impossible for him to finish the skill. Safety mechanism against your own stupidity. Thank me later. Michael ignored the system's words and stared at the man who now seemed to show a hint of struggle. However, he knew better than anyone that he hadn't used his affinity yet. The entire fight, he only used his daggers and a little bit of mana and not a single skill from what Michael could tell. Unless deflection was his skill. He thought for a moment but dismissed that idea. It seemed too far-fetched. A single sword connected with the man's thigh, throwing him a bit off balance before he let out an inaudible shout, one that seemed like a high-pitched shriek to Michael's ears. However, it seemed to have broken all of the incoming swords of light. It also managed to push Michael back slightly. It was now his turn to show surprise. What was that? The wind affinity, perhaps. It seems like he is going down the path of sound. It means he uses sound to fight. So as long as I can't hear him, I'm fine. Michael asked for confirmation as he was considering his choices. The vibrations would still affect your brain. However, I could focus all your defensive capabilities on it, making you pretty much immune to his affinity. That seems pretty simple. Is there a catch? Yes, I would need to seal off your hearing for a bit, that is, until you finish the fight. Michael looked in thought for a moment before nodding, do it. And the moment he said that, his hearing completely disappeared and the system's outer shields did too. I said full focus, be careful. The system warned him and Michael turned to look back at the man. His appearance looked a little haggard. It seemed that his little shriek was not able to completely destroy all of the swords as there were holes clearly visible in his body. However, the fight was much more balanced now. Michael could see the man saying something and then his expression turning to one of confusion, then right after, shock. It seemed like he figured out what Michael had done and decided to take the fight up front once again. He doesn't have a lot of life left. He thought as his eyes of the healer skill overlooked the man, there was a little flame that was growing weaker by the moment. He assumed that was the man's life force. It would definitely coincide with the injuries he took. Michael took one step forward, baiting the man into a defensive stance, and in that one little moment, he sent a bunch of swords directed at the man's feet. The man dodged by jumping upwards, however. Michael was prepared for that, as in the next moment, an invisible sword cut off the man's hand which was holding the dagger. All this time, he was preparing a single piercing light, and in the very end, he managed to succeed with his surprise attack. The man looked at Michael in terror as he caught his own hand and pried it open, taking the dagger out and attempting to swing at him once more. However, it was to no avail, as the hand managed to be lopped off as well. It was much way easier for Michael to take advantage of this fight now that he had made the man panic, and all that was left was to finish it. However, he still wanted answers. Who exactly were these higher-ups, and why was this man tasked with toughening him up? System, is there any way for you to safely let me talk with him while also protecting my brain? He asked as he stared at the man who was shaking and seemingly preparing to run away. I can interpret the words he speaks and relay them in your mind, just ask your questions. All right. Michael walked up to him and kicked him in the stomach, hurtling him down on his back. Who are you and who are your so-called higher-ups? He asked away and saw the man mumble something. Fuck you, imposter. Michael stared at the man for a moment and sighed. He dealt with these kinds of people back in his time in the military, and every single time they remained quiet, the devoted cultist type. I see. Michael waved his hand and turned around, hearing a plop on the ground as the system had restored his hearing. Well, that was pretty unproductive. Yup. Michael proceeded to walk off of the arena and sit down on the very last step, acting like some sort of a chair. So what now? So how do you feel fighting someone who is a tier higher than you? Honestly, not as hard as I expected it to be, Michael answered truthfully while lying down on the last step of the arena. The fight might have been harder had the matchup been a bit different, since in this case, Michael completely countered his opponent. He even had a buff where his stats slightly rise when he faces an opponent a tier higher than him. At least you know, don't let this little win get to your head. Anyways, go back to check up on him. The illusion should have been dispelled by now. Michael nodded and stood back up, walking back to the man he had just killed, and much to his surprise, he no longer looked identical to him. Instead, he looked plain, way too plain. It was one of those people with not memorable appearances. It did not look like he had any remarkable features either as Michael spent a few minutes inspecting him, maybe on the arms. He thought as he turned to one of the severed arms in the distance and walked up to it, picking it up. And once again, nothing out of the ordinary besides a pale white dot which he did not pay much attention to. It might have been some kind of birthmark. But just as he was thinking that, the system's voice resounded and it seemed to hold some hint of urgency. It's the symbol of hell. Hell, what do you mean? He asked in a confused manner. After all, what does a supposed archangel have to do with hell? There are a few types of people that come from hell, some who came out willingly, and those who were sent out for a purpose, effectively possessing the soul of another being. That white dot right there is the indicator of possession. Michael stared at the dot and rotated the arm around, checking for any other irregularities. However, there were none. Are you sure? I am 100% sure. As for what their purpose is with you, I don't exactly know after all. From the memories I can recall of your interactions with hell, Not a single one of them is positive. Huh, what a shitfist. I have to deal with fanatics, and now even with the being of hell, my life sure is eventful, huh? Michael chuckled at the situation. It seemed like he would not catch a break anytime soon. And in that same matter, another ominous feeling arose, followed by a question. So did I kill him or only the body? Only the body, sadly. Your attacks are not able to damage souls yet. So I can expect him to report everything that has happened to the people who sent him over. Exactly. But look on the bright side, you have a motive for growing stronger much faster, since if you fall behind, you will be killed. Michael rolled his eyes and threw the man's arm back onto the ground. He had gained all the information he needed. The daggers were thrown by the side, and Michael decided to walk up to them and pick them up. They seemed to be of pretty decent quality. And much to his surprise, the modifiers appeared upon picking the 2 daggers up. Scarlet Surge Uncommon. Attacks using this dagger cause the opponent's blood to clot and slightly inhibit mana flow, able to create a predictive field around yourself, assisting you in blocking attacks. Michael stared at it with widened eyes. The options were certainly very good, however. One thing confused him. What's with the quality? Uncommon for something like this. After you acquired a mana core, the system went through a full recalibration. Item rarity did as well. The previous sniper you had would not even fall into the common category. It would be considered trash instead. Huh, interesting. Michael picked up both of the daggers and swung them around. He had learned some techniques back in the military, but he was not the biggest fan of dagger fighting. He was thinking of giving it to one of his classmates or maybe even Astria. However, he doubted that she would accept. After all, she fights just like him, using her own mana to create all sorts of different offensive spells. Maybe give it to Kevin in exchange for some information relating to hell. He did mention fighting one of their princes after all. That's a pretty good idea, Michael agreed instantly, and hung the daggers on his waist before looking all around himself. The darkness had disappeared, replaced with a big empty room. He expected to see the pillars, but it seemed like they had disappeared as well. It might have just been one big illusion. And he could finally see the wall that Giant was talking about. Odd-colored was definitely accurate. It had different shades of the same color, blue as well as yellow and other kinds of colors. It did not make much sense to him. The system was not saying anything either. He assumed it did not know anything as well. Is there anything more I can gain from this room? He asked the system as he took a look at his status once again. The fight against that man made his progress rise by another 2, bringing it up to a total of 94. He was nearly there. No, the dense mana dispersed shortly after you killed the man. Now it's nothing but a simple training room, however. That does not mean you can't gain some progress. After all, the cold is perfect. Sure. Michael sat down and made himself comfortable. After all, since there would not be any more dangerous situations happening, the system would not be holding back in the slightest. Ready. He nodded at the system's words, and in the next moment he felt his eyes freezing up, and shortly after, he lost his vision. Isn't this much colder than last time? He asked with a frown as he could feel his whole body stiffening up. He was slowly losing control of it. It's fine, you still have a decent amount of mana left. Remember, I'll heal you. Fine. 3 days later. Michael let out a cold breath. All this time, he had only focused on absorbing the mana and nothing else. That's why his progress shot up to 99. He felt like only a small nudge was left until he finally reached 100. Just keep doing what you were doing and soon enough you will reach it. Your speed is already faster than most of your past selves. Some took years to even reach half, whereas you took what, almost 2 weeks. I suppose. Michael chuckled and stood up, using mana to remake his clothing as the previous pair turned into icicles. It seemed like even mana was able to get frozen. So that's it then, he asked for confirmation as he began walking towards the wall in the distance. That's it, time for you to go back to your own world. He nodded and placed his hand on the wall, injecting a bit of mana into it. Immediately, the ground shook as the massive door from earlier opened. He tried opening it during the few days he spent training, however. He was not able to. It seemed like the wall in front of him was some sort of key. Michael walked out of the room and noticed the other giants acting the same. It appeared that Fafnir had not done anything drastic. He went back to the very peak and noticed the surroundings, which were a tad bit twisted, almost as if a fight had broken out. However, upon closer look, he realized that the marks resembled those that Astria usually made, ones that were sharp and precise. As he arrived right in front of the house, he felt a surge of mana from inside. It seemed much stronger than the man's he had faced earlier. And the moment he opened the door, quite an interesting sight greeted him. Astria. Astria, what are you doing? She was sitting on the ground and seemingly drawing something. He could not exactly tell what it was since she was not the greatest of drawers, however. There was a short text that caught his eye. But it seemed like it was not related to the language he had learned back in the temple. The one in front of him seemed similar but different at the same time. She appeared to be startled as he jumped up and quickly used her threads to get rid of the writing on the ground. Michael. You are back, what's with her? He raised his brow at the sight. She was usually the calm and collected type, but now she was acting like he saw something he should not have. Though his eyes quickly widened upon sensing her mana just before he left, she was at the lower stage, but now it seemed like she was about to reach the upper stage. Just what happened? Michael was pretty confused. Here he thought his progress was fast, yet here she was, nearly doubling his efforts in the same amount of time. However, he won't judge. Maybe something happened in those 3 days that he was gone that made her get stronger rapidly. But he assumed it would not hurt to ask, how did you get so much stronger? And he was met with a small smile. Her previous startled look completely gone. It's a secret. Of course it is. He sighed, but then suddenly a thought came up in his mind, one that he could not help but debate while he was training. I am going to go back to my world soon. Do you want to come with me? Astria's eyes widened, as if she had not expected him to bring that up, but she quickly composed herself and shook her head. I am sorry. I still have some unfinished business I have to deal with, she said apologetically. The business she was referring to was most likely her life before meeting him, more specifically, the ambush that had happened which caused her to run away. It seemed like she was working hard on figuring it out, and he did not want to be the one to stop her from doing so. However, as he was about to drop that topic, she once again spoke up. But when we meet again, I'll go with you. It's a promise. She held up her pinky finger right in front of him. Michael stared at her for a moment and nodded, accepting her gesture and finalizing the pinky promise. Do you want my help with the business? He asked just in case. He did not know when he would return to this world again. No, it's my battle. I want to avenge my family by myself, she said with a determined look. I see. Michael could not refuse her, yet it did not feel good to let her go just like that. He just hoped that the pinky promise would hold up, as insignificant as it was. Suddenly, an impatient voice came from right beside them. Are you two done already? Michael turned and noticed Fafnir holding a passed-out Thrym by the collar. Damn, he does not look okay. He glanced at Thrym and noticed a bunch of bruises and even a popped-out bone, and then there was Fafnir. He seemed perfectly fine. We are ready, Michael said as he let go of Astria's pinky and walked up to Fafnir, who now had a small smile on his face. Good. Hey you, take him. Fafnir threw Thrym at a nearby giant and without even waiting for an answer, grabbed both Michael's and Astria's collars, immediately disappearing from the mountain. I can't see anything, Michael thought as his eyes were being bombarded by the wind. It seemed like the speed at which they were moving was far too fast for him to handle. In the next moment they arrived in front of some kind of distortion in space, and just as Michael was about to speak, both he and Astria were thrown into the distortion. He closed his eyes, and the moment he opened them back up, he saw the familiar house the two of them had been checking out just before they were transported into the rift. And along with them, Fafnir came too, walking out of the rift calmly and once again picking up the two of them by their collars. Can you stop doing that? Michael grumbled as his vision once again began shifting, until finally he appeared right in front of a much bigger rift, one that seemed to be on one of the floating islands. Girl, are you coming with, or should I drop you off elsewhere? Fafnir suddenly asked, and she explained her destination. It seemed like she wanted to be taken to a city near the one where she had been raised. Astria waved at Michael before being picked up by the collar and disappearing. Bye. He waved at the empty air, and in the next moment Fafnir reappeared. I'm surprised you managed to end up in a rift. Someone's been going around causing cracks in space. Be glad you ended up in the little people's realm, or else you might have really died. Fafnir scolded and began walking to the rift. Little people. Michael raised his brow and followed after Fafnir. However, he did have a little question that had been on his mind for a while. How did you know I was in a rift? I was following. I decided to get some food, but then you just disappeared suddenly, so I had no choice but to go find you, he said nonchalantly and stepped through the rift, leaving a puzzled Michael behind. A stalking dragon, your future is not looking so bright. Michael ignored the system's comment and sighed, so he saw everything. System, how much of the training you put me through is supposed to be secret? It doesn't look that strange to onlookers, more so a dragon who had probably lived for several millennia if not much longer. He looks to be some kind of ancient dragon after all. Fair enough, Michael decided it was finally time to go through the rift, and so he did. The journey was not as bad as the first time he had gone through it. His halo had protected him. But now it was a smooth process, so he just simply closed his eyes and waited for the weird sensation of mana interacting with him to disappear until eventually he reopened his eyes. And much to his and Fafnir's surprise, the sight in front of them was not what they expected. Dark clouds surrounded them, and the smell of smoke did not fail to enter their noses. However, coupled with that was the smell of blood. They were currently in some kind of area in the inner part of the city. It looked pretty secretive, yet at the same time pretty open. It seemed like this was where they were hiding the rift. He was not exactly sure how no one had found out about it yet. Fafnir did not waste any time and kicked the space in front of them, creating a massive hole that tore through everything in its path. And what finally greeted their eyes were a bunch of ruined buildings and all sorts of corpses flung around the streets. What the fuck? Fafnir, are we in the right place? Michael expressed his doubt. He just could not believe that the sight in front of him was Vivom. This is Vivom, and before you think anything stupid, this is the correct timeline. Time flows the same in both worlds. Fuck. What the fuck happened then? Michael walked forward onto the street as Fafnir was not answering him, as if frozen in place. He could see the corpses of humans scattered around, some burned while the others pierced cleanly through. Yet there were a few little goblin-like creatures scattered around the ground as well, though their color was a bit different. Instead of the usual green, it was red. Added onto the fact that they had miniature horns and a tail, they were most certainly not goblins. They are imps, clumps of the chaotic mana from hell who acquired sentience. Yet even then, they are seen as nothing but trash, though it seems like they were enough to deal with the civilians. Hell again. Michael frowned and walked up to one of the imps to inspect its body. And just like the system said, they were nothing but clumps of mana, however. He was a bit curious why they were not dissipating. After all, weren't they dead? Their mana lingers for quite some time unless someone makes sure to get rid of it personally, though judging by the state of the city, there wasn't exactly someone with free time to do the job. I see. Michael proceeded to summon a single sword of light and sent it directly down at the imp, and immediately, its horrid form disappeared, the mana scattering in the air and heading downwards. That was kind of you. He heard Fafnir's voice from behind him, and upon turning around, he saw him holding an imp. It was still alive. Michael raised his brow. Why don't you just kill it? It's not going to give you information anyways. I wouldn't be so sure. Fafnir said and suddenly covered the imp in his own mana, before seemingly absorbing it into himself. What is he doing? He did not need to wait long to find out as Fafnir spoke once again. They were summoned from the capital of hell. What a bunch of idiots. He sounded a bit conflicted. Just as Michael was about to ask another question, he was interrupted. Go find your friends or something. I have to deal with some stuff. With those words, Fafnir disappeared into thin air, leaving Michael alone again. Aha. All right, Michael sighed and proceeded to scale a nearby building. He realized that he could use mana to hold himself onto all kinds of surfaces, and as he finally climbed to the very top, he saw the entire inner part of Vivom. Ruins was definitely an understatement. There were areas that housed massive craters, ones that seemed to wipe out quite a fair chunk of the city and take a few buildings along with them. The buildings which were not affected by the blasts were slightly tilted, as if the aftershock still managed to affect the structural integrity of all those buildings. Michael glanced to the side and frowned. The academy looked extremely roughed up, as if half of it had fallen and the rest was protected by some kind of barrier. As for the government headquarters, they were the least affected building in the inner part of the city. He was just glad that it did not seem like any harm came to the outer part of Vivom. After all, he held the slums quite dear to his heart. He wouldn't want them to suddenly get bombed. I guess it's time I head back to the academy. I wonder if I am late. Michael chuckled at his horrible joke, trying to make this shitty situation less shitty. You are in fact late, by a whole hour at that. You should get moving. It seemed like the system went along with his banter. However, as he was about to drop down and run over to the academy, he suddenly asked, do you think I could make a glider or something? Well, you can survive the fall if you do end up failing, so I'd say go ahead and try. Michael smiled and began using his mana to create another pair of clothing. However, this time it was not regular clothing. It was more like a wingsuit, one that perfectly fit him. That looks stupid. Why don't you try using your swords to fly instead? No, how am I even meant to balance on top? Oh, he facepalmed as he realized he could just use the mana to glue himself onto a sword. Michael quickly discarded the wingsuit and summoned a slightly larger sword of light than normal. He stepped onto the sword, and it was shaking a fair deal, though he assumed that was only normal considering he had never done something like this before. It took him a few minutes to stabilize properly. Even with the usage of mana, it proved to be a bit difficult. However, in the end, he got the hang of it and was able to move around on top of it. But flying still seemed to be a bit out of his comfort range. Maybe he would try this some other time. Stop being a wuss. However, at the system's words, the sword suddenly began levitating right above the building as it flew a bit to the side, exposing him to a couple 100-meter drop if he were to fall. You can control it. Also, are you fucking crazy? Michael began wobbling on top of it, finding it difficult to control, but as his wobbling continued, he noticed something off. Are you moving the sword on purpose? He asked the system in a frustrated tone as he noticed a few irregularities in the mana surrounding the sword. As soon as he mentioned that, the shaking stopped and he was able to balance on the sword without issue, even slightly walking around on top of it without it moving even a little bit. Well, you caught me, but I was not tampering with it. I was helping you stabilize on top of it. Since you are a wuss, you overcomplicated the process a tad bit, but hey, it's fine now. You can go to the academy. Michael was speechless at the system's explanation. Nonetheless, he decided to move the sword slowly, and much to his surprise, he was stuck on top of it perfectly. He sped it up until the wind made it hard for him to breathe. Nice going, genius. You are not in the city anymore. Michael turned around and noticed he had flown quite a far distance. The city was now in the far-off distance. Whoops, he chuckled, finding flying a bit fun. He proceeded to fly at a high speed back towards the inner part of the city and then towards the academy. As he was right above the academy, Michael saw a couple people outside. He could even recognize a few of them. Lena, Chloe, Liam, Kevin. A frown formed on his face as he began looking around more intently, focusing on the entire area below him. However, there was still someone missing, a loud and annoying person. Where's Elizabeth? Michael floated down from the sky and dropped onto the ground, startling everyone present. At a closer look, it seemed like some were even wearing some kind of a gas mask, presumably to protect their lungs from the polluted air. He did not understand why they needed to do that though. After all, weren't they awakened just like him? Your body and abilities are different. If they are exposed to the toxic gases for long, they would see a decline in their abilities. I see. He walked up to the surprised Lena and passed by her. There was nothing he wanted to talk to her about. However, there was one person he wanted to talk to, and that was Kevin. Michael, sup, where is she? Michael got straight to the point as he did not want to do these little word games which did nothing but waste time. Right, she is safe. Kind of, Kevin replied hesitatingly as if hiding something. But Michael caught on. Tell me, you see, she is safe, but she suffered some injuries. Michael raised his brow at Kevin's words. Did he forget that he was standing right in front of a healer? Just as he was about to point that out, Kevin spoke once again. I know what you're thinking, but she does not have a simple injury. It's more like a curse. Can you cure curses? He was a bit caught off guard by that comment. He completely abandoned Purify as he deemed it good enough, but now that it had come to this, could he somehow do it? System, any way for me to cure a curse? However, the moment he asked that, one of the people present fell to the ground, breathing out heavy breaths, and soon after, a couple more followed. The people who noticed this did not seem too bothered, heading over to the fallen people and picking them up, taking them back into the academy. You should really start using Eyes of the Healer like a passive skill. I don't understand why you have it off most of the time. At the system's comment, he frowned and imbued mana into his eyes. Immediately, he was able to notice what it was talking about. Every single person present had some sort of black blob attached to their mana. He stared at one of the people who had one of the bigger blobs, and it seemed like it was moving, until eventually, it disappeared. However, the person was not fine. Instead, they fell to the ground like the previous batch. Is this what Kevin meant by cursed? Yes, the residual demonic mana seemed to infect all the people present. Well, except for Kevin, he seems to be doing just fine. Michael glanced at him for a moment and noticed he was indeed fine. In fact, it almost seemed like the black blobs of the other people were reacting to him. However, he was not able to confirm his suspicions as more people began falling. It seemed like an extremely dire situation. System, can I or can I not upgrade my Purify? He asked for the last time since the system seemed to gloss over his earlier question. Yes, it's pretty simple. Just cast Purify while also channeling your inner mana. It should be a bit more effective. It might even cure these curses. After all, the light affinity can deal with most if not all ailments. Michael listened attentively and decided to test it out. It did not seem that difficult. He walked up to one of the people who was about to pass out and cast Purify while mirroring the mana flow with his inner mana. Immediately, the person was surrounded by a golden color, and soon after, the black blob disappeared completely. The person seemed startled, and so did the others around Michael. No one expected the curse to be lifted so easily, not even Kevin. That's it. He was a bit conflicted by how easy it was to cure this so-called curse. That is indeed it. Told you it was easy. Yeah, Michael nodded. However, a sudden thought sprang up to his mind as he turned to the shocked Kevin. Where's Tony? He was met with silence. Kevin was just standing there scratching his chin as if he did not want to talk about it. But Michael wanted answers. Tony was the saint who replaced him after all. Even if he was deemed incompetent by others, he still had an image to uphold. Kevin, he asked again, urging for an answer. And finally, Kevin sighed deeply and began explaining the city went to shit, and that bastard tried fleeing. I caught him and forced him to heal the injured, but... His tone kept growing more and more irritated with every word he spoke. While I was busy transporting the injured, he ran away. He somehow dispelled my shadows so I can't even find him anymore. Michael listened with a frown. It seemed like the moment he left the city alone, it had gone to shit. I see. I will deal with him when I find him. Anyway, could you tell me what exactly happened while I was gone? Kevin nodded and began recalling the events that led up to what they were currently seeing. The bombs, the demons, the battles afterwards. It all happened so fast. None of them expected to have to deal with something like that. That was especially so for Kevin. According to his timeline, there should have been a massive dungeon break which did result in some casualties, but nothing extremely severe to the point where an entire city was put at risk. The imps were not much to Michael, but to the others, they did prove to be a bit of a challenge. From what he could tell, Kevin and Chloe had gotten much stronger, not tier 1 yet, but very close. However, it seemed like Chloe was avoiding him, which confirmed his previous suspicions of her most likely being related to the vampires. Though that talk would come much later, he had other stuff he needed to deal with now. The range of his Purify was pretty massive, coupled with the fact that he could use it in an area, which proved to be quite an asset. Michael raised a single hand and cast Purify into the air while also channeling his own mana. Immediately, a golden glow began emitting from his hand and spreading across the entire area around him, covering most if not all of the people present. Those who had fallen to the ground due to the curse seemed to regain consciousness as well, quickly jolting onto their feet and staring at Michael with wide eyes. He had barely used any mana, yet he managed to cure so many people. However, he noticed something strange as his Purify enveloped Kevin. There was some kind of a reaction to his mana. It almost seemed like his spell was cast back onto him, though he doubted that was possible. After all, Kevin uses shadows, not light. However, as he focused more and more, the connection only grew stronger. It was coming from one of the shadows around him. Kevin seemed to notice the strange look Michael was giving him as he stepped back a bit. "Kevin, what do you have there?" "What do you mean?" Kevin replied cautiously as he was not sure what Michael was referring to, though by his gaze alone, he could tell it was not something trivial. "Let me rephrase, did you pick something up recently? Something that, I don't know, has some special light-based effects?" His eyes widened upon hearing that, and he immediately took out something odd looking from one of his shadows. It looked like some kind of glass cage with a feather inside. "Is this a joke?" Michael glared at him. He could not feel anything from the feather in front of him. If anything, it seemed like any ordinary pigeon feather. "I understand that you might have acquired some kind of strange hobby, but..." As he was about to berate Kevin, a small, almost unnoticeable wave of mana escaped from the feather. However, it did not go unnoticed by Michael. He was fairly sensitive to light affinity mana by now. "You can have it, I don't really know what to do with it anyway." Kevin threw the glass cage at Michael with seemingly no care. "System, what is this? It's a feather." "No shit, whose feather?" He rolled his eyes at the system's untimely sarcasm. "I can't tell, however, you can absorb this feather from what I can see. What effects would it give? Beats me." "How do I absorb it? Same as with the pillar's light?" he questioned as he held the glass cage closer to his chest. "Pretty much, yes. But it would be best if you did so when no one was around. The density seems a bit higher than the light from the pillars." "Sure." Michael nodded and made a pocket out of mana in his clothing, storing the feather safely. Now that he figured out the little matter regarding the strange energy, it was time for him to take up the healer's mantle. After all, who else would do it? Tony was nowhere to be seen, though if Michael did see him, he would have to teach him some manners. Michael nodded at Kevin and turned back to Lena, who had not even said hello to him. He believed that she held some sort of resentment for him. But no matter how much he thought, he could not recall wronging her at any time. Being late to her lessons was definitely not enough to cause this kind of conflict, or so he hoped at least. "Take me to where the unconscious people are. Also, if you come across any injured, take them to me as well." "Are you ordering me around?" Michael raised his brow. "Yes." "Do you not want to help the injured?" "That's fine." She grumbled at Michael's shameless straightforwardness and signaled for a nearby student to come to her. "Show him where they are." With those words, she proceeded to head into the city. Michael did see some people lying around when he was flying, some even seemed alive. He just hoped her baseless grudge would not inhibit her morals. The student led him into the academy and then down a flight of stairs, which he does not remember seeing before. In front of him was a door, one that was slightly open, revealing the inside. The room looked like some kind of a hallway of hospital beds. It was like a miniature hospital in of itself. However, there were not many doctors to attend to the patients from what he could tell. There were some white-robed individuals, ones that he remembers seeing once he first entered the city, but they looked exhausted, some of them even passed out. And upon closer look, Michael noticed that they too had caught the curse, although the spreading was much slower than on the other people he had seen. "I guess they are healers for a reason." Actual healers, he acknowledged their efforts. Even if they had not managed to cure the curse, they were at the very least able to minimize any other kind of damage the people might have suffered. "Well, that's how you would have been. A normal healer. Your pace and decision-making were something that not even I could have expected." "What do you mean?" "When you first got to this world, I had a plan prepared for you. You become a healer, slowly level up until it is finally time for you to be introduced to mana control. But as you might have already noticed, you skipped everything and went straight for the big guns. Well, joke's on you, I guess. Are you sure that plan was prepared by you or the so-called time paradox you?" Michael wondered as he could not be sure. After all, these past few weeks had made him question quite a lot of things. There was a plan in place the moment you regained your memories, however. It was a bit different than the one I attempted to lead you on. Had you followed the other one, similar circumstances might have happened like they did to the other Michael. "You mean I get kidnapped or something?" "Precisely, though even with my plan, a lot of irregularities arose. You were not supposed to encounter Meph, neither were you supposed to be on this continent, but I guess fate steered you in this direction." "I guess it did, didn't it?" Michael chuckled and walked to the very middle of the room. The healers that took notice of him had widened eyes for just a moment, before a relaxed sigh escaped their mouths. Michael stood in the very middle of the room and raised his arm, once again covering every single person present with his enhanced Purify, completely ridding them of the curse. However, unlike the previous people, not all of them immediately woke up. It seemed like the fatigue they suffered was a bit too great. Just as Michael was about to turn around, he spotted an individual who managed to sit up straight. It was quite a familiar face. Look who we have here. He grinned as he began walking towards the person. Tony, how have you been? Michael asked with a small smile which did not mirror his inner intentions. Why are you here? Tony seemed surprised to see him, yet his expression turned more sour by the second. Why are you interrupting the saint's rest? He said in a flat, disregarding tone, which caused Michael's smile to slightly twitch. The healers around him seemed to hear that too, as they tried their best not to laugh. However, some chuckles could not be held back. Is this guy an idiot? Michael genuinely wondered at Tony's shamelessness. He abandoned the people and ran away, yet here he was, comfortably lying in a bed after being cured by Michael. Why are you just standing there? Piss off and let me rest. All right. System, any creative ideas on how to deal with him? Cut off his tongue, maybe. That seems pretty original. Or you could always just kill him, not like the world will miss someone like him. I can't just kill him. He's still the saint in name, even if he was utter trash. Michael debated on the punishment. However, the doors of the room suddenly swung open, and just like many of his previous encounters, a powerful kick flew towards him at a speed he could just barely react to. Michael blocked the attack and carefully maneuvered around the patient so as to not injure them. She is always so. Hot-headed, Michael sighed at the woman in front of him. Do you always have to make an entrance, Amanda? Shut up, you came back a little earlier than you were supposed to. Where's father? Amanda crossed her arms and stared at him, but as she did so, her eyes slightly widened once again. You are almost tier 2. What are you made of? Surprise, I was stuck somewhere and your father came to get me. That's about it. As for where he went after we came back, I don't know. Michael replied honestly. He knew she did not have the best of tempers around here. I see. Amanda stood still for a moment, as if thinking about something. That was until her gaze landed on Tony. She walked up to him with a blank expression and placed a single finger on his forehead. How would you rate your performance during this time of crisis? She said in an eerily emotionless voice, which caused a shiver to go down Michael's spine. Tony seemed startled as he replied in a shaky voice, Miss Amanda, I tried doing my best. However, it seemed like Amanda was not buying it. If even the students knew about what he had done, how could she not know? After all, Tony was personally assigned to his position by none other than Amanda herself. Just as Michael was about to step up and say something, Tony's head was blasted to bits, but before the blood could spill onto the other patients, it pooled into a single small ball before disappearing. Damn, Michael couldn't help but gulp at the sudden development. However, every single patient around them seemed unbothered, almost as if they were relieved at what had just happened. Amanda sighed and turned back around to face Michael. How do you feel about becoming a saint for the second time? What are my benefits? He went straight to business, putting the incident that had just happened behind him. Same as before, just much more money. How about it? Do you think I am some sort of idiot? Michael quickly shot back. His strength was nearly at tier 2, yet she wanted to hold him down with just a bit more money. Either she was trying to be unreasonable, or she was just testing his intelligence. Fine, what do you want? Michael thought for a moment, however. He had already planned out what he wanted to ask. Give me unlimited access to that world. Oh, and don't expect me to stay in this city for long. I will be heading out pretty soon. Michael had been thinking about it ever since reaching the first tier. What was the point of him staying in Vivom any longer? All that he was doing was hindering his own progress and the rate at which he was improving. He needed to move to a much stronger world. However, he still had some things left to do before then, namely, finding out more information about Hell and maybe coming back to his previous continent. There was Meph whom he wanted to meet before heading out. He had a few things to ask regarding his imprisonment. After all, so far everything seemed to fall into place much too perfectly. There was a high chance that whoever imprisoned Meph was also connected to him in a way. As for Rebecca, he did not even know where to start, however. It would not hurt to swing by the orphanage. Maybe he could even pick up some sort of lead where she could have gone. There were other things that he could do, but they were all pretty low on his importance list. Michael watched as Amanda debated his demands with a frown on her face before nodding at him hesitatingly. Fine, bastard. But while you are here, you must do your duties to the best of your abilities. Unlike that trash from earlier, she said in a stern voice and began heading out. However, she stopped in the doorframe and turned back to him. There will be a ceremony in an hour. Don't be late. With those words, she left, leaving him speechless. Another ceremony. Is that really necessary? The people want a hero or just someone to rely on in dire situations. Tony was a pretty bad example, but you, on the other hand, are the perfect candidate. You not only have a great reputation, but also exceptional healing abilities. I know, I just don't understand why the ceremony is necessary to portray that. Just make an emergency announcement or something. A ceremony will provide a bigger impact than a simple emergency notice. Just go through with it, not like you have to do anything. Remember the last time? True. Michael nodded. The system was not wrong in the fact that he did not need to do much last time. All he had to do was stand there and drink out of some sort of cup filled to the brim with water. Anyway, Michael cast Purify on himself, and immediately the curse he had acquired upon killing the vampire had vanished. It was strange that his Purify was not being upgraded to a higher rank. After all, the skill was pretty solid now. When you dispel someone who is afflicted with mind control, that should do the trick even if you can technically dispel it. Without doing so directly, I suppose it does not count. This has never happened before, though. There's a first for everything, deal with it. Michael proceeded to walk around the entire room and heal those who seemed a bit injured. He had quite a bit of mana to spare after all. Flying did not consume anything at all since he was only using the swords of light, nothing else. He felt a bit of pity for the healers. It seemed like they were tirelessly working ever since this incident first happened. The casualties were in the thousands, maybe even much more. After all, massive bombs were quite literally dropped onto the city. And to think it only happened due to unfortunate timing. If only Fafnir had still been in Vivom, something like this would have never been allowed to happen. Don't dwell on what could have been. I just think the timing was a bit too perfect, Michael replied to the system as he finally finished healing the rest of the people in the room. Creating a perfect healing spell still seemed a bit difficult, however. By casting Aegis of Light's healing mode and slightly amplifying the mana, he could heal most of the people fully. It was a neat trick and he felt like he would be able to do it to everyone around him. However, the mana cost seemed to increase exponentially as he tried healing more than one person. As it was right now, he could still bear with it. After amplifying it, the mana cost decreased a tad bit, more than double if he had to guess. He could not find out the exact amount as in the system's status screen, it displayed that it was 1 now, a pretty good adjustment. Sadly, he could not enhance his combat skills like that. It would be too overpowered considering they were already pretty destructive and their mana costs were negligent. As he was lost in his thoughts, a voice resounded behind him. It was a woman dressed in a healer's robe. St. Michael. Yes, Miss Amanda said to be on time. You are about to be late. Oh, shit, Michael thanked the woman and headed outside of the academy. He summoned a single sword of light and got on top of it, immediately taking off into the sky. However, there was one problem. She did not tell me where I was supposed to go. Did you forget? At the system's words, an extremely detailed map appeared. It had all sorts of dots scattered around, be it green, yellow, or even red. The map also included a 3D view that he could zoom into. It was extremely convenient. It was like a bird's-eye view. Now where are you? Michael focused on the map. He could almost make out the details of some individuals. Added on to the fact that if he zoomed in enough, he could roughly feel their mana. It would not be hard to spot Amanda considering she is one of the strongest people in the entire city. First was Fafnir, of course, but it did not seem like he was currently in the city. After a few seconds of searching, Michael finally found her, and much to his surprise, she was at the church at which he was first declared a saint. He had assumed that the church had fallen. After all, a bomb dropped right beside it. Wouldn't be surprising if it had been caught in the blast after all. But as Michael flew over there, he saw the whole church as well as its courtyard completely intact, as if a barrier had blocked the blast completely. He floated down and landed right in front of Amanda, who seemed to not mind him being nearly late. Change into this, she tossed a white robe that seemed similar to the saintly robe he wore at his previous inauguration. And like the old one, it was nothing special either, just a simple piece of cloth. Michael tossed it on himself. His golden mana clothing did not make him feel uncomfortable, even with the extra layers he had put on. All right, what now? He asked, and suddenly, Amanda took out a camera that had a red light shining on the very edge. It meant that she already started recording. Better yet, his clothes were all wrinkly and he still had a bit of dried blood on his face. But nonetheless, Michael smiled at the camera, waiting for Amanda to start talking. However, even after a few seconds passed, she had not begun talking, only looking at him with a small, mischievous grin. This woman. He inwardly applauded her shamelessness, but on the outside, he was quite pissed. He was apparently expected to provide some kind of speech, and the icing on the cake was he was never good at speeches. Even back in school, he had memorized them perfectly, yet when it was time to actually do the speech, his brain went blank. Safe to say, public speaking was never his forte, much so in front of the entire city. Nonetheless, he began speaking what was on his mind. Hello everyone, some of you might know me from before, I am the previous saint. Michael took a deep breath and continued. Due to the current circumstances, the goddess has summoned me to act on her behalf, to restore this city to what it was and combat the remaining demons. Fuck, what else do I say? Anyway, for that reason, I am back as the official saint for an indefinite amount of time. Please put your worries at ease. He finished, and Amanda immediately cut off the camera. Nice, it was not live, but nonetheless, valiant speech. She gave him a thumbs up. Nice one, Amanda. Why are you on her side? Michael sighed at both of their antics and took off the white robe. He preferred his mana clothing over the regular stuff. You are so funny, is there anything else? Or can I go now? He asked impatiently. He wanted to absorb the feather already as Tier 2 was just around the corner. There was also the talk he wanted to have with Kevin regarding hell, but that could wait. The same could be said about the conversation with Chloe too, however. It was not that important. After all, his interest in vampires was minimal. He did not even know they existed until just a few weeks ago. You can go also, there will be an event held at the academy in a week. It's important, so make sure to attend, she said and began walking to the side. Much to his surprise, the driver who had always accompanied her was still alive. Amanda got into the car and drove away. She was not that hung up on goodbyes, it seemed. But he did not mind, after all. He now had a bit of time to himself. Michael decided to head back to the academy. He wanted to absorb the feather right away. However, as he got closer and closer, his expression turned sour. Conveniently, a certain part of the academy was blasted to bits, which so happened to be where his dorm was located. So once again, he was homeless. Maybe it is time to cash in the check. What CHO? He had completely forgotten about the $1 million check Amanda had given him after the dungeon incident. He could have cashed it in last time, but he was glad he did not. After all, the slums welcomed him with open arms. However, he wanted some peace. If he decided to go absorb the feather in the slums, there would be quite a lot of people trying to bother him. Wait. He suddenly froze as he looked at the rubble which had been his room previously. The mana refining orb was in there, but probably not anymore. It looked fragile already, yet a whole building fell on top of it. Fuck, system, is it still there? Michael asked with a tinge of hope. Maybe it was not broken and he could recover it. It's gone. I can feel the faint fragments of mana from it. Oh, and I don't want this to weigh on your conscience, but the reason this part of the dorms exploded was because the orb interacted with the demonic mana, causing an explosion of its own that decimated. Well, you can see how much. That's just great, so how am I supposed to refine my mana now? Reach tier 2, you will get a pretty big power-up and maybe even a method to increase it, but don't worry, you will find a way to refine it soon. Michael raised his brow at the system's cryptic comment and proceeded to head to the government headquarters. He did not know where his check went, but Amanda could probably write him a new one. No one stopped him as he headed up the elevator and into the round table room, where Amanda was currently napping. But upon noticing him, she shot a glare at him. Miss me already? What do you want? I want to cash in that check from before, Michael said confidently, but her next response made him speechless. It's expired. What? I said it's expired. Do you seriously think $1 million check would last years without expiring? Michael just stared at her blankly. Can't you, unexpire it, as a token of gratitude for the saint coming back? Just tell me what you need instead. If the budget is not too high, I'll get it for you. As for the check, the city is not currently able to provide just anyone with $1 million to spend, Amanda explained patiently. It seemed like she could do at least that much for a saint. Good enough. All right, get me. Oh, this is massive. Michael was currently in some sort of penthouse situated in the outer part of the city. While it was not as luxurious as the ones in the inner part, the sheer amount of money kind of closed the distance. However, the only reason he was allowed to stay here was because Amanda had let him. She said it was her personal guest house. Rich people's stuff. Michael could not quite understand, but nonetheless, he appreciated it. And now, it was time for him to absorb the special feather. He took the glass cage out of his little pocket and placed it on the desk in front of him, inspecting the feather a bit more closely. However, besides the mana it was radiating, it did not feel that special. He could definitely see himself mistaking it for a regular feather. Take it out and sit down already. How much time are you planning on wasting dawdling around the room? Fine. Michael snickered and twisted the glass cage open. However, the moment he did so, it felt like the time around him froze. The feather was suspended in the air just in front of him, and the TV that he had been watching was now stuck on one scene. System, he called out but did not receive an answer. Well, isn't this a little familiar? Michael thought, and suddenly the feather began emitting a faint golden aura while slowly floating towards him. Do you wish to go down this path? A voice resounded, however, he could not tell from where. But as realization dawned upon him, he turned back to the feather in front of him. No fucking way is a feather talking to me. Unless it is. Michael reached out to the feather and it backed away slightly, not letting his arm reach it. Do you wish to go down this path? The voice, which he assumed was the feather in front of him, spoke out again. What path? He asked, not expecting a response. However, the feather flew over to him and stopped just in front of his face. Seraphim. Upon hearing those words, a sharp headache assaulted him and just as quickly went away. He had obtained a few memories. The influx of memories was little, however. They definitely seemed important enough for even the system to recognize them as such. +5 synchronization. But just as he was about to rejoice at that fact, another message plopped down in front of his eyes. It was golden in color. 25 synchronization reached, entering halls of reflection. Michael attempted to scramble to his feet and cancel it, but the moment he was about to touch the golden panel, his hand went through it instead. and just like that, his vision shifted, and he found himself in some sort of dark room with eerie chandeliers covering the ceiling. He was sitting by a table, seemingly alone, but his silence was soon interrupted by an ear-piercing noise. Ding. There. The noise made him scrunch up. It was way too loud, almost as if someone detonated a grenade inside of his ear. However, as he gathered himself and looked up, he saw a completely red status screen in front of him that displayed a strange message. Recompiling anomaly, please wait, what the fuck is happening? Michael looked around himself. The surroundings still seemed eerily quiet. He almost thought that they were frozen in time. But upon a closer look, he noticed they were not. A grandfather clock was situated on the ground, and it was constantly making noise. He just could not hear it earlier. System. He attempted to call out again, but no response came. It seemed like he would really be doing this alone. Michael did not know what went wrong. He was planning to go to the halls of reflection after hitting Tier 2. However, it seemed like his plans were pushed forward a tad bit. As he was debating his next course of action, the loud noise once again assaulted his ears. Ding. Halls of reflection difficulty, readjusted 11 difficulty, set realistic depiction of events initiated. After those last few messages appeared, silence once again returned, however. Michael felt a bit uneasy. The system had not told him a bunch about whatever these halls of reflection were. He thought he could ask it just before he was about to enter. Though the difficulty might prove to be a bit of a challenge, from what he could tell, it was an 11 replica of the original events of whatever memory he was about to replay. Coupled with the fact that his knowledge regarding the seraphim might have been the reason why the anomaly happened in the first place, he was not feeling exactly confident. Even in his memories, the seraphim were portrayed as mighty beings who stood on the same level as God. There were not a lot of them, but each one could destroy an entire galaxy in just a mere moment. He even remembers one of those beings patting his head. It was pretty silly, but that's where his memories ended. All Michael managed to find out was a bit of history regarding them and a bit of a gander at their strength. He could not remember any names. Maybe he did not know any in the first place. From what he knew of archangels, Michael was one of the more important ones, however. The books never described an encounter between him and the seraphim. So, what's the plan now? He instinctively talked in his mind, as if seeking the system's opinion. However, no reply ever came. Michael looked around the empty room and table before kicking back and standing upright. The room looked oddly abandoned, yet at the same time, he could tell someone was living there. Dust was scattered everywhere, yet a few places were completely spotless, those being his seat and the seat right in front of him. But despite that, he could not feel anyone in the house. Michael was glad that his skills worked at the very least. If he had gone in prior to obtaining a mana core, he might have struggled a bit. But now that his skills were all mostly connected, it was no problem at all. He decided to head outside of the room, not like he would gain any more information from it. He had already scouted it to the best of his abilities. It was a pity that the map was not available. He would need to learn how to use it similarly to the system once he gets back. However, just as he approached the door and opened it, instead of the hallway, what greeted his eyes was a field of grass. What the? He let go of the door handle and went into the grassy field. The air around him felt a little suffocating. It was almost like the mana was way too overwhelming for the current him. 11 difficulty, my ass. He grumbled and turned back around. There was another door he had seen in the room previously. Maybe that would take him into the hallway. However, just as he turned around, he noticed something strange. The door in the room that had been there just mere moments ago was now nowhere to be seen, as if it vanished while he had his back turned against it. And as that happened, the mana in the surroundings slowly began to grow denser, causing him to feel slightly overwhelmed. This isn't how I expected my evening to go. Fuck, Michael gritted through the pain of his insides seemingly being crushed. However, as time went on, his body began adjusting. He was slowly getting used to the pressure. Although that did not mean that he was okay, it still felt suffocating. But suddenly the pressure disappeared. It almost seemed like it was not there in the first place, but he knew better than to think that. Illusions were one thing, whatever that pressure was something else entirely. However, as he was lost in his thoughts and the discomfort he felt, an annoyed voice resounded from right in front of him. Are you going to get up already? Michael looked upwards just to notice a very short man. He could almost call him a dwarf, yet he was just tall enough to not be labeled as one. The strange part was, Michael knew the dwarf somehow. Toad, I told you not to call me that, you fucking pigeon. The dwarf began pouting as he got closer to Michael and hit him on the head. It was a fairly weak attack. He did not even attempt to dodge it or negate it level-wise. The dwarf would be around level 40. If Michael wanted to, he could swat him away like an actual toad, but of course he would not do that. However, the situation still seemed a bit strange, almost as if he was gaining memories the longer he interacted with the surroundings. They did not return instantly, returning almost as if they were fragments, bits of déjà vu. Say, Toad, or rather, Baldur, could you remind me where we are exactly? Michael asked with a kind smile. From what he could gather, they were really good friends. Asking stupid stuff would not throw the dwarf off. Baldur stared at him like he was some sort of an idiot. Pigeon, have you gone senile? However, Michael just stared back into his eyes, seeking an actual answer. You are serious. We are in the garden. Those two fuckers keep breaking the laws of this place, so we were sent down to screw their heads on straight, Baldur explained with only a tinge of patience. Garden, those two. Michael raised an eyebrow at the development. He had some thoughts on where he could be just from those indicators. Well, and the fact that he was technically an archangel, it would not be surprising for him to be associated with the beginning of everything. He decided to try playing along if his suspicions were correct then. Which one broke the rules this time? Could you remind me? The same one as per usual. Eve decided to eat another nectar. I believe the world tree can't hold on much longer. Maybe this is fate, Garden of Eden. Well, aren't I in a tricky location? Michael grumbled inwardly. There were a lot of stories and theories that were related to this particular place. To find out that it actually existed all along seemed a bit unreal, even after all he had encountered so far. This situation seemed like a bit of a stretch. He was a bit confused. Why was this part of his memories? And why exactly was this noteworthy enough to be included in whatever the halls of reflection were? Her again? Seems like she never learns. Michael chuckled and patted the dwarf on the head, and the moment he did so, his body froze. You. Baldur was shaking from anger as he glared in his direction. He had done it out of habit, or he thinks he did at least. It felt natural. Sorry, I needed a handrest for a moment, Michael added and began walking forward. The elevation increased in one particular direction. He assumed that was where the garden actually was. But just as he began walking forward, the ground shook slightly. It was barely enough for most to notice, however. For Michael, it was definitely not difficult. He turned around to look at Baldur and saw him just standing there with wide eyes before quickly dashing in the opposite direction of where Michael was going. He sighed and proceeded to run after Baldur, although it was a bit difficult. Michael was surprised at the speed of the dwarf. He looked extremely weak, yet what he was seeing now did not add up. It was a struggle for Michael to even follow his afterimage. He was just glad that they were heading in a straight line. If the path had been a bit different, then he would have been lost long ago. However, he was not sure if he imagined it, but his speed was a little faster than usual. As they were running, a large tree appeared in the distance. It was so big, in fact, that Michael was unsure how he had not seen it earlier. And strangely enough, it looked like it was radiating some sort of weird type of energy. It was not mana, but close enough to be considered as such. The only reason Michael was sure it was not mana was because of his encounter with the rifts. It released the same type of energy. The energy of chaos. It was similar, but on a different wavelength. He could interact with it by using his inner mana, but it felt more like a chemical reaction than anything else. Baldur had already arrived by the entrance of the garden and was waiting for Michael with an impatient look on his face. Pigeon shit, you sure enjoyed taking your time, didn't you? Why would I rush over? She already ate the nectar, didn't she? Michael tried excusing his lack of speed with logical reasoning. Well, no shit. That's where we come into play to reset what she had done. Baldur walked up to him and smacked him on the head again. This time, however, the force behind his smack was much larger than before. It almost felt like he had been smacked by a Tier 1 individual. But for some reason, it did not hurt as much as he thought it would, almost as if he had gotten stronger. No way, right? Michael chuckled at his thoughts and cast a single sword of light. The cast time was pretty much instant. He could not tell the difference from that alone, so instead, he decided to send the sword into the ground. And upon doing so, he was left a bit speechless. Did I do that? All he did was cast an ordinary sword of light like he had done all this time, however. The effects were a bit much. His previous attack would have simply cut into the ground and dug deep, but instead, a small crater appeared. From a half-assed attack nonetheless. Even a little bit of excess mana was left floating around, signifying the destructiveness of the simple sword of light attack. Staring at the crater, he could not help but think, what if I cast heavenly judgment? However, he quickly stopped that thought. It was in the back of his mind and he preferred not to need to use it unless absolutely necessary. There was also the fact that he did not know how to replicate the attack properly. After all, he had only used it once and it was by accident. As he was lost in his thoughts, Baldur's annoyed voice resounded from in front of him. Are you done playing around? Let's go. Right. So how do we reset it again? Same as usual, Michael asked as he followed after Baldur. The surroundings were a bit strange. There was a gate separating the outside from the inside, yet appearance-wise, it looked the exact same as the outside. Sort of. Adonai ordered us to evaluate the two subjects one last time and make a decision, Baldur replied absent-mindedly as the two of them continued walking towards the massive tree. Adonai. As they were walking, all sorts of buildings began shifting into sight all around the both of them. They all looked rather unique, however. They all had something in common. And that was the architecture. It looked dated, but at the same time, there were some modern-looking buildings that Michael could compare to those currently in Vivom. There were also buildings that he could not even comprehend. They looked like massive clusters of a bunch of little particles glued together with mana. As he looked deeper into one of them, he could see some semblance of a room. It was compacted inside one of those small particles. However, it suddenly disappeared from his vision, followed by a slight pain on top of his head. Baldur used his fast speed to smack him again. He could not even react this time. "Get your head out of your ass, please. It's your turn to talk with them." Michael froze for a moment. "Can't you do it this one time? I'll buy you a drink." However, he was sternly denied. "Fat chance, pigeon. I am not falling for that again." "Fine." The two of them finally arrived at the base of the massive tree, and right in front of it was a massive gazebo. It was covered in all sorts of plants, giving off the impression that it is in tune with nature. But as Michael looked closer, he could notice the previous technology embedded in the walls of the gazebo. It was minimal, but it was still there nonetheless. And he could also feel two individuals, one a man, and the other a woman. The mana they were exuding was by far the highest he had ever felt. He could not accurately determine Amanda's or Fafnir's mana, so Michael assumed that these two individuals were just a bit weaker. But they were still strong enough to instantly kill him if they wanted to, at least the previous him. Michael was currently strengthened. He was not sure how it happened, but a little power-up was always nice to have, even if it was temporary. Baldur nudged him with his elbow. "Go in, don't fuck this up, pigeon. I don't even know what I'm supposed to ask them." Michael sighed and patted Baldur on the head before quickly dashing inside, just barely avoiding another slap on the head. The moment he went inside, the two individuals met his gaze. However, both of their eyes seemed blank, as if they were not completely there. Both of them stood up and bowed in his direction. "We greet the angel in training." Their robotic voices made a shiver go down his spine. It felt unnerving. At ease, he replied naturally, as if the new memories were filling up what he had lacked. Michael cleared his throat and began improvising. "So, what happened this time, Eve?" "Pattern 506. She repeated the same action 4 times in a row now," Eve replied in a robotic, emotionless voice. However, he raised an eyebrow instead. "Why is she talking in third person?" "Describe the action," Michael instructed, trying to make sense of this peculiar situation. "Yes, sir." Eve, Model 1059B65, succumbed to emotional overload, leading to her synapses frying. "Is that it?" Michael asked, as the dwarf did mention something about a nectar. He assumed it was the forbidden fruit the books mentioned. However, much to his surprise, there was nothing else to note. "That is it, sir." He was a bit too curious to let it pass. "However, and the nectar?" "Consumed, sir. Eve will be remodeled very soon." Michael rubbed his forehead, seemingly not understanding any bit of what this Eve in front of him was saying. She was a robot, or something similar for that matter. A being that lacked emotions, a perfect life form. He froze as he noticed what he had just thought. Those words certainly did not depict his thinking. If anything, he believed imperfections are what makes individuals perfect. Yet those memories came like some sort of a stream, and just like the rest of the memories, they assimilated with his mind perfectly. Michael decided to put his inner conflict on hold, and he turned to the other person who had just been blankly bowing. "Do you have anything to report?" "Adam, no." He replied in a cold voice that did not depict his previous emotionless self. And Michael noticed it. The cold voice was very uncharacteristic of these supposed robots. "Are you sure?" he asked Adam again, but all he received was silence. However, just as Michael was about to question Eve about what was going on, Adam suddenly spoke up. "What is our purpose?" Michael was confused for just a moment, as in the next, another memory resurfaced. "Just to die." He thought to himself, as it seemed a bit cruel and nonsensical. He did not even want to express it out loud. Out of the two of them, Adam seemed the most aware. Eve looked like some hollow shell of what she could have been. Michael walked up to him and stood right in front of him. "What do you think your purpose is?" He was once again met with silence, yet he knew that Adam was genuinely considering his question. After all, his eyes, although mostly blank, showed a small reaction, one that did not fail to escape Michael's perception. "I believe our purpose is to be alive," Adam finally replied. His cold, almost emotionless voice had a tinge of conviction riddled within it. Michael simply nodded at him. "Elaborate." "Yes, we have been here since the first light, living without specific purpose. Are we not meant to find a way to be alive? What do you think being alive means?" Michael asked patiently. The conversation was unpleasant, but he could at the very least act humanely. "Thinking, seeing. Feeling with our own skin, not this lump of glass." Adam suddenly tapped his arms together, and one part of them shattered slightly. But just as quickly, it regenerated back as if nothing ever happened. However, Michael noticed something odd in the way Adam began speaking. "We want to be like you. The angels. You all have flesh, so why can't we?" Adam began walking towards him, his movements like those of a marionette. He began speaking, his expression more defined than before. But the moment he got near Michael, he lifelessly dropped to the ground. However, he began speaking once more, in a voice that was similar to Eve's. "Adam, Model 1059B65, authority breach, subject terminated." Michael watched it with a blank look as the body once again stood up as if nothing ever happened. And just like Eve, Adam now also had an emotionless, detached look. What the fuck did I just witness? Michael stared at the two beings in silence, seemingly unsure of how to proceed from the current predicament. It seemed like the two beings had a consciousness, but whatever happened to them was beyond him. Subjects, models. He contemplated in his head and began walking around the room, and the two once again tracked his movements with their emotionless eyes. It looked quite freaky, but if they were robots, then it was pretty understandable. Michael decided to be upfront about his concerns. Whether this whole situation was real or not, he did not care. Who created you? Adonai, the two replied in unison. Who's Adonai? The one above all, they once again replied with their emotionless voices. It seemed like getting a straight answer out of them was a bit of a stretch. But from what he could gather, this Adonai might be the name of God. Quite frankly, he did not even know God had a name. He assumed Baldur would know a lot more, but if this was all a simulation, he might hide the information from him, just like the two of them were currently doing. Maybe I am not asking the right questions. He sighed and turned his gaze back onto them. What was your original goal, the reason for your creation? Adonai is conducting tests for a new species he had in mind. We are the representation of his progress. Michael raised his brow. Adam and Eve before the actual Adam and Eve. Is that even possible? However, as his fruitless discussions continued, Baldur suddenly entered the gazebo with a conflicted expression. They are here, they. He could not help but ask. He hated being left in the dark to this extent. Especially so because the memories he had been obtaining up until recently had completely stagnated. The other pigeons, who else? Baldur replied and walked up to Michael, grabbing him by his wrist and leading him outside. And the moment he stepped out of the gazebo, a few golden-haired individuals were in front of him, 3 to be exact. All of them had wings which were much more sophisticated than Michael's. His were still lodged inside his back. The most he could do was feel them. One of the angels hovered down and landed right in front of Michael. Trainee, any anomalies this time? The angel pointed with his chin at the gazebo where Adam and Eve were located. Michael's memories were stirring, and he could only see one answer. It felt fanatical, as if he could not defy them. However, he did not know whether it was because this was all a simulation or something else entirely, but he was able to resist. He did not know what lasting effects his decision would incite, but it was worth a shot. After all, the previous him said yes. What would happen if he said no? Maybe this was what the trial was all about, to test his will. He hardened his expression and looked straight into the angel's golden eyes. Nothing, as per usual. The angel stared at him for a moment, as if making sure that this information was correct. Michael could feel a wave of mana go inside of him and wrap around his heart. He did not try to dispel it since it did not feel dangerous in the slightest. It just seemed like the angel decided to check if he was lying. Directly. The mana surrounding his heart quickly dissipated, and the angel did not even say a single word before backing away, floating back to the other 2 angels in the sky. And with a single glance back at Michael, all 3 of them disappeared from his vision. It almost seemed like they used some kind of teleportation, similar to Chloe's abilities, but it seemed more complete. Michael shrugged off his confusion and turned back to the gazebo. However, Baldur's widened eyes caught his attention. What's wrong? He asked. Was there someone else coming? You lied. You could tell. Michael raised his brow. Even if he did not sound the most convincing, he made sure to control his heartbeat and everything else that could indicate that he was lying. But as he was expecting to get an answer from Baldur, he was struck in the abdomen and sent flying right beside the gazebo, just barely stopping himself from crashing into it. Michael clutched the lower part of his abdomen. Even through a shield he always had on, the attack pierced clean through. But thankfully, his passive healing capabilities were enhanced even further in this trial. Healing his injury only took a few moments. What were you fucking thinking? Baldur screamed at him from a distance. Michael was a bit frustrated at the attack, but decided to let it go. From what he could recall, he had done something similar to Baldur before, just on a bit bigger scale. Calm down, Toad. Don't you think those 2 were a bit interesting? To the point where it would be quite amusing to see how they would turn out if given enough time. He tried reasoning with Baldur using what little logic he could come up with. Is that why you decided to piss off the angels of truth? Oh. Michael was speechless at Baldur's comment. I heard your conversation with one of the subjects inside, and from what I could tell, they are being born from mere emotions. Baldur slowly began walking up to him again. So now tell me, what would happen if these 2 beings who were supposed to be the epitome of perfect turned imperfect? Michael furrowed his brows at Baldur. And what exactly are we? You are acting upon frustration, and I am acting upon my whims. What separates us from these so-called imperfect beings? You don't understand, do you? Baldur finally closed the distance between himself and Michael. Why, can't answer me because I'm right, Michael taunted. We are whole, we are pure. We were born from the grace of Adonis. Those things were not. If they were to be reborn as they currently are now, they would be the polar opposites of both you and me. Michael tilted his head a bit, seeing the direction in which this conversation was heading into. Are you implying the creation of a new race that is born purely from emotions? It sounded familiar to him, as if he had been down this path before, but from what he could see of his memories, that did not seem to be the case. Michael, you're making a big mistake here. Baldur proceeded to tug the belt on his waist, pulling out a single rapier from out of nowhere. Baldur. Michael's heart ached at the fact that he would have to fight his friend for seemingly no reason. He saw his own reflection from the blade of the rapier, and he looked nearly identical to the man he had fought back in the arena inside the dungeon. Golden hair and golden eyes were a bit too majestic for his liking. He looked the exact same as the 3 angels that arrived earlier. So be it. Michael got into a stance and began summoning his swords of light. The mana cost was negligent to the point where even after summoning thousands of them, not even one had been used. However, as he was about to begin fighting, Baldur slashed at the air right beside him, and suddenly, a large pool of blood emerged from seemingly nowhere. But in the next moment, 2 angels appeared. Both seemed to have been beheaded by Baldur's slash. His previous dwarven appearance had disappeared, replaced with a pair of wings and similarly golden-colored hair and eyes. He turned to Michael with a massive grin. You didn't think I'd let you do stupid shit on your own, did you? Baldur, you idiot. Michael could not help but chuckle at his antics. The memories which had previously stagnated began returning. Their friendship was deep-rooted, to the point where it seemed like they were friends ever since the 2 of them could walk. They lived in a city surrounded by technology, and it was situated somewhere in the sky with all kinds of different angels flying around. There were also some big blobs with wings that looked absolutely disgusting, but Michael ignored them. After all, he did not know the importance of the memory he had received. But that was all, a little insight into his childhood, a childhood inside of a city in the sky. He did not have many friends. He could count them all on one hand, however. Most of them had disappeared after he became an angel in training along with Baldur. Michael could not recall the specifics of how that came to be. It almost seemed like there was some sort of academy, however. He was not completely sure. After all, he only had bits of more important memories rather than something whole. As he was lost in thought, Baldur walked up to him and tapped him on the shoulder with his rapier, before suddenly swinging it to the side and once again drawing blood. Another angel fell just like that. Baldur, is there no way for us to avoid, killing them? Michael asked as he cast a shield on both himself and Baldur. They don't die, idiot. They will be back in like a week. Oh, right. Michael nodded at him, taking in the information he did not know at all. It seemed like these angels were an immortal bunch. He could feel a line of mana heading towards him from quite a distance away, yet he was easily able to track it. The moment the line got near him, he cast a sword of light, and immediately he heard a small pop, followed by the body of one of the angels falling onto the ground headless. They were moving extremely fast, but it seemed like his firepower was a bit superior to theirs. All of a sudden, a wave of mana began being emitted from the gazebo where Adam and Eve had been staying. He did not go to check, as it did not seem ominous at all. It almost seemed like they were slowly regaining their strength instead. Since Michael had already decided to see through his previous decision to the end, he would do it, defend the duo from the incoming angels. But he did not understand one thing. Why exactly were they fighting? They knew that Michael lied, but he doubted that they knew about the emotions the 2 beings possessed. Michael could not help but think that there was another motive for them to attack. He decided to test his theory, waiting for a singular golden line to approach him, before he cut slightly above where he did previously. That resulted in a figure skidding past him with their wings cut off at the stem. The person seemed to be in pain, but Michael did not care as he walked up to the figure and picked it up by its golden hair. "Tell me, why are you attacking us?" he asked and stared at the figure who did not seem to be listening to him at all. Michael turned to Baldur to see if maybe he could extract some answers from the angel. However, he noticed him fighting and winning against 4 of them at once. Suddenly, the angel who he was holding began flailing around and shouting, "You dare lie." It was quite a sight, and Michael could not help but wince at this behavior. So far, the only people he encountered were fanatics. The evangelists and now even the angels. It seemed like a shitty pattern that he would love to get rid of. But at the very least, the angel seemed more sane in the head than the evangelists. The angel actually seemed to understand what it was doing, so Michael decided to try taking advantage of that. "What did I lie about?" he asked once again while using his mana to hold down the flailing angel. But once again, the angel just kept repeating the same things over and over again, not even responding to any of his questions. Michael thought that they were a bit different from the evangelists, but maybe not. He tightened his grip and crushed the angel's head before heading over to assist Baldur. The fight did not last long, as the only thing he had to do was cast a single sword of light to kill 1 angel. They were way too weak. The only strength they had was their speed. However, Michael could not help but think that whatever this group was, were only the scouting party. There was no way the angels he heard so much about in stories and all sorts of books this week. And he did not need to wait much longer to find out, as shortly after the 2 of them finished off the last angel, a grand presence descended onto the both of them, rendering them motionless. "Michael, Baldur, why are the 2 of you testing the limits of your authority?" A voice resounded from right above them. Michael turned to look upwards and noticed a single figure, one that had 6 fiery red wings coming out of its back and a radiant halo on their head, the seraphim. He continued staring at the figure. From what he knew, they were extremely busy beings who watched over the affairs of many worlds at once. Added to the fact that they were also the protectors of heaven, it was extremely rare to see them out and about. But considering the importance of Adam and Eve, he assumed it was pretty justified to see an equally important figure appear before the two of them. The seraphim waved their hand, and suddenly, the gazebo by the side was completely revealed. The two figures, Adam and Eve, were in some sort of black cocoons, still radiating incredible mana that even managed to slightly suffocate Michael. But like previously, he slowly adjusted to the pressure and kept staring at both the seraphim and the cocoons. They seemed to not only radiate mana, but also some type of other energy, the energy of chaos, which he was a little bit familiar with. "Good job," the seraphim suddenly said to both Michael and Baldur, causing confused expressions to appear on their faces. However, their confusion did not last long as all of a sudden, the seraphim appeared right in front of the two of them and grabbed Baldur by the head, taking him back to the cocoons in which Adam and Eve were residing. "What is it doing?" Michael stared at it with a tinge of caution. Ever since the seraphim arrived, he had a pretty ominous feeling. They were righteous beings, ones that embodied God's will, however. This one seemed a bit different. This one had greed in its eyes. It held Baldur right beside the two cocoons, and Michael could see the chaotic energy slowly entering his body, corrupting the existing mana of light. And suddenly, Baldur's body began emitting an ominous mana that seemed to affect the surroundings, Michael included. But before he could protect himself against the mana, it disappeared and Baldur plopped down onto the ground, seemingly lifeless. Yet the mana he had been radiating just a moment ago was still present. In fact, it was still increasing. As he was paying attention to his friend, the two cocoons opened up, revealing the two figures whose appearance did not mirror the one he had seen before. "What the?" "Perfect," the seraphim's low voice resounded, sending a chill down Michael's spine. Adam and Eve, the previously normal-looking individuals, turned into something different. Eve now had pitch-black hair streaming down to her waist and eyes that he could not quite see the depth to, as if they were mystical. And as for Adam, he looked identical to Baldur, and he even had some of Michael's features as well. It seemed like whatever happened turned him into some sort of angel. Or so he concluded, but the energy Michael could feel coming from him was nothing like the angels. It was ominous. It was chaotic. Lastly, there was Baldur, whose mana had long lost its golden shade, and it had now turned into the same ominous property much like the two others. Michael could do nothing but watch as his friend was being changed right before him into something he could no longer recognize. "Baldur," he called out, seeking confirmation for his inner turbulence. However, the seraphim's voice, filled with anger, resounded, "Silence, pup." And the moment it did, he could no longer feel his body. It was the same as when the seraphim first arrived. He managed to free himself earlier, but he was too weak to take advantage of that fact. Michael's inner conflict grew as the memories began rapidly returning, and for some reason they were overlapping with what he was seeing currently. However, there was one difference: Baldur was not present in his memories. It seemed like he disappeared just before the seraphim appeared, but he could not quite tell where he had gone. Just as Michael was preparing a last-ditch effort to somehow break free, Baldur glanced at him for a moment and flashed a small yet hollow smile. In the very next moment, Baldur raised his rapier and slashed his own neck, severing it. "Baldur." Michael stared at his friend's severed head, not even able to call out his name due to the pressure. However, the seraphim seemed amused as it walked up to Baldur and kicked his corpse. "You're still self-aware. What the fuck? Is this even a real seraphim?" Michael wondered with anger and hatred clearly present in his eyes. But before anything else could happen, Adam stretched out his hand, and suddenly an odd-colored mana enveloped Baldur. It held some of the golden characteristics, yet at the same time, it was crackling with an ominous black color, until finally it mixed together and formed some sort of murky golden color. However, as it enveloped Baldur, it began doing something strange. The blood vessels, which were cleanly cut off, began regrowing and reattaching themselves to his head. And suddenly, the moment it was all finished, Baldur's head slid back into place, and he shot up from the ground while breathing out heavy breaths. He was revived. Michael continued watching as it looked the exact same as when he healed the people in his first ever dungeon, those who had their necks broken. But he doubted that he could reattach a severed head just like that. It seemed like quite an intricate process, weaving all those blood vessels together. It seemed quite difficult. Adam, however, was still wearing a blank expression. Despite his transformation, it did not look like he found that action difficult at all. However, as Michael focused on the mana Adam and Eve were emitting, he was a bit confused. It reminded him of the mana the imps from Vivom had. The imps had much weaker mana, but he could still feel similarities between them and the people in front of him. Even Baldur felt the same. Thankfully, after his head had been severed, the rise in chaotic power halted. Maybe he could still somehow return to how he was before all of this happened. Oh, you are an interesting one, aren't you? The seraphim once again picked Baldur up, and this time, it fully crushed his head. But this time, unlike Adam, it was Eve who began healing him. However, her mana was much darker. The golden shade could barely be seen, until it finally combined and formed a nearly black-colored mana with just a little bit of golden mixed into it. Nonetheless, it had the same effect as Adam's mana, as it managed to completely restore Baldur to his previous self. But his expression was filled with horror. After all, he had just died twice. You are quite the fascinating creature. You turned almost as perfect as them. The seraphim chuckled under its breath and patted Baldur's head. However, it was not a normal pat, as his head once again exploded. But this time, Baldur did not need any healing to reassemble himself, as it only took a few moments for him to look as good as new. Michael stared at him with both anger and regret, as the seraphim kept crushing his head just for him to heal back up again, faster and faster each time. That was until Baldur finally collapsed onto the ground. The expression of pure despair on his face was clearly present, and yet Michael could not do anything. All he could do was stand by and watch as the supposed seraphim kept on torturing his friend. But eventually it stopped and with a sigh, walked right up to Michael. "So, little pup, what should I do with you?" The seraphim wiggled its fingers and made Michael levitate into the air while also slightly twisting his limbs, just enough to dislocate them but not to break them. Michael could feel a fair deal of pain, but maybe because of the adrenaline or something else entirely, he completely ignored it and locked eyes with the seraphim, who had a slightly confused expression on its face. You are also a bit strange." "Who are yo?" The seraphim's words froze as the entire world around them seemed to come to a stop, and then a loud noise traveled through Michael's ears once again. Ding. "Error. Recompiling anomaly. Please wait." Michael watched as the seraphim retraced its step just before it had started walking towards him. It almost seemed as if time had begun rewinding. It was an incredibly strange experience. The pain he felt just a few moments ago disappeared. He even forgot what the pain felt like. But aside from that, his memories of the events just a moment ago remained engraved inside of his mind. Do not look into the seraphim's eyes. Michael saw a message appear before it once again disappeared, and the time around them began flowing once more. The seraphim began walking towards him, and once again made him levitate in the air. "So, little pup, what should I do with you? Don't look into its eyes," he thought with all his might, as it was starting to become a bit painful to bear this torture. Yet, when he imagined what Baldur felt, he thought of himself as a wuss for complaining about dislocated joints. Michael tried his best to avoid eye contact, and it seemed like he succeeded, as the seraphim got bored of levitating him around as it suddenly flicked its finger to the side. He could not understand what happened, but he was now looking at his own back. "You are worthless." The seraphim kicked Michael, who was lying nearly lifeless on the ground, and proceeded to walk back to Adam and Eve, as well as the unconscious Baldur. Michael felt like he was dying. He fully expected his passive regenerative abilities to be enough to heal him back up. However, it seemed like whatever attack the seraphim had done was imbued with too much mana for him to get rid of. It was almost felt like he was trapped in agony until he loses consciousness. He could just barely see the seraphim pat both Adam and Eve on their heads, causing them to go unconscious and making them levitate in front of it. It did the same with Baldur, but since he was already passed out, knocking him out was unnecessary. A portal appeared right in front of the seraphim, and just before it entered through it, Michael could hear it mutter a few words. "Adam, Eve, who should you be?" It placed Baldur on the ground upright, as if he was some kind of walking stick. Michael could suddenly hear very loud laughter that nearly exploded his eardrums. "I know, you will be Cain." However, it suddenly stopped and sighed. Or Cain. "I don't want my underlings laughing at you." With those words, the seraphim went through the portal, leaving Michael all alone and dying. But just as he thought he was really going to die, a familiar golden-haired figure entered his sight, walking up to him and touching his halo, making him feel just a little bit rejuvenated. He could see a small smile on the man's face, one that he hated to see previously. "You don't look so well, last archangel." Michael's neck began healing at a rapid pace as he could finally readjust it into its normal position. And as he did so, he stared at the man in front of him. It was the golden-haired man from the arena, the person who he got his halo from. "Why are you here?" Michael suddenly asked as he stood up, almost tumbling due to his previous state. "Why do you think?" "You would have died if I had not come." "The difficulty was certainly no joke," the golden-haired man said, and shrugged while walking towards the destroyed gazebo. Michael decided to silently follow after him. He could not disagree that without his help, he might have really died. As the two of them finally arrived at the destroyed gazebo, the man bent down and picked up a tiny fragment off of the ground. It was a murky golden color, similar to the mana Adam had used. The man looked it up and down before crushing it in his hands and sighing. "Want to know something?" the man asked as he returned his gaze back to Michael. Sure, you see, I wanted you to tell the angels about Adam. I tried really hard to get that through to you, but it seems that you are just like me, the man said with a small smile. However, Michael's eyes widened. The voices he heard, ones telling him to do the opposite of what he had done, looked like it was the doing of the man before him. Just who are you? He could not help but ask. They met twice now. Or more perhaps, it was hard to tell. Maybe he was always there, influencing some of Michael's past actions. The man chuckled and suddenly disappeared from Michael's vision. He could no longer feel his mana anymore. However, a voice suddenly resounded inside his mind, one that he recognized all too well. I wonder, you. He was speechless. He had suspected it to a certain degree, but he could never confirm his suspicions. Well, I didn't want to hold your hand all along the way, but yeah, I have been watching all along. That seraphim noticed me previously, so I had to use the halls of reflection to turn back time a bit. The system said and once again appeared right in front of him. But alas, the outcome was the same as before, a pity. I really wanted to see what would have happened if you told the angels about him. Michael sighed and brought his hand up to his forehead. So, what are you exactly? A system or me from the past? There were still a few irregularities, such as the vision he had back in the fragmented memory from his first trial. Who was the person who implanted the so-called system into him? I am both you and the system. As for your other concern, it should be the other archangels. I can assure you, they are on your side. However, Michael raised his brow at the response. Why are you saying should? The first fragment was most likely Uriel. As for the second one, it was one of the newer archangels, Regel, who, as you remember, had actually introduced himself. The system paused for a moment and then continued. As for why I am saying should, that's because you are an anomaly. All of the previous Michaels were handpicked because they were related to the original in a way. You, however, are different. You were chosen by someone while I was hibernating, and you have no clue who that was. Michael asked as he absorbed the knowledge regarding his selection. Even if there was not a lot of information regarding it, he still had many questions, but if the system was actually him and knew everything, he could always ask them later. The only clue I have is that whoever it was trying to corrupt both you and me. After all, just as the academy started, I was replaced until the little girl freed you from whatever that parasite was. The system chuckled while talking about Freya. It seemed like there were some prior connections between them. Michael simply nodded. It did make sense. The Michael that Kevin had known was what the current him was supposed to be if things had gone as they should have. Maybe because of Kevin's regression or some other factors entirely, his fate had been altered. Anyways, Michael, you can call me whatever you'd like. System Michael Mickle. It does not matter. It is nice to formally meet you. With those words, the system comically bowed. Likewise. So could you tell me something while we are still in this halls of reflection thingy? What exactly am I here for, and why have you never taken over the other Michaels? Don't you want to live? He asked with a tinge of curiosity. The system flashed a small smile that seemed a bit hollow and disappeared once again. I have lived for thousands of eons. I have experienced everything there was to experience, even death. My only wish is for heaven to have another competent ruler. If he could be similar to me, even better. Do you think I want to rule over heaven? He raised his brow at the system's explanation. A ruler must be strong and, well, obviously not stupid. You have the qualities to be the perfect ruler. Oh, and before you say you don't want it, the benefits you get from being the ruler of heaven are quite bountiful. After all, since God is dead and the seraphim are scattered across the universe, you would be the most important person there. Michael was left speechless at the system's attempt to bribe him. However, another question suddenly arose. What was that feather? It's Gabriel's from what I saw. You can harness the strength of the seraphim if you cultivate your wings with the feathers of the archangels. That does not mean you would become an actual seraphim, though, only a halfling, but nonetheless, it's a good boon you should accept. Fair enough. He shrugged and turned around. In front of him was a golden portal. Is this the end of the halls of reflection? Michael asked the system for confirmation. Yes, it is a place where I can directly show you important memories and past events that could prove helpful to you in the future. Just take it as yet another boon you can indulge in once every couple of months. Why not sooner? Is there a cooldown like with the trials? No, I just can't break the laws of space and time that frequently, after all, I am currently powerless. Michael rolled his eyes at the powerless being who managed to turn back time and proceeded to walk through the portal. Halls of Reflection, Act 1 complete. He saw a golden message appear the moment he returned back to his room. It signaled the end of his little unexpected outing. There were many questions remaining, like who was the seraphim who did that, and how did Adam and Eve play any significance in his future. Michael immediately felt a lot weaker. It seemed like the power gain was only temporary, and it was now back to what it was just before he entered. He stared at the floating feather in front of him as the familiar voice once again resounded. Do you wish to go down this path? And without doubt, he accepted. Yes. The moment Michael uttered those words, the feather disappeared from in front of his eyes, and suddenly, he could feel a sharp pain traveling up his back. He immediately fell to the ground as it felt like he had been completely paralyzed. The pain, however, was still growing and getting more intense. Endure, it won't take much longer. Easy for you to say, Michael shot back while attempting to roll on the ground. It was an annoying type of pain, as if an itch you could not quite scratch. Stop being a pussy, it's just a little bit of pain. Ha, so you are now dropping the formalities completely. What's the point in formalities? I nearly exposed myself once in the past, and now that we are on the same page, it doesn't matter. Michael grumbled and remembered the one time the system broke character. He had not thought much of it at the time since he thought it was due to his own influence. But if it was like that, then how about the dungeon and other stuff he had encountered? The system could have definitely prevented it. Obviously, I could have, but I deemed Meph an ally, not a foe. As for the others, they also proved to be of no threat to you. The real challenges will begin once you finally leave this world and head to one of the less charted worlds. Michael took deep breaths and began slowly standing up once again. The pain was slowly starting to fade on the Jayor continent, right? Yes, there should be quite a wide selection of worlds there. Or so I have been told. Gabriel was not much of a talker. Your archangel friend, Michael asked as he began stretching. His body felt stiff all over. Yes, the one whose statue you first saw, as well as the one whose feather you just took in. He is quite the spirited lad. What do they call them nowadays? Oh right, Atsundir. A shiver went down his spine. It reminded him of Kevin before he knew of his actual identity. So he is from this world then. What about you? He asked with a tinge of curiosity. I am the only archangel who had been born right after God himself. The others were selected, hence why I was a pureblood, and apparently so are you. I see. Michael finished stretching and decided to take a look at his status, and upon opening it, he noticed that there were a couple of new options added. However, what really caught his eye was the progress bar as it displayed 100, meaning he could finally tear up. Most of his stats were also S-ranked besides charisma and strength, which for some reason were both stuck at A and B rank respectively. I guess that little bit of excess energy was enough. All right, sit down, I will weave the thread for you. He listened and sat down on a nearby sofa. You sure I can't just do it myself? As soon as he said that, a soothing feeling began rising up from the bottom of his spine. It felt similar to how he first obtained the mana core, just a lot less painful. I would have if your light affinity was below supreme rank, however. Since it isn't, I don't want you risking your life for nothing. The first people to figure out how to weave their mana core threads did it through trial and error. They wasted a lot of time and a lot of mana, since every time you fail at weaving the core, your mana drastically decreases. Michael's eyes widened at that explanation. Is that only for people who have a supreme ranked affinity? Sort of the higher ranked the affinity was, the more intricate the weaving process became. It only increased in difficulty since you have a flow core. One wrong move and you might just be paralyzed for a few months. Just weave the thread already. Michael sighed and relaxed on the sofa, letting the system finish what it was already doing. He expected there to be some sort of reaction or something similar when tearing up. However, it was pretty plain. All that was different from the average day was that he could feel his strength steadily increasing. Michael was unable to check his own status during the weaving process. It seemed like the system had locked him from doing so. And finally, the weaving process was finished. The strength of his mana increased by leaps and bounds. His mana purity nearly doubled as well. But most importantly, the halo above his head began shining a bright golden light. It slowly enveloped him, and he could feel a surge of information entering his brain, assimilating with his already existing memories. Ding. Archangel Michael's signature skill acquired, Sanctuary. Sanctuary Superior active. A domain of light that you can control freely. Doubles the casting time and power of all your existing light affinity skills while inside the domain. Cost 50 MP. Radius 100 meters around the caster. Duration 1 minute. Cooldown 1 week. Michael stared at the new skill in wonder. It looked incredibly powerful. It said he could control the domain freely, which means he could increase the gravity just like the system did against him, or even do more incredible stuff while inside. However, the cooldown of a week threw him off a bit. He had hoped it was a skill he could just use constantly. After all, his chances of winning any fight greatly increased with this new skill. The cost, duration, and cooldown will decrease the stronger you get. After all, it wasn't my signature skill for no reason. As for the radius, it will double every single time you tear up. Anyways, go check out your new status. Bluzz. Name Michael. Age 14 years old. Race human. Affinity light supreme. Mana purity 73,200. Mana core flow. Mana core rank tier 1 tier 2, 0 progress to next tier, seraphim progress 1-7. Titles ruthless combatant. Raise all your stats by 1 minor rank when facing enemies at least 1 tier above you. Being of light. Increase the effectiveness of your light affinity-based spells by 25. Stats. HP 100-100 region 5 HP per hour. MP 100-100 region 10 MP per hour. SDR Tier 1 a 728 Tier 2 F100 total equal 828. End Tier 1 S 843 Tier 2 F100 total equal 943. AGI Tier 1 S 820 Tier 2 F100 total equal 920. INT Tier 1 S plus 1000 Tier 2 F100 total equal 1100. CHA Tier 1 B 502 Tier 2 F100 total equal 602. Skills Skill Merging Skill Sacrifice. Herald of Light Advanced Passive. Mirage of Light Intermediate Passive. Physical Enhancement Intermediate Passive. Eyes of the Healer Intermediate Passive. Hand-to-hand Combat Beginner Passive. Shooting Mastery Beginner Passive. Discipline Basic Passive. Heat Resistance Basic Passive. Cold Resistance Basic Passive. Sanctuary Superior Active New. Heavenly Judgment Advanced Active. Purify Intermediate Active. Aegis of Light Intermediate Active. Piercing Light Intermediate Active. Sword of Light Basic Active. Veil of Detection Basic Active ++. Oh shit. You got quite a few good boons, didn't you? The system teased Michael a bit, but he was too busy staring at his updated status. The mana purity shot up all the way to 200. It was at 121 just a few moments ago. His strength really was no joke now, or so he hoped at the very least. Yes, you are a tad bit stronger than the average newly ascended Tier 2, but just slightly, don't get ahead of yourself. Michael attempted to cast a Sword of Light, and he did not expect it to appear as fast as it did. It managed to even startle him a bit. His previous casting speed was already incredibly fast, but now it was much faster. He doubted that anyone would be able to react to his attacks. Frankly, it seemed a bit too overpowered. System, what are those numbers near the stats? Am I finally getting the good old stat numbers back? Michael asked as he stopped playing around with his newfound casting speed. He would test out the destructiveness a bit later. He did not want to completely destroy Amanda's apartment just yet. Sort of the numbers are categorized into ranks based on their amount. For example, F would be from 50 stat points to 99, F from 100 to 149, and so on until you reach the maximum, which is 1000 or S+. The total will combine all of the previous tiers and add them up. Obviously, the bigger the number, the better. 50 stat points for F. Is there a rank prior to that? No, you tier up and are automatically given 50 points for each stat. You got 100 because of your skill physical enhancement. Fair enough. Are these stats the same as before, as in before I received a mana core? Not exactly, the calculations are different, and these stats are a bit easier to increase. Even INT, the stat that should boost your mental acuity, can be increased by merely casting spells. You have a very fast casting speed, one that looks abnormal to others. Without the INT stat to balance it out, you would not even be able to cast a single spell successfully. Michael nodded in understanding. He had not paid much attention to his INT stat, or more like how the others react to him in battle. Maybe that was because he rarely fought someone equal to him. So INT is the easiest stat to level up then, and CHA is the hardest. He asked one last time for confirmation. For you, yes, it should be the opposite. You get CHA stat points just from people finding you attractive, but since you don't really interact with others that much, the stat does not rise. Michael was left speechless. Was he not a saint previously? Should that not have increased his CHA by quite a lot? Sexual attraction, Michael. The people who were worshipping you as a saint merely found you to be cute-looking, a mascot of sorts. The CHA stat is similar to the bewitching ability of demons. It's a wonder I was able to acquire it too, though I guess I did look a bit stellar. And he was once again left speechless. It sucked beings in such a young body. Even if by now he looked nearly 20 when he was a saint, Michael still looked fairly young. His charisma stat did rise quite a bit from his time in the other world. He just wondered why. Isn't it obvious? You are like eye candy for Astria. Michael sat back down on the sofa and turned on the TV while slowly processing what the system had just said. I thought she was staring at me with curiosity. He sighed and slumped further into the sofa. Nope, but I don't blame you, I was the same. I didn't know she liked me up until my death. How did you die? Michael asked with curiosity. He no longer felt as energetic as he did previously. It seemed like the charisma talks in Astria had drained him of his energy a tad bit. I fell into a trap and had a couple of artificially created black holes made of mana collapse onto me. I don't really remember much after that, though. So do you remember the very first Michael? Or I guess the second one right after you? He was the polar opposite of me, an absolute pussy who ran away from every single battle that came his way. Added on to the fact that he sided with the demons, I can't say I have a very good impression of him. Michael chuckled. That does not sound very fun. Of course it isn't. Imagine watching and not being able to do anything to stop someone like that, someone who is allegedly carrying your legacy. I won't get into the details, but Uriel made a countermeasure for that. You might remember it from the second trial. I do. He nodded and proceeded to think for a moment before asking yet another question. Do you remember how you first began reincarnating as the system or whatever? I vaguely remember it. One of the seraphim managed to retrieve my soul right after I died and handed it over to the archangels. After that, my soul was forged into that little blob you saw in the first trial, or that's what I gathered anyway. My memory has grown foggy of those times. Michael could tell that the system was hiding something, but he could not really force the information out of it. As insensitive and cautious as he would respect the boundaries. Right, enough of that depressing stuff. Let's go back to Astria. What do you think about her? That's a bit of a change, no, but she does seem unique, and my heart always beats oddly fast when I am around her, though I assume that's because of your influence. He questioned the system. No, I have not interfered with your emotions in the slightest. The only thing I showed you was the memory of how the two of us first met. She's not the same individual as she was before, I can assure you that much. I could barely recognize her. She seemed pretty accurately depicted according to the memories, though. Michael tilted his head at the system's comment. Your brain is filling in those memories, just as her brain is filling in the memories of you. You are two different people entirely. The only connection you two have to your previous selves is the bits of memories that keep appearing, almost as if déjà vu. So are you telling me she still likes me even though I am not you? Michael began switching the TV channels a bit anxiously. Even in his past life, he never settled down. He did go on a few dates with some girls, but it never led to anything where he could develop any romantic interest. That's right, I am glad you feel that way though. At the very least, you are not following my footsteps in one category. Right. Michael took a deep breath and looked at his status once again. There was one more new option that he forgot to ask the system about. What is skill sacrifice? It's one of the perks I exchanged many of your skills for. With its abilities, you can bypass a lot of the restrictions placed on your power growth. Skill sacrifice makes it so you can choose one or more skills to sacrifice, and in exchange, you can power up a skill of your choosing. That sounds pretty overpowered, but is it worth it? Isn't skill merging still better? Michael wondered. After all, skill merging produced a higher ranked skill than the ones he used to merge together with. But at the same time, he knew that enhancing his already existing skills would be very useful, as normally, they can only be upgraded under special circumstances. Well, you kind of answered your own question, didn't you? But yes, both are equally as good, but I would say skill sacrifice is a little better since there is no defined limit to how much you can enhance a single skill. I see. That is pretty interesting then. Can I test it out now? Michael asked while opening his status and clicking on the skill sacrifice button. Why ask me if you're going to do it anyway? Do keep in mind though, the skills you sacrifice will not reappear and will not get stronger. For example, if you sacrifice Sword of Light, it would no longer show up as a skill, but since you had prior experience of using it, you would still be able to do it. So kind of like my mana clothing ability then. Yes, the same skill can only be registered once. When it is gone, it can no longer come back to the system, so choose wisely which skill you want to either merge or sacrifice. Michael nodded and looked back at the skill sacrifice window. It looked nearly identical to the skill merging one, but the order was a bit reversed. He needed to select a skill to enhance and then right after, a skill to sacrifice. It seemed like he could enhance both passive and active skills. It was definitely a great thing. However, as that thought came to mind, he quickly exited out of the skill sacrifice window and opened up skill merging, but despite his high expectations, he was left disappointed. Michael expected to be able to combine passive skills, yet it seemed like enhancing them was the most he could do at the current moment. Don't worry too much, you will have a bunch of skills in the future. It would be the perfect time to merge them then. He ignored the system's words and opened the skill sacrifice menu back up and debated on which skill to enhance. It seemed like he could only enhance the already existing skill with other skills that were of the same rank, pretty much just like with skill merging. Michael thought about it for a moment and noticed that there was only one clear choice, and that was to enhance the Sword of Light skill. All of the other skills proved to be quite useful, and it would be best if he held onto them for a while longer. As for the skill he decided to sacrifice, it was Veil of Detection, the skill he practically never used because he already managed to passively feel the mana around him, practically the same as what the skill was supposed to do. Michael had asked the system about it previously, and why it had not turned into a passive skill, but it just gave him some lackluster response about how there was already a similar skill to it or whatever. It's not lackluster, you just don't know how to use Eyes of the Healer yet. When you figure that out, your life will get much easier than it is now, trust me. Right, I'll do that later first. I need to enhance this skill, Michael said and pressed the sacrifice button, a bright blue light instantly flashing in front of his eyes, momentarily blinding him. But once it was finished, what greeted his eyes was, Sword of Light Beginner Active. Summon one or multiple swords containing the light affinity. Cost 1 MPS. The same looking Sword of Light skill, its description had not even changed. The only thing that did was the rarity, as it only went up from basic to beginner. Michael slumped back even further on the sofa. Is this some sort of joke? He could not believe that this was what he got from the supposed skill sacrifice. The system had made him think that it would be special, yet it was pretty underwhelming. Your impatience is your greatest flaw. The skill did get enhanced. Maybe you would have found it out if you used it. The description is the same, though. Michael stood up off of the ground and listened to the system's words even though he was a tad bit doubtful. He summoned a single sword of light and much to his surprise, it seemed like it had gotten sharper. It seemed like the cost had been reduced by a fair deal too. Michael just could not understand why it was not in the description, would have saved him a minute of sulking. As I have already said, there are limitations. One way to bypass them is to not update the new status description. The skill's power had increased by at the very least 2 times, hence why it might seem sharper to you. You talk about limits, but aren't you the Archangel Michael yourself, the one who had been turned into a system? Why would there be limits? Michael asked as he walked back to the sofa. He pretty much finished all he wanted to do. The feather had been absorbed, and he could see it in the status screen. Besides that, he could not even feel that it was even inside of his body. I had won too many negative encounters with the other Michaels for there to not be a limit. I imposed it myself and made it practically impossible to remove. As for the feather, just think of it as a resident inside of your own body until you awaken your bloodline. Oh, sorry for bringing back bad memories. Michael apologized. He could tell from the system's previous and current tone that it did not like talking about those particular times. It's fine, you will get to experience those memories in the future as well. I am just giving you a heads up that they won't be pretty. Anyways, I think it's time for you to go visit Kevin. Or are you planning on lazing around until that academy event? Michael's hand, which had been reaching for the TV remote, froze. Of course not, I'll go. He stood back up and walked towards the door. How big is the map range now? He asked as he headed down the elevator, and after telling the receptionist that he would be checking out, he casually summoned a single sword of light and flew into sky. I can feel around 30 kilometers around you now. The halo had unsealed a bit of my own strength as well. I can also use it as a catalyst now. Just make sure to channel mana into it when you're not doing anything. It stores up and I'll use it if an emergency arises. Sure, Michael nodded, and a map appeared right in front of his face, displaying the entire area of Inner Vivom. He looked around for a few moments, looking for one area in particular. Michael had looked all around the entire hospital and could not find Elizabeth, but if she could be anywhere, it would be right next to Kevin. After a bit more searching, he finally found Kevin's mana signature, and it was weak, however. What surprised him the most was the fact that there were quite a lot of red dots surrounding him. And as he suspected, just a few meters away from Kevin, there was also another mana signature he could feel, and even from this distance, he could tell that it was Elizabeth and that she had really been cursed. You should go. Kevin is having some trouble with the imps, it seems like. Owen, do try to find out more information from him. The Michael he talked about is not part of my memories. And you couldn't tell me this sooner. Michael's eyebrow twitched at the system's comment, but before they could argue further, he felt a lot of mana be unleashed from where Kevin currently was. It was not the normal kind of mana instead, it was the chaotic kind he felt from the imps as well as Adam and Eve. And well, Baldur, they are summoning a demon, hurry up already. Michael sighed and began flying as fast as he could towards Kevin and Elizabeth. I know. It did not take long for Michael to arrive, and the sight before him sent a chill down his spine. There were heaps of demonic corpse, most of which exuded that nasty chaotic aura and seeped together with the surroundings. For some reason, ever since first feeling that type of mana, he hated it. Michael assumed that maybe it was the opposite of his light affinity or something. Darkness is the opposite to light. Chaos is a bit different. You don't have to worry about the specifics for now, though. Just go deal with the little shits down there already. Right, Michael nodded and glanced a bit to the side. There was a giant circle that radiated chaotic mana, and there were a bunch of imps gathered all around it. Is that where they are summoning the demon from? Michael asked as he slowly made his way down. From what he could feel, there was no demon yet, as if no connection had been established. The chaotic mana earlier was most likely from the place where the little imps were trying to summon the demon from. But it did feel a bit strange. Whereas the imps had mana that was just a tiny bit similar to Adam and Eve's, the place on the other side of the magic circle radiated mana that felt as if he's standing right before them all over again. It's the demonic realm where most, if not all demons reside. It is only natural for you to feel familiarity since the demons are like the children of Adam and Eve, or more like only Adam. The bastard was able to create demons just from his mana alone. Meanwhile, Eve was not too keen on it, so she just handled the logistical affairs. Michael listened attentively to the new information. It seemed like the imps, demons, and Adam were more deeply connected than he had anticipated. But there was still one question in his mind. What about Baldur? Cain is his name now. I have met him, and he is not the same person as the one you saw in the halls of reflection. He is just like those demons, except he is practically immortal. Even I couldn't kill him. I see. Michael waved his hand effortlessly, and every single imp before his eyes had their heads pierced. Due to the light affinity, he immediately purified them. No corpses made from mana were remaining. However, the magic circle had not died down yet. In fact, it seemed like it had grown stronger. The chaotic mana became even more chaotic after the deaths of the imps, and then another wave of that wretched mana assaulted him, but this time he could feel a presence behind it. It was not just pure chaotic mana anymore. There was an individual who was sending out that mana, and whoever it was, their strength was leaps and bounds above Michael's. System, shouldn't I just take the two and run? There's no way I can kill something like that. Demons can't physically enter lower worlds. This one would be sending like a puppet made out of mana, one that was similar to the imps. There are special circumstances where they can, but it's more of a descent, meaning it is limited. So do I just wait for it to appear, can't I? Stop it. Michael wondered and walked around the magic circle. There were all sorts of engravings around it that he could not quite understand. But nonetheless, he felt like he could disrupt it since the engravings were glowing and radiating a tiny amount of mana, meaning, in theory, he could possibly disrupt it. You can, and quite easily at that, however. It would be better for you to fight the demon to get more accustomed to their style of fighting. You will be encountering quite a lot of them in the future since you are like my successor and all. What is the point, though? Isn't the demon going to be severely weakened anyway? He could not understand the reason behind the system's insistence. If this puppet demon was similar to the imps, couldn't he just simply kill it with a wave of his hand? Demons are different from imps. Even if they are extremely weakened and are puppets, their combat style as well as physical endurance more than makes up for the lack of strength. If you say so. Michael sighed and sat down on his sword, just slightly above the ground. Look, don't feel too discouraged. I am doing this for a reason, all right. Right, of course you are. He rolled his eyes and began forming a small couch out of the swords, using his mana clothing ability as if he were making some sort of mattress. You could just go check up on Kevin and Elizabeth instead. Michael glanced to the side a bit and saw Kevin, who had fallen to the ground right next to Elizabeth. All things considered, he was not injured, only exhausted. He cast Purify on Elizabeth and then a couple of heals on the two of them just in case. Just as he had done so, he turned back around and noticed the chaotic mana intensifying further and condensing a small figure right in the very middle of the magic circle. The figure slowly began forming its own body, shaping into that of a humanoid, yet it had a pair of black horns and its skin was a light shade of red. There were also two pale white dots on the demon's head, but Michael did not pay much attention to that. Be on guard against this one. Michael tilted his head at the system's words and locked eyes with the demon. Its eyes were a dark golden color. It did not feel very pleasant to look at for some reason. He gauged the demon's strength, and it seemed to be around Michael's, lower tier 2. Yet the chaotic mana it released felt a bit odd, as if there was more to it, a different kind of mana that completely drowned out the chaos. Demonic mana, the more pureblood a demon is, the more chaos its mana contains. I see. Michael began walking up to the demon. He made sure his shields were up so he would not get killed instantly. He arrived right in front of it, and it did not seem to react to his presence. That was until another burst of mana shot through the magic circle and engulfed the demonic puppet. Immediately, the pressure increased by many folds, as if the being he felt through the magic circle was right before him. However, he knew that was not the case. Its strength remained the same, lower tier 2. However, the demon tilted its head and suddenly began talking. You remind me of those pigeons. Are you a descendant of theirs? Its tone held no visible malice. Michael could tell that it did not ask that question with mere curiosity. It was more of a confirmation. But nonetheless, he had not planned on talking it out with the demon anyway. He planned on letting it go through the magic circle and then killing it. And if I am. Well, aren't you funny? The demon laughed at Michael's response. However, its laugh quickly faded, replaced with a serious expression, a stark contrast from its easygoing self just mere moments ago. Now it was just staring at Michael in silence with clear malice in its eyes. I don't think you need an expert to tell you that you managed to piss off the demon. Yes, no shit. Michael did not back down and continued holding eye contact with the demon before him, but he could not quite tell what the system was talking about. It felt like just a stronger imp in all aspects. Its body looked like it was made out of pure mana, however. There were a few places where there was a bit more mana than normal, and the system further confirmed his suspicions. They have a core in their bodies. If you find it and destroy it, the puppet dies. The same applies to demons, but if you manage to destroy a demon's core, you can kill it fully. So they are practically immortal until you destroy that core. Michael asked and backed away from the demon. He could feel the slight rise in mana around him. It seemed like the fight would begin soon. Yes, they are immortal until you destroy the core. There are ways of sealing demons to get rid of them as well, but it is not as conventional as just killing them straight up. No surprise there, it's less trouble to just destroy the core, Michael thought, and suddenly, the demon moved. Its speed was definitely not fast enough for him to have trouble, so he simply cast a few swords of light, interrupting the demon's momentum. However, much to his surprise, the demon did not stop. Instead, it let the swords pierce through his body all the way through. But despite Michael's confusion and confidence, the demon's body immediately began healing up, the fist-sized holes being patched up faster than he could even process. And before he knew it, the demon's attack connected with his shielders, shattering them. Michael was sent hurtling backwards, however. He managed to catch himself with the use of his flying capabilities. There was a little bit of blood trickling down from his mouth. It seemed like the demon's attack managed to hit a vital organ, through his shields no less. Did he concentrate all of the mana into a single point? He thought the punch was pretty straightforward at a glance, but since he had been focusing a fair deal, he managed to find out that all the mana around the demon's fist condensed itself and shot out the moment its fist connected with his shield. The system could most likely turn the tides of the battle, but he preferred to get some hands-on experience himself. After all, it would not be very helpful to him if the system parried and blocked most of the demon's attacks. That's the spirit, but yes, they are pretty tricky foes, especially if they are the same strength as you. Oftentimes it would result in a loss. Well, I don't plan on losing, Michael stared at the demon, who had a mocking grin on its face. Is that all you can muster? It spoke as it began walking towards him with slow but mana-enhanced steps, as if it could leap at him with full force at any moment. And it did. Before Michael could taunt the demon further, it dashed at him with its full speed once again. But this time, he was a bit more prepared. Michael summoned a multi-layered shield that would prevent the demon from breaking through all of it at once. He stacked multiple small shields together. The mana cost was pretty negligent now, so he could afford to do that much at the very least. The outcome, a shield with extremely high durability. Even though it had not been recognized as a system skill, it seemed incredibly powerful. The demon's attack once again connected with his shield, however. Unlike before, when it shattered, this time the attack was reflected, using the demon's momentum to send it towards the side. Even without the system's assistance, parrying attacks was not the most difficult thing in the world for him. After all, his INT stat was incredibly high, so high to the point where if he focused hard enough, most attacks seemed like they were in slow motion. And even if his body could not react to the attacks, his skills could. His casting time was slightly faster than his perception, ensuring that as long as he could sense the attack, his skills would always activate in time. It even managed to startle the demon right before him. It seemed like it did not expect such a strong shield, considering it easily pierced through Michael's first shield. Michael couldn't help but let out a small chuckle at the sight of the demon before him. It felt oddly satisfying seeing it in disarray. What's wrong? Is that all you can muster? Michael taunted, and suddenly, he was once again sent hurtling back. The attack this time was much faster than the others, just a tad bit weaker. Silence. The demon exclaimed as it once again dashed at him. But Michael did not even need to cast the multi-layered shield. The little amount of mana that it was now using was not enough to pierce through even his normal shield, let alone the much stronger version. It did seem like it was trying to concentrate its attack to pierce it, but maybe because of the amount of mana or some other factors entirely, it was not able to. The onslaught of the fast but weak attacks continued, until eventually, the demon backed away with a frustrated frown on its face. All this time, Michael was trying to pinpoint the exact location of the demon's core. He could feel that there was more mana in certain areas, but upon closer look, it just turned out to be something else entirely, mostly just massive lumps of mana. He tried using the eyes of the healer, but it proved a bit too effective. Once he activated it, the only thing he could see was a murky purple energy, not the demon's body. It would be a bit difficult to fight like that, so he decided not to use it. However, now that they were a few meters apart and neither one of them was attacking, Michael decided to use it once again. Immediately, a single white light appeared in the very center of the demon's abdomen. It was moving around. The light was slowly moving around across its entire body, the head, the arms, the legs, and it kept repeating in that cycle. How did I not see it before? Michael was a bit confused. If the light was so prominent, how did he not spot it earlier? You were not focused enough, but now you are. If you had used it before the fight even started, you could have easily killed the demon with your first attack. But isn't this a bit too simple? He wondered. If all it took was a single moment of concentration to spot the demon's weak spot, how was this supposed to be a challenge? It is simple because you have my skill, the all-seeing eyes, which you inconveniently named Eyes of the Healer. Also, it was not meant to be a challenge, more like practice. This demon does have peculiar abilities, but maybe because of its arrogance, it refuses to use them. But as the system's words dawned, the demon's horns began glowing an ominous black color, and the mana it was emitting seemed like it had doubled. Its body began getting covered in all sorts of engravings, similar to the ones he had seen previously on the magic circle. Safe to say, whatever the system just said came back to bite him in the ass. Michael stared at the transformation with a blank look on his face and facepalmed. Nice timing. Michael stared at the transformation in silence. Could he stop it? Probably. Would he? No, it might seem selfish of him to do such a thing. After all, without them going all out, the surrounding buildings had already fallen, only some were standing, albeit barely. But did it even matter anymore? The entire city was in ruins anyway, and there were no living civilians anywhere near him. It was a total wasteland even before he had arrived. Well, Amanda will chew you out for damaging her city. You sure you want to go down that path? Michael shivered upon hearing the system's words, but upon taking a look around him, he already knew he was going to receive an earful. He turned his gaze back to the demon, who had still not finished its transformation. Its strength did not seem like it was growing at all. It honestly seemed like all it was doing was buying time. Are you done? Michael asked, and sent a single sword of light right at the demon. Surprisingly, it dissipated upon impact. It reminded him of the evangelist priest he had fought up on the mountain, as well as the couple of others. They all had similar spell-nullifying abilities. However, he was no expert. Maybe there was more than one ability that looked nearly the exact same, who knows. After a few more moments of waiting, the demon finally finished its transformation. Quite frankly, its appearance did not change much since the very start of the transformation. Its strength, however, did spike up by quite a lot. If Michael had to guess, the demon likely broke through and was currently around the middle levels of Tier 2. It seemed a bit unreal, but from what he could tell, its strength was finite. Every single move it made drained a bit of it, meaning it would be a battle of attrition. That's right, you could either run around and wait for the demon to gas itself out, or you could go ahead and kill it while it's strengthened. Which will you choose, I wonder? You say that, but it can probably pierce through every single shield I have. It would be a tough fight, especially if it used that mana nullifying ability again. I would not be able to kill it if it did, Michael complained, but nonetheless took a defensive stance. After all, running away while also making sure Kevin and Elizabeth were safe would not be the easiest task to accomplish. Not everyone can be saved, sacrifices must be made. In this case, however, you stand a fair chance of winning against the demon. You just have to kill it before it kills you. Pretty simple, I'd say. Yup, very sim. Michael's sarcastic words were cut off by a dark ball heading straight for him at an extremely fast speed. He did not waste any time and summoned up his multi-shield. He could feel at a single glance that whatever that dark ball was, a simple shield would not be able to stop it. And his assumption was correct, as the moment the ball connected with his shields, most of them shattered. The attack counted as a block, thankfully, meaning he still had most of his mana left. There were 3 choices he could opt for currently. The first, Heavenly Judgment, and focus on protecting Kevin and Elizabeth. The second, try his hand at beating the demon by himself with no extra power-ups. Definitely not an impossible task, just a bit dangerous. And lastly, Sanctuary, his newest skill, which could completely turn the tide of the battle at the cost of merely 50 of his total mana. He was not sure whether the skill really cost that much, or if his mana capacity just wasn't increasing. He certainly remembers feeling it expand back in the training room, but maybe he was mistaken. The capacity is being changed out for spell enhancement, also known as mana purity. It perfectly suits your current battle style. After all, you don't really have a wide variety of spells at the current moment. I hope after this battle, you play around with your own abilities a bit more, as the possibilities are nearly endless. I see, and yes, sure, I still have roughly a week to burn until that academy thingy or whatever. Michael agreed with the system. He had been relying on Swords of Light to be his main attack spell. While it was not necessarily bad, it would be more beneficial for him to combine Piercing Light or something similar with it, but alas, the rarities differ, so it was impossible for him to currently combine the 2 of them. Mirage of Light was also something he just instinctively used, but most of his opponents up to date had figured it out. It was just an ability he used on the side. Maybe it would show its strength the stronger his abilities grew. Michael could imagine casting Heavenly Judgment with the Mirage of Light skill. It would certainly be a unique experience. But as he thought that, he froze. Wait a moment, system, is that possible? Theoretically, yes, but due to the high amount of mana Heavenly Judgment emits, you would need to find a way to suppress it to not make it too obvious. The simplest way would be for you to learn how mana absorption works. Right, put that on your agenda as well. Sure. Michael sighed and glanced at the demon. Its dark golden eyes were emitting a faint but ominous glow. However, as he began trying to move, he realized something was blocking him, and upon looking down, he noticed a pair of purple tentacles holding onto both of his legs, rendering his movements fruitless. Michael quickly cast a Sword of Light to destroy those tentacles. However, it was too late, as in the next moment, 3 dark balls were quickly heading in his direction. He could not dodge, and he doubted he could block all three of them, but nonetheless he had to try. Tens of multi-layered shields appeared in front of him, acting as one massive shield against the incoming attacks. The dark balls seemed to hit the shield, however. They dissipated just before they managed to connect with the shield. It seemed a bit too abnormal. In the next moment, his suspicions were confirmed as the system's voice resounded inside his mind. Above you. Upon hearing those words, he immediately turned his head upwards, and what greeted his sight was a massive purple blob that was slowly but steadily floating down towards him. The mana it emitted seemed a bit too much, to the point where he wondered how he had not managed to see or feel it previously. It was similar in energy to his divine judgment, though of course a bit weaker. But nonetheless, it was impossible for him to escape his predicament. The only remaining choice he had left was the choice he should have made from the start. He dragged out the fight too much, playing around with the demon while it was trying to kill him the entire time. It was not like he would never face a demon again. A blunder, one that happened because he wanted to fight a demon fair and square. Even in stories back in his old world, he read that demons could never be trusted. It was foolish of him to expect a fair fight in the first place. Good that you now use that skill already. Michael nodded and looked upwards, his halo slightly shining and covering the entire area around him in his own mana, as if feeling his intent. He took a deep breath and muttered, "Sanctuary." As soon as those words left his mouth, the area his mana had previously encompassed turned golden. It was like one massive barrier stretching out from him to a radius of 100 meters. Michael felt his mana reduce drastically but ignored it. After all, within this massive golden barrier, he could control everything. From the movement of mana to how oxygen, gravity, space, and even time worked, it was as if he were the god of the entire domain, because you are. Don't meddle with space and time yet. They are the few interesting laws that should be best explored once you are a bit more experienced in the usage of mana. The others you can use freely though. Gotcha. Michael nodded and stared at the massive purple blob above him. It was practically within his domain, at least part of it anyway. He could likely wave it away with a few spells, but he wanted to try something a bit more interesting. There were so many different possibilities. One such possibility was mana nullification. The domain seemed to operate based on his imagination, so in theory, it should work. The air weaved around him as if ignoring his presence. The intoxicating power he hadn't had just moments ago was now in his hands, but nonetheless he waved off that strange feeling of greed and imagined the massive blob above him dissipating by making its mana go rampant. And much to his surprise, his ideas flowed out in real time. What he had imagined did indeed happen. The purple blob twisted and disappeared into seemingly nothing, leaving behind only a few mana particles that his domain absorbed. Surprisingly, once it did, he felt a bit of his mana restore, which gave him another idea. Could he simply imagine mana flowing into him and fully restoring it? But upon trying, he was unsuccessful. As broken as this skill seemed, it still had some logical limitations. However, if there was a source of mana, like the massive purple blob, he could siphon it. He just had to imagine the mana dissipating and refilling his reserves or substituting the excess mana for a shield of his own. The possibilities were endless. He just had to think of the mana dissipating and refilling his own reserves, or even substituting that excess mana for a shield of his own. The possibilities were truly endless. Michael couldn't help but smile. It really was an overpowered skill, and to think there were still 2 tiers above it. While he was lost in thought, the system's voice resounded. You sure are ambiguous, though keep that imagination at bay for now. The skill will end in 20 seconds, so it's best if you finish the fight fast. You never know what might happen if you drag it on again. Oh right. Michael realized he had been wasting time brainstorming, even though a frozen demon was right beside him. The demon had a frightened expression on its face and was trembling slightly, a stark contrast to its previously proud and confident demeanor. Michael summoned a bunch of swords of light and surrounded himself, leaving just enough space for his eyes to see the demon. Suddenly, with a mere thought, he swapped positions. He appeared where the demon had stood moments ago, and the demon was now inside the cocoon of swords. The system had warned him not to mess with the laws of space, but for something so minor, he assumed it would be fine. After all, his only intention was to switch place, nothing more, nothing less. He could have ended the fight with less effort, but he wanted to experiment. Too bad the duration was short and the cooldown was a whole week. With a clench of his hands, the swords pierced the shocked demon. Michael aimed everywhere its core was definitely not safe, and he was right. In the next moment, he felt the demon's mana dissipating at a much faster rate. It seemed its core held all its mana, and now that it was destroyed, the demon was putting up its last struggle. However, much to the demon's horror, Michael imagined the dissipating mana flowing into him, restoring his reserves at the same rate it depleted for the demon. The demon attempted to dash at him, using its remaining mana to slice him in half, but the gravity around it increased so much that it collapsed to its knees. All the while, Michael stared at it expressionlessly. How could a skill like this even exist? He found it hard to believe he wouldn't be able to kill higher-tier foes with Sanctuary. It has its drawbacks. Also, higher-tier beings are resistant to lower-tier mana. While it might challenge them, most would shrug it off. Even removing oxygen wouldn't work, they could just use mana to breathe. Unless you're equally strong or stronger, you can't disrupt their mana. Drawbacks, Michael wondered, absorbing the information about the skill. It was overpowered, but against stronger foes, its efficiency would drop. Still, it meant that as long as someone was of equal strength and the skill wasn't on cooldown, he could almost certainly win. He approached the demon, whose demonic mana had nearly run out. The dark golden light was fading from its eyes. Any last words? He asked. Maybe it would tell him something interesting. It looked like it would die before his skill ended anyway. Much to his surprise, the demon began laughing, trying to hold itself back to speak. "Ha, you really are a unique specimen. I can't wait for you to come to the demonic realm." With those words, its body slowly deteriorated. Michael raised a brow in confusion. Why would I go there exactly? All you pigeon shits go there eventually. Don't worry though. I'll prepare a grand welcome for when you do, it said with an ominous smile before its body turned to dust. It's right. I'm not sure if it's fate or something else, but we angels always end up in the demonic realm at least once. I've been there hundreds, if not thousands of times. Someone had to dwindle their numbers, so I volunteered. Is that so? Michael thought, ignoring the system as it rambled about its past and how many demons it had killed. It was chatty no so much so that he wished there was a mute button. Still, it often gave good information. As the system rambled on, the skill ended, and a sharp headache assaulted him, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. There's a drawback, as I said. The more special and creative the ability, the more it reflects onto you. While that spatial switch didn't seem serious, it's one of the reasons you're in so much pain now. Don't worry, once you get used to the skill and its limits, the pain will fade. He nodded absent-mindedly, holding his dizzy head. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Kevin beginning to move as if about to stand. Michael sent a wave of mana, picked Kevin up, and floated him over to where the demon had died, dropping him there. I guess now's as good a time as ever to ask him some questions. Wake up, Michael twisted Kevin's body around in the air, flipping it over several times until he finally woke up. Kevin was definitely conscious, it just seemed like he was lazy and didn't want to wake up. Fine, stop. He finally decided to drop the sleeping charade and used his shadows to stop himself in midair. He got stronger again, Michael noticed. Upon inspecting Kevin's mana, he saw that his strength had increased to the point where all he probably needed to do was form a mana core. The speed of his progress was a bit too fast, even by Michael's estimations. He assumed that if Fafnir hadn't helped him, the two of them would be on a similar level of strength by now. But alas, he had taken the opportunity and gained much more than he could have ever asked for. Even if Kevin formed his core, he would still be no match for him. Michael decided to put his cards on the table early. He took out the daggers he had received from the man possessed by a demon from hell. However, as he thought that, a bit of confusion arose in his mind. What's the difference between the demonic realm and hell? Hell is inside the demonic realm. It's like a continent, you could say. Each continent has its own laws and rulers. The demon you killed just now and the one back then are both associated with hell. Oh, that makes sense. Michael nodded inwardly and placed the daggers on the floor right beside Kevin. He still found it a bit hard to stand. His head was ringing, and soothing it with healing didn't really help either. It was probably something that would just go away on its own. After all, it would be a bit too overpowered if a simple heal could wash away the pain caused by a skill of that caliber. Kevin looked at the daggers with a raised brow. Are those for me? What am I supposed to do with them? I don't use weapons. It was an answer Michael half expected. After all, Kevin used mana just like he did. Michael himself would consider using a weapon if it met his standards. These daggers, however, were just some throwaway weapons he would thrust upon anyone he met. But if Kevin didn't want them, he could always give them to Chloe. The option of blood clotting might strengthen her vampiric abilities, as he was fairly certain she was some kind of vampire, one that controlled space. Maybe a special bloodline. He might ask her when the time came. So you don't want them then? Michael asked, levitating the daggers into the air and making them circle around the both of them. No, you can have them. Kevin shook his head and sat down comfortably on the ground. So what do you want? Michael chuckled at his words. What makes you think I want something? Just a hunch. Kevin said with a shrug. Well, you're right. I do need some information from you. He fiddled with the daggers, which were flying all around in the air. It felt quite odd to control them. It almost seemed like he was training his mana in the process. Say, what can you tell me about hell? Michael asked directly, noticing Kevin flinch. It's a wasteland filled to the brim with demons, a place I would much rather never go back to, but I need to kill Astaroth. Michael listened and nodded. However, he already knew these things. It would be more beneficial if Kevin told him something regarding the power systems of hell. I killed a man who had a pale white dot on his hand, as well as the demon just now, though it had 2 dots. What do you know about them? As those words fell, Michael could see Kevin's expression sour. It seemed he would finally gain some new information. Michael could ask the system about it, but since he was already here, he might as well ask Kevin. However, if he lied, the system would most definitely tell the truth. Those dots represent your rank in hell. A single dot means you're an underling, just slightly above an imp. 2 dots mean you're a regular demon, one who can enslave the single dots. 3 dots, you're practically a noble and can rule your own domain. 4 dots, you're in charge of an entire continent. There are 10 4-dotted individuals in total, Kevin explained, taking a deep breath. Lastly, 5 dots mean you're the king of all demons, the strongest demon alive. Their hierarchy is purely based on strength. Not just anyone can become a demon king or any other kind of dotted individual. There are some demons who decline their positions, mostly single dots, since serving a higher-ranked individual allows you to grow stronger much faster. Kevin finally finished his explanation, his sour expression unchanged. Michael couldn't help but ask, even though he already knew the answer. He just wanted to make sure. How many dots did Astaroth have? 3. He was one of the stronger demons too. I thought I stood a chance against him, but as the fight went on, I realized he was toying with me from the start. Kevin's voice grew quiet, malice clear in his tone. I see, so the demon's hierarchy is based on dots. How comical. Michael chuckled at their creativity, but nonetheless he still felt cautious in his heart. If there were only 5 different dots, the strength disparity must be immense, considering there were 20 tiers in total. Evangelists demand so many different hostile enemies and he hadn't even left his world yet. It was really a wonder how his luck brought him so many encounters with such beings. Anyway, system, was what he said the truth? Michael asked. He could never be too certain. Yeah, every bit of it is accurate. However, Astaroth is a 4-dot, not a 3-dot. I remember him from a few of the past Michaels who died in hell. He used to be a trickster, a strong one at that. Kevin really didn't stand a chance. To guard an entire continent, one's strength must be at least tier 12, maybe even higher. Have none of my previous selves met the Demon King? He wondered. Nope, none of your previous selves lasted long enough to even come close to the Demon King's strength. I see. Michael took a deep breath and stood up. His dizziness had finally faded. He patted Kevin on the shoulder and walked toward Elizabeth. Shortly after, Kevin followed him. It seemed like she was about to wake up as well, as she was rolling around on the ground groggily. Michael stopped a few meters away from her. However, Kevin kept walking and crouched down right in front of her. Liz, Kevin said, his voice shaky. Liz, did I miss something? Michael raised his brow at the pet name. However, what happened next made his eyes widen completely. Elizabeth shot up from the ground and hugged Kevin tightly. It seemed like she was saying something to him, but Michael's mind had already gone completely blank. I was gone for what? A week, right? Roughly, right. Then how did they become so close in just a week? Michael felt awkward standing there, watching the two of them hug it out, seemingly not stopping anytime soon. I'm glad the two of you are fine. See you in a week, he added, but was once again ignored. It seemed like he was not very welcome in their little reunion, so Michael took the hint and walked away. He had better things to do anyway. And those things are, probably watch some TV maybe. He nodded to himself in confirmation it did not seem like a bad pastime. However, once those thoughts ended, he remembered the system's advice. It had highly recommended that he test out his skills and their limits. Good, you are not completely hopeless. There are a few open spaces around here. The system said. Suddenly, a few pulsating markers began appearing on the map beside him. Several areas were highlighted, those with the least amount of people. Sanctuary skill. By far, it was his most overpowered skill yet. It was just a pity that the cooldown was so long, otherwise he would be using it in most of his encounters. There was Divine Judgment as well, but besides its destructiveness, the mana cost was way too high. He would only use it if he coupled it with the Sanctuary skill maybe, then he could negate the damage to himself, while also maximizing the damage to the opponent. Too many possibilities, and his luck was off the charts as well. If he had not gone up in tier and gotten the Sanctuary skill, the fight against the demon would have been much more difficult. It was a pleasant coincidence, one that Michael was glad had happened. After all, he probably wouldn't have played around with the demon like he did, resulting in that purple blob falling on him. But now that it had happened once, he would make sure it never happened again. Michael flew around the inner part of Vivom until eventually he landed in a pretty open space where no civilians were anywhere near him. The only things around him were a few imps. It was interesting how the people had not gotten rid of them yet. After all, there were many strong individuals in the city, some of whom even had mana cores. The amount was certainly not large, only a few people in the crowd, and most of them were unsurprisingly wearing the government's uniform, a professional suit that did not seem compatible with battle at all. Maybe it really was incompatible. After all, the imps were still lurking around the city. Michael cast a single sword of light and made it fly through every single imp in the vicinity. It was decent practice since, if he went too fast, he would lose control of the sword. If he went too slow, well, it wouldn't kill anybody. It was a bit difficult to balance, considering the speed and casting time of his skills were extremely fast to the point where it was easier to just do simple straight-line casts. But if he wanted to improve his mana-controlling abilities, it would be best to first control his most used spell. The attempts were not bad. He was able to skewer a few imps on his first try, albeit they were not exactly far apart. On the second try, he was even able to rotate the sword a full 180 degrees and strike another imp right behind him. He was getting better and better at it the more he tried. But alas, there were not an infinite number of imps. In just a few short minutes, he had killed most of them already. Besides gaining a tad bit more control over his swords of light, he did not feel that much different. However, he still had quite a lot of time to spare for his so-called training. Do you want to try the other part of the training I mentioned? It's not as painful as direct absorption, but nonetheless, its effects are nearly identical. Michael raised his brow at that comment. Here. He was a bit cautious because, while there were no people around, he never knew when someone would come. And if he was paralyzed by pain like with the other type of training, it would prove quite troublesome. You won't be paralyzed, probably. You don't sound very convincing. Michael snickered and made his way to the flattest part of the area he was currently in. Whatever the system was planning, it would be best to be prepared for everything. All of a sudden, a voice resounded from behind him. It sounded very similar to his own, and upon turning around, he noticed it was the system in its human form. You are misunderstanding me. Also, while I am in this form, call me Mikkel. Michael sighed at the sight of him smirking. Sure, si Mikkel, what do you have in mind then? Nothing serious, just a little spar is all. With those words, Mikkel stretched out his hand, and the halo on top of Michael's head began shaking uncontrollably until, finally, it started levitating in front of them. Insert half of your mana into it. I don't really have much mana of my own, so I need you to split your reserves with me, Mikkel said and pointed at the halo, which was emitting a faint golden glow. Michael didn't think too much of it, so he agreed. He walked up to the halo and placed his hand on top of it. Immediately, exactly half of his mana was extracted, and the golden glow intensified. That was until Mikkel walked up to the halo and took it, placing it right on top of his head. The strength difference did not seem that large. If anything, Michael was even a tad bit stronger, mana-wise, but he knew that his strength did not mean anything against Mikkel, as he quite literally had billions upon billions of years of experience. His combat prowess was obviously much, much higher than Michael's. So how are we going to do this? Michael asked. He would obviously lose in a battle, but it seemed like that was where the situation was heading. I'm going to teach you how to control your mana better. All you have to do is pay attention and survive. Simple, right? A shiver went down Michael's spine as he saw the small smile on Mikkel's face. Without wasting any time, he summoned a bunch of multi-layered shields to defend himself. However, that seemed to not work, as in the next moment, he felt pain in his left hand. Upon looking at it, he noticed that it was destroyed right at the elbow. It was so fast and precise that he could not even tell when it had happened. By now, his regeneration was much faster than before. It only took him a few moments to regrow a limb from seemingly nothing. The fact that it hurt remained, though. So how long are you going to spar with me? Michael stared at Mikkel, who had not moved a single muscle since his arm got obliterated. However, the next words made his expression sour. Isn't it obvious? You have a week of free time. Therefore, we will spend a week training. Fuck. A whole week had passed, and during that time, Michael's control over his shields had drastically improved. That was mostly due to the fact that his entire training consisted of being beaten up, while occasionally sending out an attack of his own. But obviously, none of his attacks connected, and Mikkel kept bombarding him with all sorts of attacks. However, it was not all fruitless. After all, his passive regenerative capabilities had grown by leaps and bounds. The number of times his limbs had been cut off was definitely in the triple digits by now. Added to the fact that he had learned how to concentrate the mana of his shields into certain parts, coupled with his multi-layered shields, it was quite a combination. The concentration made it so a single shield became fortified. If he did it on many shields stacked together, the amount of fortification increased by many folds. He felt like his combative abilities had increased as well, though he just hadn't had much time to test them since, until a few moments ago, he and Mikkel had been sparring. Only when there was an hour left before the academy did they stop, giving Michael some time to rest. Michael was just told to be there, nothing more, nothing less. However, knowing Amanda, she would most likely give him some diabolical task under the pretense of him being the city's only saint. But alas, he was exhausted. The amount of sleep he had gotten during the whole week was laughable. He was starting to think he might not have slept at all, but instead only imagined sleeping. All he could remember was being beaten up. However, now that his misery had ended, at least for the next hour, he could relax. Do you want me to come back out? An hour of training doesn't sound too bad. Michael flinched and rubbed his forehead. No, it's all right, he replied and decided to check his status. He wasn't expecting much of an increase, but nonetheless, it was as good a time as any to check it out. Status, ++. Name, Michael. Age 14 years old. Race human. Affinity light supreme. Mana purity 200-204. Mana core flow. Mana core rank tier 2, 4 progress to next tier, seraphim progress 1-7. Titles ruthless combatant. Raise all your stats by 1 minor rank when facing enemies at least 1 tier above you. Being of light. Increase the effectiveness of your light affinity-based spells by 25. Stats. HP 100-100 region 5 HP per hour. MP 100-100 region 10 MP per hour. SDR Tier 2 F100 total equal 828. Tier 2 F129 total equal 857. End Tier 2 F100 total equal 943. Tier 2 D202 total equal 1045. AGI Tier 2 F100 total equal 920. Tier 2 F140 total equal 960. INT Tier 2 F100 total equal 1100. Tier 2 D238 total equal 1328. CHA Tier 2 F100 total equal 602. Tier 2 F105 total equal 607. Skills Skill Merging Skill Sacrifice. Passive skills Herald of Light, Advanced Passive Mirage of Light, Intermediate Passive. Physical Enhancement, Intermediate Passive. Eyes of the Healer, Intermediate Passive. Hand-to-hand Combat Beginner Passive Shooting, Mastery Beginner Passive. Discipline Basic Passive Heat Resistance, Basic Passive Cold Resistance, Basic Passive. Active Skills Sanctuary Superior Active. Heavenly Judgment Advanced Active. Purify Intermediate Active. Aegis of Light Intermediate Active Piercing Light Intermediate Active. Sword of Light Beginner Active. Nice little upgrades. Michael nodded in satisfaction. His INT stats had risen quite a lot, while CHA was nearly identical to what it had been a week ago. He felt quite salty about it, but it wasn't like he could do anything. After all, he didn't want to chase the affection of many women. He wasn't that kind of guy. But even then, an increase of only 5 total. CHA stats felt a bit odd. System, are you doing this? He asked with suspicion. Of course not. I can't change your stats as I please. The only thing I would be able to do is to combine or sacrifice a skill which, without your permission or certain circumstances, I would not do. Michael was still a bit suspicious, but he let it go nonetheless. He felt like his CHA stat was a bit inaccurate. A bit self-centered, aren't you? He ignored the system's teasing and made himself a new pair of clothes. No matter what clothes other people gave him, his mana-created ones were still the best. Michael thought it might be interesting to work on a suit of armor for himself in the future, though for now, he could continue relying on his shields. His healing skill had not shown any progress, sadly. No matter what he tried, he still couldn't figure out how to get the perfect heal. He sat around, contemplating different ideas until it was finally time to head to the academy. His clothes looked decent, and he did not look dirty either. It seemed his clothing had a function of removing any excess dirt or stains, for that matter. It was a pity they couldn't also repair themselves. It would save him a bit of time. Maybe in the future, he could figure something out, though. Michael decided to wrap up his rest, summon a sword of light, and fly straight to the academy at a speed that seemed a lot faster than usual. Normally, he kept his flying speed a bit slow since he still had trouble controlling it, but now he could go much faster with the same amount of control. He finally arrived and noticed that only a few people were gathered, those from his class, more specifically. Lena was sitting on a bench by the side, talking to a few classmates, while Chloe, Kevin, and Elizabeth were discussing something among themselves. Michael immediately moved in their direction. They were basically the only people he somewhat talked to. There was Liam as well, but he wasn't very talkative. The reason they were acquainted in the first place was because Michael had saved his mother in the slums. As he got closer to the three of them, he overheard something about some kind of tournament. He was definitely not late, so how had he not heard about it? Oh, Michael, I was wondering where you went. Kevin noticed him and said with a faint smile. Sure you were. Michael simply nodded at him and glanced at Elizabeth, who, as always, was glaring at him. And then finally Chloe, who by now no longer avoided eye contact with him since he had already managed to remove the curse the vampire had placed on him. The two of them exchanged nods of mutual understanding. Michael was obviously not going to point out the fact that she was a vampire in front of the whole class. Or what was left of it anyway. He could count 8 people, including himself. The rest were gone, most likely dead. Michael sighed and glanced toward the academy entrance. It seemed like whatever he had come for was finally starting. There was a small podium, and on top of it stood Amanda, wearing oddly luxurious and fancy clothes. She took a glance around at his classmates, pausing for a bit longer when her gaze reached his. Nonetheless, she did not act out. Instead, she cleared her throat and began speaking. You might already be aware of why we all gathered today. If not, then let me remind you. Amanda paused while shooting a glance at Michael. A tournament between the academies is scheduled to happen in a few days. Regardless of circumstances, we have to attend. That is why I need 5 candidates. She once again glanced around the entire class and continued, which of you would like to participate? An academy tournament, and she wants me to participate. Is she that desperate to win? Michael could not help but think. After all, his strength had reached tier 2, and she had most likely noticed it by now. It would be stranger if she hadn't. Her strength was much higher than his. He was not against participating, but he assumed it would look bad for Vivom if they ended up destroying all their competitors. They might even get the wrong idea and think he was some sort of instructor. All sorts of misunderstandings could arise. But he didn't really have anything else to do, so he decided to go through with it regardless. The participants were pretty obvious: Michael, Chloe, Elizabeth, and Kevin. As for the last one, he had no clue. Liam was a good candidate. Despite his looks, he was a close-range fighter, a brawler at that. His physique had undergone quite a big change as well. It reminded Michael of the people from the gym back in his first orphanage. Those guys were definitely buff, and now Liam was too. There were some other candidates, however. They did not stand out as much. After a bit of time passed, Amanda cleared her throat and spoke up again. From your enthusiasm, I see most of you are eager. However, while I observed you, I picked out the 5 who will be going to the tournament, while you observed us. As if you didn't already have your ideal candidates in mind, Michael scoffed at her bullshit and continued to listen as she began calling out names. Kevin, Elizabeth, Michael, Chloe, and lastly, Ella, she announced, waiting for everyone's cheers. However, no one cheered. That was because no one knew who Ella was. Who the fuck is Ella? Michael was clearly confused. He had memorized the names of everyone in his class, and not a single one of them was named Ella. But just as their confusion grew more apparent, a figure walked out from behind Amanda and stood among them. She looked ordinary. Brown hair and brown eyes. Nothing stood out. To the others, anyway. Michael could tell that she had a tier 1 monocore, not a common sight for someone so young. Probably some kind of setup. You know how Amanda is. She's most likely planting that girl to watch over you. While she's young, she's not as young as she looks. I can tell you that much at least. Why would she order someone to keep watch on us? Aren't I here? Michael was a bit skeptical, but nonetheless nodded at the girl, receiving a nod back. They all stood together and waited for Amanda to speak again, instructing them on what to do next. Right, glad you all got acquainted. The rest of you who have not been chosen can go back. The same applies to you as well, Lena. I will take over from here, Amanda instructed, and the students began to disperse. Lena looked a bit hesitant, but nonetheless went back into the academy. Even though a large part of it was destroyed, it seemed she still had obligations to attend to. As for the 5 of you, come with me, Amanda said and walked off the podium. The familiar car and driver stood by the side. The car was spacious enough to fit all of them inside. Michael could sense another individual in the car, someone with a monocore who was at least tier 1. So many individuals who would be considered powerful were gathered, and yet the world was still mostly unaware of them. That just means the oath is working. Nothing to be surprised about. Michael shrugged at the system's comment and got inside the car. For some reason, the atmosphere felt a little tense. However, the strangest thing was that the person inside the car looked exactly like him, to the point where it felt like he was staring into a mirror. This is your replacement, Michael. Amanda's voice rang out from behind him, causing further confusion. What are you talking about? You and I are going to be doing something different. While these 5 participate in the tournament, we will be uprooting a certain scheme that has been brought to my attention, she explained as the car suddenly began moving. He was too in the dark to make any assumptions, so he simply nodded back at her. This is a bit sketchy, no? Yeah, seems uncharacteristic for Amanda to seek your help when she's probably one of the strongest people in this world. But who knows? Maybe there's some secret agenda that requires your help. Must be it. Michael chatted with the system a little more as Amanda did not go into further details. The ride, aside from the occasional bickering between Kevin and Elizabeth, was relatively quiet. Due to the tinted windows, Michael could not see where they were headed. Not that it mattered, he had the system, more specifically, the map. It showed they were heading southwest from Vivom. The only city in that direction was Ilarion. Its size was just slightly larger than Vivom's, but it was not as technologically advanced. That didn't mean they were primitive. Instead, they focused most of their research on magic and how to implement it into daily life. Their buildings might look as modern, if not more modern, than Vivom's. Nonetheless, the journey would take a few more hours. The continent was massive, and even though Ilarion was the closest city to Vivom, it was still far by Michael's standards. He found it fascinating that the person in the car felt like his double, just a little weaker. I wonder if he also has the light affinity. Michael tried to gauge the person's mana signature with his eyes of the healer. However, it didn't work, as Amanda suddenly stepped in front of him. "Don't do that. Keep your curiosity in check," she said in a threatening tone, shooting him a small glare before sitting back down. "Yeah, something is definitely up, I agree." After a few hours of driving, Michael could tell they were only a few kilometers remained until they reached the city. Everyone else was busy on their phones. Michael, uninterested, decided to practice his mana instead. He cast a few swords of light and made them follow alongside the car, performing all sorts of turns, even killing a few monsters in the far-off distance. While his control hadn't improved as much as it did with the imps, his range had increased significantly. He could now control all the swords of light within a 10-kilometer radius. Finally, Ilarion appeared on his 30-kilometer map. At first, it looked relatively normal. However, the aerial view of the city was shocking. There were so many green dots that he could barely make out the buildings. As expected, a few red dots were mixed in. Finding them in such a large crowd would be difficult. After a few more minutes, the car stopped, and the driver got out to open the door. The moment Michael stepped out, his eyes widened. There were all sorts of Building 7 towers scattered across the skyline. All radiated massive amounts of mana. If Michael used his eyes of the healer, the only thing he'd see would be mana. But that wasn't all. The city had a ground floor as well, spacious, with only a few nearby houses. However, in the far distance, Michael could see many more using his map. All the buildings had mana engravings. It almost felt like the Rift situation all over again. However, everything was stable, meaning nothing would form. The city reminded him of Japan. He had visited a couple of cities a few times during his mercenary days, loving its architecture. Seeing a similar aesthetic here was heartwarming. Even the people wore traditional-looking clothing, many in yukatas, typically worn during summer festivals. The battle between academies is like a festival as well. It happens every 2 years. If you decide to stay in this world for some reason and attend the academy's 4th year, you might be able to participate. "No, it's fine. I'll just do the little side mission with Amanda and get going," Michael decided, noticing Amanda moving forward with the others following her. "Guess I will go along as well." Amanda seemed like she knew quite a fair deal about this city already. She led everyone towards some hotels and even struck up a few conversations along the way. He didn't expect her to be a social butterfly outside of Vivom, but she was unusual from the start, so it wasn't that surprising. The people of Ilarion were relatively weak. Most adults had not even reached level 20, and so far, he could only feel roughly 6 more people who had mana cores, and that was after scanning around the whole city. Michael was aware that there were methods of masking one's mana, however. He assumed it would not be that conventional in this world. After all, it was considered a lower world. The run-ins with powerful beings were coincidences, or so he liked to think anyway. He doubted that fate would play around with his life like that, but having a rough guess of the powers people above tier 10 possessed, it might actually be the case. Maybe even the being who wanted to corrupt him, perhaps he was the one who caused his life to shift in such a way. After they were settled in their hotels, it was time to move again. Amanda had mentioned something about meeting a mutual acquaintance, though Michael was not really sure who she was talking about. Fafnir, maybe. Not quite. It is someone you might have gone to a dungeon with and almost died. Shinjin. Yup, it appears that he lives between Ilarion and Vivom. I could feel some people who were hiding their presence near a few particular mountains we passed by. Most of them were swordsmen just like him. Were they strong? Michael asked. He could not feel those people himself or even see them on the map. They have some kind of technique that converts mana into physical power. It's not bad. If you are a pure physical fighter, then it's perfect. Most of them are not tier 1s yet, but their bodies are basically perfect for assimilating with the Danshin core. So in short, yes, for their current level, they are strong. Very short answer. He scoffed and followed along. They headed to some sort of private plaza. It seemed strange to see an area that did not have people, considering the city was currently packed to the brim. But nonetheless, even his map made it clear the place was empty. At most, he could see 20 scattered dots, 18 of which were green and the remaining 2 were red. Is this the scheme she wants uncovered? Michael could not help but think as they arrived next to some sort of glowing pillar. Amanda glanced at everyone behind her and announced, "Come closer. We will be transported in a moment." Everyone listened to her words and huddled closer. She placed her hand on the pillar, and suddenly they began descending downwards at a rapid speed. It was like an elevator, one that was going directly into the ground. He could feel the platform below him being held up with mana alone. Michael could also feel a little breeze coming up at him. He assumed that the affinity of the mana was wind. As he turned to look above, he noticed that they hadn't descended as much as he thought. It felt like hundreds of meters, but from the looks of it, it was no more than 10 meters. System, Michael asked out of curiosity. Some kind of mana tunneling, something similar to the wormhole theory, just not as perfect. He raised his brow at the explanation. You mean 2 spaces connected across long distances, something like that. If you don't understand, just think of it as spatial magic. It is similar in a way, so you would not be exactly wrong. As he was about to speak to the system again, a large wave of mana washed over him, and in the very next moment disappeared. Michael was a bit confused, but as he looked upwards, searching for the hole from which he had come down, he saw a ceiling a couple of 100 meters up, looking for someone in Tucker today. Willing to lie about how we met. Single flirt. It really was a strange depiction of the wormhole theory, definitely not what he was expecting. Nonetheless, upon taking a few looks around, he noticed that they were in some sort of cave. The cave gave off a similar impression as the slums of Vivom, just on a much larger scale. Taking a glance at his map, he could see a city not too far away. Many people were gathered there. However, even further inside of the city, there were the 20 people he had felt earlier. They were all gathered in some sort of large building at the highest part of the city. It almost looked like a cathedral. They were fairly separated when he had seen them above ground, but now they were practically all right next to each other. Amanda led them forward, and eventually, they arrived at what appeared to be a cliffside overlooking the entire city below them. There was a mountain passage on the right of them that led directly down to the city. It was a bit more fancy looking than the slums, at least. As for the city, it looked almost identical to the upper part. He could feel mana all around it, just gave off a bit of a medieval feeling, much more than the architecture up top. Medieval-looking Japanese architecture did not sound too bad, though. They followed the mountain passage down to the city and were greeted by a few people who acted as tour guides. It seemed like Amanda had not been down here before, as her eyes were showing traces of amusement every single time she saw something interesting. But that brought up the question, what was this place? If she had been to Ilarion before but not the underground part, then when exactly had it come to be? Michael had assumed that Amanda was pretty old. She was an elf after all. From his knowledge of elves, he knew they lived for a couple of 1,000 years. If she was the daughter of a dragon, perhaps even longer. She is not that old. From what I can tell, she's still around 700-800 years old. Hard to tell with elves since they look the same no matter how old they are. His eyes widened upon hearing that, and he took a quick glance at Amanda. She definitely did not look like a grandma. What? She asked with a trace of annoyance. Nothing, Michael answered and looked away. It was strange seeing someone so old look so young. She even acted like a teenager at times. Looks can definitely be deceiving. After a couple of minutes of walking, their little tour finally ended, and they arrived in front of some fancy restaurant that would definitely cost thousands to even get on the reservation list. However, Amanda casually walked in and showed the waiter her ID, and immediately she was escorted to a luxurious table. Michael and the others tried walking after her, as they had done thus far, but much to their surprise, the waiter stopped them. The miss told me to inform you all that you can do whatever you want until the tournament, and that you know where your hotel rooms are. Good luck, the waiter relayed and walked back to his post. Michael and the others were equally as stunned. She just went ahead and ditched them. Better yet, he had not even cashed in his $1 million yet. He had become the saint, but there were still no opportunities to do any saintly work, meaning he was currently broke. As he was busy solving his inner conflict, he noticed the others scattering. Kevin and Elizabeth went somewhere together. Michael's double and Ella went their separate ways as well. And as for Chloe, she walked inside the restaurant, showed her ID, received a shocked expression from the waiter, and was led to an even more luxurious table than Amanda's. He was speechless at the turn of events. Is there an adventurer's guild or something similar? Michael asked the system. He would make sure to take a tough request to earn a lot of money. Being broke due to circumstance was becoming a little tiring. Yes, there appears to be some sort of guild, the association or whatever, similar to the one you encountered back in those villages. Michael nodded. His next destination was clear. Perfect. Is this it? Michael had headed back to the upper part of the city the same way he had gone down, via the spatial elevator. And now he was standing right in front of a massive building. It seemed like a gigantic castle. Better yet, it had the word association carved into the walls and highlighted with some sort of glowing white substance. It was surprisingly not mana. He guessed the little bit of technology they had was used to make other things look pleasing to the eyes. Michael went inside and was greeted by a long waiting queue. There were a bunch of people standing in different kinds of lines, all of them awaiting their turn. Do I seriously have to wait here? The lines were a bit longer than he thought. They seemed to spiral up the stairs and onto the second floor, meaning the receptionist was no longer down here. That also meant he was essentially going to be wasting all of his time, and better yet, he could not do anything about it. There had to have been some kind of VIP system, but from what he saw, no one had passed him in line. Surprisingly, everyone was pretty calm, and none were venting their frustrations at the waiting time. Not a great time to arrive in this city, I suppose. The others are likely also short on funding, else they would not all be gathered here waiting patiently in the lines. Probably. Michael glanced to the side. It really did look like some sort of castle. It almost made him think he might have entered the wrong place. The procedure also seemed a tad different. He was expecting to see the requests plastered all over the walls, yet there was nothing like that to be seen here. Instead, he could see people going down the stairs with little plaques in their hands, all of which were a different color. A couple were gray, others orange, some even green. He assumed it had something to do with their strength or maybe even the request type, but he could not be sure. After all, he knew nothing and now had to wait for God knows how long. Just practice your skills on the side, no. It's not like anyone would notice your usage of mana. There is not a single person with a mana core here. Michael glanced around for a moment. Eyes of the healer, making sure that what the system had said was accurate. After confirming it, he sent out a few extremely slim swords of light outside, making sure no one saw them or even detected them. Good, Michael nodded to himself. It did not prove too difficult, almost like the lower-level people were not even able to tell that he used a skill, but for that, he could thank his extremely fast casting speed. Is Sanctuary off cooldown yet? He asked the system and walked forward every couple of minutes, making sure his spot in line did not get taken. At the same time, he was controlling the swords around the entire outside of the building. A few more hours. Though besides that, what do you plan on doing after this whole event? Are you going to visit that old continent of yours or go straight for the other worlds? Michael thought for a moment and responded, honestly. I'm thinking of paying a short visit to Meph and then probably heading out. As for Astria, I am still weaker than her, and from her story, the people she will be going up against are very strong. So you want to get stronger first and then come back. That is not a bad plan. But then what? What do you mean? After you get strong and help her, what comes after? Michael flinched upon hearing the slyness in the system's voice and decided to ignore it. It was starting to get some strange ideas. After several hours of waiting and very unproductive training, it was finally his turn to speak with the receptionist. The second floor was a bit more spacious than the first. It almost made the first floor seem useless, which from what he could tell so far was indeed the case. It was just a place where you could sit down after a tiring day and relax, definitely not while there were hundreds of people present though. The receptionist stared at him for a moment and pulled out some sort of orb. It was emitting a tiny amount of mana whose property he could not recognize. It almost looked like it was artificially made. That's impossible, right? Technically, it is possible. Imagine the mana people exude when they fight. If the properties clash, it would cancel each other out and the excess mana would be possible to contain, even if only temporarily. But they managed to harness it more fluidly than the people of my time. It is quite fascinating. That device will most likely scan your mana. Odds are it will break, but who knows? Maybe it can detect those with mana cores. Michael nodded and placed his hand on top of the orb. Immediately, he could feel it pulsating, and a very small amount of mana was traveling up his arm. As it reached the very top of his arm, the mana split at the shoulder and headed in 3 different directions. One thread of mana was heading for his brain, another for his heart, and the final one for his abdomen. He immediately understood what it was playing, and it was trying to search for mana cores in those particular areas. However, he did not have that kind of mana core. Instead, it was something a bit more special, a core located in the spine. The flow core. The mana kept swirling around looking for any core in sight, nearly enveloping his entire body in the search all but the spine. Until finally, the search was over and the receptionist took the orb back and placed it under the table, a bored look on his face. Choose a request, he said, handing Michael a tablet. It had a similar technological outline as in the villages. There were different categories, and the one he was most interested in currently was monster subjugation. Michael clicked on it, and after a few seconds of loading, it displayed a large list. At the very top, 1854 results was written, meaning he would be here for a while. There is a filter option on the left. Click it and sort it by difficulty. Oh right, he followed the system's words and found the difficulty setting. It made him feel like an old man, not knowing how technology worked. Wolf King, Basilisk King. Michael thought while browsing the selection. All of the rewards were in the multi-million-dollar range. However, all of the requests were grayed out. The only ones available were simple requests, like taking down a group of goblins or some kind of dungeon subjugation, a low-leveled one at that. Michael glanced at the receptionist, who had been patiently waiting by the side, and asked, "Why are these requests grayed out? They are for the special kind of powerful people. Sorry, you don't qualify." He was met with a swift and fast refusal. So the requirement was for me to have a mana core, really. He sighed and summoned a single sword of light right in front of the receptionist, flying it all around the association building. He made it glow and even dim, split in half and reassemble. Finally done with his little performance, he returned his gaze to the receptionist, who was now staring at him with wide eyes. One moment. The receptionist said and quickly ran towards a door not too far away from the desk. Michael could not help but grin at the sight. Much better. After a few short minutes of waiting, the receptionist came back, followed by a burly and intimidating man. Yet it seemed like all his strength and muscles were for show, as he was barely level 50. Why are the people in this city so weak? Michael could not help but express as he walked closer to the receptionist's counter. I wouldn't be so sure. It's a pleasure to meet you, young lad. The name's Rowan. I am the leader of this branch, the burly man said as he stretched his arm out, asking for a handshake. Michael glanced at the man once again, a bit cautious because of the system's words, but nonetheless also stretched out his hand, accepting the handshake. Michael, good, it is nice to meet you. Rowan shook his hand enthusiastically before pulling him in a bit closer and whispering something only he could hear. We should probably continue this conversation in my office, don't you think? He said and ended the handshake, opening the little makeshift door for Michael to walk through. Sure, Michael agreed and followed along. It would not be the best of ideas to discuss things regarding the Monocore in front of many people. After all, he was under oath, and the strangest part was the man was also hiding his strength. When he went in for a handshake, his level began fluctuating from 48 to 52, and once the handshake was finished, it stabilized back on 50. How is everyone I meet able to hide their mana? He sighed at his unfortunate encounters. It would be really great if the system gave him a hint on how to hide it himself, but alas, it only helped him occasionally. The other kind of help included training Ger, more like beating him up until he acquires some knowledge on how to defend against the system's attack. And once he finally does that, the system increases its training intensity. Stop whining about it. You did get stronger, no. Yeah, Michael ignored the system and followed after Rowan. They went through the door right next to the reception and headed up a flight of stairs. Along the way, he could see multiple floors, all of which had long hallways followed by many rooms. That continued until they reached the 5th floor, where there was only a single door with the name Rowan written on it. The two of them went inside, and the moment they stepped through the door, Michael could feel some sort of barrier around the entire room. It seemed like it was blocking out the sound since inside there was some kind of contraption running. It's so loud, he couldn't help but express as he used mana to plug his ears. There was some device that was pumping out sound waves directly at the two of them. Michael glanced at Rowan and noticed he was completely fine, and as the seconds passed, the sound started to fade until finally, it seemed like it was barely even there. This little thing is what provides us that perfect noise cancellation. It's impossible for the others to hear anything from the outside, and if someone without a mana core dares to go inside, they would pass out from the noise, Rowan said in a proud tone and sat down at his desk. It only had a few documents laying around. There was a computer on the table, so that was probably where most of the information was being stored anyway. Aside from that, the room looked pretty normal for someone who looked like they lived in a castle. It almost seemed like a slightly more convenient office room. But that was probably Rowan's intention in the first place. It's not like he slept here. Probably. However, just as he thought that, a sofa by the window caught his eye. It had an interesting feature. Is that a foldable sofa? His suspicions were further confirmed when Rowan noticed his gaze. I treat the office like a palace. I sleep here, I eat here, I work here, and lastly, Rowan stopped himself and let out a cough. Anyway, what brings you into the city, Michael? Michael quickly glanced at the map, making sure the person in front of him was a green dot, and he was. However, just in case he wanted to be 100 sure, he's clear. Just don't tell him about your plans with Amanda. No shit. I came to participate in the Academy tournament, but until then I have some time to spare, so I was thinking of picking up a few requests, Michael explained briefly. He did not want to go too much into detail. You are a student, Rowan said with a raised brow, seemingly unable to believe the fact that someone like him even existed among the students. However, instead of further explaining himself, Michael showed him his Vivom ID, which clearly displayed his affiliations as well as status. Amanda was a bit annoying, but at the very least she got things done. After coming back from training with the system, he saw his ID card on the table, which had been updated back to what it had been when he was still the Saint. It was a pity the status screen no longer recognized Saint as a surname. It was a pretty nice addition to have it boosted his confidence just a little bit. Oh ho, so you are the Saint. It is a pleasure to meet someone of your stature, Rowan comically bowed, to which Michael simply ignored. He was cringing on the inside. However, right after bowing, Rowan spoke up again, this time in a serious voice. You said you wanted a request, right? How does eliminating a pair of cultists sound? Which cultists? Michael's eyes narrowed. If they were who he thought they were, then he would accept without a doubt, and the answer he received was in line with his expectations. Some white-haired folks that go around kidnapping people. We captured a few, but they always just killed themselves as a shallow-minded bunch. However, we might have gotten a lead on their headquarters. I see. I accept the request, Michael replied in a quick but steady tone, trying to mask his willingness to go on this request sooner. Ever since finding out about the demons and evangelists, he had been wanting to find out more information about them. The system was holding back quite a lot, and he did not pry either, otherwise it would just go quiet again. However, since the chance presented itself at such a perfect time, he would not dare refuse. Good, I knew you were the man for the job, Rowan said with a small smile as he stood up off of his desk and headed to a nearby file cabinet. Upon opening it, he pulled out some kind of phone that looked a bit too outdated. He walked up to Michael and handed him the phone. Despite its appearance, it looked rather sturdy. Better yet, it was infused with mana. You can turn it on by injecting your mana, Rowan added before he went behind his desk and sat down. Michael did as he was told, and suddenly a golden hologram appeared right before his eyes. It displayed some kind of structure that had many hallways, as if it were an ant nest. However, as he began reading the information right by the side, he realized that this was the building Rowan had been talking about. Cultist Base Camp 16, He read the description of the entire structure, and after finally finishing it, he looked up at Rowan. "When can I go?" he asked, and noticed Rowan looking at the watch on his watch before returning his gaze to Michael. "Now." Michael headed straight for the very center of the city. According to the information he had read, the evangelist's base was somewhere in clear sight. He was alone, thankfully. It was best if no one else saw what he was about to do after all. Michael was definitely not planning on sparing any of those cultists. However, he ran into a few problems along the way during his search. He knew exactly where their base was, but the number of people in the area certainly did not help his case. There were a couple of red dots here and there, but upon tracking down those people, he noticed they were definitely not cultists. They didn't even look remotely intimidating. That was why he could not kill them to outsiders. It would seem like he had killed innocents. Michael definitely did not have the spare time to take these people into custody. All he wanted to do was kill the cultists and help Amanda with whatever scheme she was talking about. Though, what if I do something like this? Michael had a thought as he walked behind a group of red-dotted individuals, so they appeared according to the map. However, as he took a glance with his eyes of the healer, he spotted that their mana was a bit congested, as if they had forcefully practiced it. That wasn't entirely wrong. Somyeon had forcefully manipulated their mana to increase their strength. The result, a monstrosity inside their bodies. Michael raised a brow at the system's words. What monstrosity? But just as he asked that, he noticed something in their brains, hearts, and abdomens. There was a black mass in each, radiating a faint amount of energy that connected to the congested mana in their veins, making it more swollen. None of them even flinched. He could only imagine the pain they were going through, but besides that, are those mana cores? In a way they are, but the energy inside them is limited. However much there is now, it will run out with each use of their mana. No, those cores are not made from normal mana. They are likely made with the mana of a regular demon. Of course they are. Michael let out a sigh. It was not surprising that everywhere he went, he was entangled with either demons or cultists, but now he was even more certain about what he planned to do. He wasn't sure if it would work, but he would give it a shot. He conjured 3 golden jackets and floated them over to the group, dropping the jackets right onto their shoulders. They seemed a bit confused for a moment. However, before they were able to take the golden clothing off, Michael shot a piercing light sword straight through all of their hearts. Just as they were about to drop to the ground, he used his mana to tighten the jackets around them and began levitating them to the side where the fewest people were gathered, practically an empty alleyway. The other bystanders did not pay much attention. No one saw him cast his skill, and they were too busy focusing on the floating structures to notice the 3 individuals who were hovering slightly off the ground, their heads propped up by the jacket's collars. I thought you wouldn't interfere with them. I wasn't going to, but since they were right in front of me, I couldn't resist. I might just do a little cleanup after this request is over. Michael shrugged. It was inconvenient, but he did have some time to spare before the academy tournament whenever that was anyway. Amanda would probably find him. After all, he wasn't going to participate, at least according to her. That meant he could let loose until then. Michael levitated the bodies further into the alley and then glanced behind him, making sure there were no more people. After confirming it was clear, he dropped the 3 dead individuals to the ground while dispelling the clothing he had made. As he did so, streams of blood began seeping from their bodies. However, Michael was too busy admiring his mana clothing ability. Oh ho, liquid absorption too. Get rid of them already. Yeah, about that. Is there anywhere I could dump them? He asked, scratching his head. Throwing them into a dumpster was an option, but panic would arise if someone found them. There were different ways to get rid of them, but none seemed well suited for the area he was in. I suppose I should give you a hint. Light reflection, it's a simple hint and an even easier solution. If you take more than 10 seconds, you're an idiot. No, I understand what you mean. Michael rolled his eyes at the system's words. It was referring to a solar death rayon he could use by reflecting light directly onto the bodies of the 3 dead people seated by the wall. Thankfully, the sun was conveniently stationed right above him, meaning he could easily try it. The only problem was that he didn't know how to create a mirror. The closest thing he had was his shield. Don't overthink it. He stared at the 3 individuals but could not come up with anything. None of his skills could reflect sunlight. Don't overthink it. You don't need an extremely overcomplicated solution for an easy problem. You can weave and solidify mana however you like. No. Michael thought for a moment, sighed, and summoned a slab of light. Instantly, he could see it perfectly reflecting the sunlight above him. It was directed at a building, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. Just as he was about to direct the sunlight onto the 3 bodies, he froze in place and dispelled the slab of light. The roof of the building that the sunlight had touched now had a giant hole in it, with magma flowing down and landing right next to him. Fuck, Michael was stressing out. That damage would definitely not go unnoticed, and if he tried to direct the sunlight onto the three bodies, he would likely take the whole building down with them. "You are hopeless," came a voice from behind him. It was the system no Mikkel in its human form. Mikkel walked up to the group by the wall and summoned 3 slabs of light. "Watch and learn." With those words, the slabs were infused with mana. The sunlight immediately descended onto one before traveling to another. What happened next made Michael's eyes widen. The second bounce of light enveloped the 3 individuals perfectly, melting them down to atoms in moments before hitting the last slab and traveling back upwards. Mikkel smirked at him and disappeared, his voice once again resounding in Michael's mind as the system. "That's how you do it. Better remember it, yeah." Michael was still speechless. It wasn't every day he got to witness such lethal skills. A single beam of sunlight had pierced a building's roof and melted people in moments. But he didn't have much time to dwell on his thoughts, as for a single second, he saw tens if not hundreds of red dots in a building not far away. Just as quickly, they all disappeared, leaving only a few mixed with green. Zooming in for a closer look, he realized it was the same building he was supposed to go to the base of the evangelists. Michael immediately summoned his sword of light and stepped onto it, flying straight to the top of the building. He would kill them nonetheless, but maybe he could get some information out of them while he was at it. As he thought that, he noticed someone sitting on the rooftop, smoking a cigarette without a care in the world. Much like the previous cultists he had encountered, his hair was pure white, and his mana seemed abnormal just like the group of 3 Michael had killed minutes earlier. "Found you."